Recording now. So again, as we go through mechanical systems, we think about how the technology really has evolved. And you're going to kind of be a little bit of a historian when you look at old boilers and water heaters and stuff. In fact, boilers and water heaters literally, for the most part, aren't going to exist in future buildings. Water heaters are, we're actually moving to the model of where much the rest of the world is, where we'll, instead of having 50 gallons in a tank waiting for you to take a shower, you'll have, with a lot of the new energy codes, you're going to move towards tankless water heaters that will only give you water when you need it. This is an interesting evolution that it's just, the way things are. Obviously, this year, if you don't know, your gas prices, natural gas prices, if you live in the Con Ed area, I just went up. Well, electricity went up 40% and gas went up 30% in the coming year. So you can imagine that energy efficiency is going to be more and more of an issue in new houses. And conversely, when you're doing your inspections, these, seeing an efficient, a relatively modern, relatively well-maintained system will be something you want to look for. And if not, part of your note may be that, yes, this is 15 years old. You may want to review this system. I mean, while you give a general comment on the condition of it, you may want to discuss with them that the system's lifespan may be altered based upon fuel costs. A lot of older units are just becoming so inefficient as they jack the fuel prices up on us that, hold on for a second. That again, we are, the condition of these things is more important than ever. Let me just get my own, my check screen in just in case so I can see what you guys see. So again, let's just go ahead and start pounding our way through it. Today, of course, the HVAC system's second half of chapter 8 is pretty important. And I'll go back through, the module 3 is all of chapter 8. So I'll run back through plumbing again, just to make sure everybody's good for that. But let's just start pounding. Again, the back half of the chapter: heating, air conditioning, water heaters, kitchen and bath. And we've already kind of hit a lot of these things. So we're gonna start having some overlap. And that's good. Hopefully it'll reinforce what we've covered so far. Just as a general comment, how are you guys doing? And have you had any questions so far? And is there anything you feel like we need to concentrate on? You guys there? John?
Not
Henry?
really at this moment.
Are you feeling like you're getting what you need out of this so far? I mean, do you have an understanding? Has the class been clear? I know last week was particularly bad because I had a lot of crashing, but hopefully my handout helped you.
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. Now, if you guys didn't download the handout, the HI3-2 handout was online. I'm trying to make it small enough to email it to you, but it's a 50 megabyte PDF. So if I can figure out a way to condense the PDF even further, then I can get it to you. I'll try to do that on the first break. But generally, we want to think about the do's and don'ts. And the do's and don'ts are, of course, at the beginning of every chapter. And they're also at the back of the chapter. So hopefully you've got your books and you can go to page 171, where we go through the heating and plumbing systems. And I think the mantra here is, in fact, this is a big complaint about home inspectors by contractors, is that we don't do enough. And the response to that is, we are doing a broad overview of all the systems in the building to identify major problems. We are not going in and really ultra detailing every item in the house, but we want to have a broad knowledge of the different systems. But again, I don't want you to be testing the air conditioning line for, adequate refrigerant pressure. I don't want you to be looking inside the furnace to see if, unless it's readily available. It's actually very important to look in the furnace. But again, you've got a limited scope in what you do. And most importantly, it's very common on your report to have to say, hey, have a qualified contractor look for this. Again, I'm pretty good at this, but I can tell you I'm not as good as, a plumber will spot things that I won't. I've worked with them for many years. I help write the plumbing codes, but I'm still not, I'm first one to believe that, nobody's going to know it better than the guy who does it every day. So, so let's think about what we do and don't. Regarding the heating system, now on 171, we think about the plumbing, but I'm going to jump to the heating. Now, this is actually not from the book. This is actually from the state guidelines. State guidelines, of course, on the blue highlighter up top. Home inspectors shall describe the type of fuel, heating equipment, and heat distribution system. Operate systems like using thermostats. So you're going to turn on the thermostat to, if it is on, to see how the response works. Operate readily accessible and open, readily accessible and operable access panels provided by the manufacturer or installer for routine homeowner maintenance. Again, if you can get into the system and get a basic look inside of a boiler, fine. If you have to, go through a number of steps and there's a warning sign on it, no, not so fine. And number 4, observe and report on the condition of normally operated controls and components of the systems. So, and that's like one of the key elements. You are think about what a normal homeowner would use on a system, and that is what you're going to inspect. Many of these systems can be extremely technical and have lots of parts, etc. You are kind of backing off from that. You are looking as if you're the homeowner. Again, you're not the HVAC technician. And I know I'm putting too many caveats on this, but that's the way home inspection is. Yeah, remember, you got to get in and out of this house in 2 hours on your report. Again, let's think about the types of fuels. Can you guys give me some examples of fuel types that are used for a home heating system? Give me 4.
Oil, gas,
Check.
water. I mean, could you like solar?
Solar, check. Okay, now oil and gas and various combustion ones can break out into steam and hot water systems. And I would add, as you mentioned, how solar, just as you might get heat from solar, another cool thing is heat from geothermal. So good, quick examples. And we'll go through them all. I just want you to think about, you're going to look at the outside of the house, look for the fuel. Let's just jump in and take a look. Okay, you also observe and report on visible flue pipes, dampers, and related components for functional operation. Are the dampers tied off and, inaccessible or not operating properly? Things like that. Are the flue pipes jammed up? I've seen a towel in a flue pipe before. Number 6, observe and report on the presence of and the condition of a representative number of heat sources. So as you're walking around the house, you can ask the question, how does this house get heated? You might be there in the summertime and, again, you don't necessarily want to crank up the heat in the summertime, but you want to see, for instance, that every room has a heat source and ideally a ventilation source as well, but usually a window's fine for that. Now, why does it matter? Very frequently, houses will get added onto, legally or illegally, and sometimes they won't have heat sources. We had a addition. I was renting a house that had an addition, and the addition had no heat source, and it was cold as hell out there, but we got by. 8. 7, observe and report on the operation of fixed supplementary heat units. Again, sometimes you'll have the main boiler or the main furnace for a house, but then you may also have built-in electrical systems, electric heat units. This is common in places like basements and cellars. Number 8, observe and report on visible components of vent systems, flues, and chimneys. If you can see it and you see a problem, fine. But as we talked about earlier in the last one, chimneys are not necessarily part of your bailiwick. They, again, a chimney sweep's the expert on these. And most importantly, getting and taking a good look at that chimney might not be safe. And you're not here to be a gymnast, okay? So you want to think about your safety, get readily accessible looks at things, and report where you can. Moving on, don'ts. What don't you do? And I was hinting at this earlier. Home inspectors are not required to activate heating systems or AC systems that do not respond to the thermostats or have been shut down. And just like plumbing, you may be inspecting a house that's vacant, and these systems may have been shut down for a very real reason. Why would you shut it down? Because you don't want to be paying the heat while you're not in the house. And they may have manually shut it down. Now, if the owner is there, clearly they could turn it on for you. But if not, this is a system, it may be shut down for a reason. It may be shut down because there's a carbon monoxide leak. Okay, number 2, you're not required to observe, evaluate, and report on heat exchangers. Now, this is kind of funny because with the new energy codes, heat exchangers have many, many different uses. There's water heat exchangers now, air heat exchangers, and for the most part, these are enclosed and specialized items. And particularly the heat exchanger, in this case, I believe they're referring to, is the heat exchanger inside of a furnace. And you really can't determine whether this is good because these are often in a sealed chamber, and we'll talk about this later. But that said, I will show you where you sometimes can see problems with heat exchangers, and they can actually be deadly. Number 3, observe and report on equipment or remove covers or panels that are not readily accessible. Again, when you're, for instance, opening up a furnace to take a look at the basic stuff, you don't have to go too far in. Use your discretion as to how far you open, or it maybe if a panel is in a unsafe location, like behind something, you don't have to look at it. Number 4, you absolutely don't dismantle any equipment, controls, or gauges. Now, this is, again, access panels are considered to be on off, simple things. You do not dismantle stuff. Again, the good example here would be AC units. I don't want you to be testing the AC unless really you have some proper training as an HVAC tech, because again, your biggest fear is you inspect something and it breaks. And what's the motto there? If you break it, you bought it. So again, don't dismantle any controls, equipment, controls, or gauges. Gauges can be particularly important. That gauge has a job, and its job might be to turn the system off in case it gets dangerous. And if you damage a gauge, that boiler might keep heating and heating and heating and blow up. Sounds extreme, but it's a general reminder that as you look around, you want to minimize your contacts. 5, observe and report on interior chimney flues. That said, if you can look up the chimney easily, with a mirror or something, fine. But you're not gonna, what you don't want to say is exactly that. You don't want to say everything's fine, because there may be cracks and leaks. I mean, the bricks inside a chimney, as we'll see later, can really get abused. So if you say it's okay, then they're going to treat that as a warranty. And that's why you don't want to, you can say perhaps something, I looked up it, nothing was observed. However, I'm not certifying this flue. It's, again, 90% of what you're doing is CYA. I hope you guys took a look at the reports I emailed you last time. Each one of them has a lot of CYA in it. And that's just the nature of the business. We're here for 2 hours. We're here to give basic reports. We're not being paid a fortune. We're not making any repairs. And hopefully you'll get paid a decent fortune if you do a lot of them. But anyway, that's the challenge. What else do we have? We don't have to observe on specialized items in the heating system, such as humidifiers, air purifiers, dampers, and heat reclaimers. We'll take a look at these. I'm particularly interested again with the new energy codes. There are a lot of new devices like heat exchangers and heat reclaimers built into new stoves as well as new furnaces, that the goal really is to get it so no heat, it sounds crazy, no heat goes up the chimney. That's the mantra of the new energy codes, that you capture all of the energy that you combust inside the house. Sounds actually pretty smart. It always has some pros and cons. Let's see what the other don'ts are. Are there more don'ts? Yes, there's more don'ts. Number 7, you don't activate heating, heat pump, or any system when ambient temperatures are wrong. So I'm not turning the air conditioner on when it's 30 degrees. Okay. And conversely, I don't want to put the plumbing on when it's 10 degrees. I don't want to put pipes in liquid in the system. A house might be winterized. 8, if we do not evaluate the type of material contained in insulation. And what's the good example there? That is asbestos. We do not say that, oh, that's asbestos. Why? Again, New York State is kind of crazy. And in New York State, only an asbestos investigator can make that determination. If you see something that may look like it, you can say something like exposed insulation appears to be old, suggests having an asbestos investigator take a look. But you can't say, oh, that's asbestos, even though you might be right. Again, it's kind of a pain. Number 10, again, these are the minimum standards, guys. If you want to go a little beyond and you're 100% sure and you're willing to bet your company on what you say, and I say that literally, you'll literally be betting your company on every comment you make. 10, you don't test or operate gas lugs. What's it say? Again, built-in gas burning appliances. I kind of think I'd want to turn on the gas. So I'm not sure why they say you don't do it, but the state says you don't do it. Why? Because it's a gas fixture and something's wrong or imbalanced, you might have created a gas leak. Again, this is a good thing where if you have the owner with you, let the owner test the logs, not you. And again, they say you don't handle a lot of the built-in space heaters and stuff like that. Again, I think these are electric. If they're built in, I think you should operate it. But the state says you don't do these specialized units. Number 11, determine clearance of combustibles. Make sure that a boiler or a hot water heater has proper ventilation around, space around it for maintenance. Usually 6 to 18 inches for maintenance space. But also make sure that every furnace or boiler has some supply of fresh air. And that's pretty important. 12, test for gas. You're not required to test for gas leaks or carbon monoxide. Again, it's the same challenge where you can do it voluntarily, but it's not part of your inspection. To me, I think this is kind of mandatory. I mean, I've got a sensor that I walk through a place with, and I use that as a determinant as to whether there is whether I smell gas in the property. And 13, observe and report on in-floor and in-ceiling radiant heating systems. Well, you can, in fairness, you can look at them at the manifold, but obviously you're not going to open up the floor and take a look at the pipes in the floor. So those are the don'ts. Now for AC systems. We talked about some of the heating systems, AC systems, do's and don'ts. I know this is boring. Let's try to get through fast. You shall observe and report the type of air conditioning unit and air conditioning distribution system. If it is fixed, if it's a window appliance, you do not care. Observe the system using the thermostat. Turn on the thermostat. See that slightly cooler air is coming out after a few minutes. That's your goal. And of course, make sure to turn it off afterwards. Number 3, open a representative number of readily accessible access panels to check if there are panels in the vents that are the maintenance panels. You can open up and look at it. See if there's any buildup of gunk inside, etc. Number 4, Observe and report on the condition of normally operating controls. Again, the AC units today may have things like wireless controllers. Make sure they're there. Make sure you have a ability to turn on that ceiling AC unit. You know, ironically, the seller will lose the controller, and that kind of can be a pain. 5, you are not required to. What are you not required to? 1, operate. You don't have to operate systems that have been shut down. We said that. 2, observe. You're not required to observe and report on gas-fired refrigeration systems, evaporative coolers, or wall or window mounted units. They're quite efficient if you do find them, and they're becoming popular. Although New York made them legal 10 years ago, and now they're banning them, which is really stupid. But gas is a great way of doing compression, and gas-fired refrigeration systems usually are used in things like restaurants, but you will occasionally find them in houses. Number 3, check the pressure of the system coolant. You do not have to check the pressure of the system coolant or determine leakage. Now, if you physically observe the leakage, fine, but in fact, I think I'll have a few pictures of it. I might show you the pressure gauge is needed to test this coolant pressure. You are not required to do that. Now, they say you're not required to evaluate the capacity, efficiency, or adequacy of the air conditioning system. It is kind of an art, not a science. You never know how much a system really needs, and sometimes a lot of people don't want to have too much air conditioning. In fact, it can make you sick. Number 5, you are not required to operating systems if, of course, the temperature is below 65, and that's for air conditioning units. Or if it's not safe for whatever reason, you make the call. 6, you're not required to remove covers that are not readily accessible, if it's hidden. Number 7, you're not required to dismantle equipment or gauges. You heard that. Number 8, you're not required to check the electrical current drawn by the unit. 2 reasons. 1, it changes. 2, the manufacturer's spec is out there. And 3, you're not there to gauge the electrical efficiency of the unit. That again would be an HVAC tech. And number 9, you're not required to observe and report on electronic filters. I don't know why, but they say that. So a quick reminder of how we're doing the back half of the chapter, 187 and 211 today. Some of the terms you're going to come across, well, actually, some of these are from the front plumbing section as well. I'll leave that to you to read on the chapter. I didn't really sort it out by mechanical, etc., but hopefully you'll get all these. So let's get back to that question. What are you taking to the office? What are you bringing to the inspection? Again, we have that dilemma. Do you want to bring a huge kit, or do you want to bring the absolute minimum? Well, as I just showed you, you don't have to test mechanical systems. So looking at this, this set of equipment here on the top, let's take a look. First one, GFCI tester. You got to take that. Okay, that one's a must. $3 or $10, no big deal. Number 2, this is a pinpoint tester. These are great too. I definitely would bring one of these along just to make sure you don't shock yourself. Number 3, a basic screwdriver, or actually this is a basic screwdriver. The one next to it is a pretty useful little thing, which is a pole mounted mirror. If you guys ever dealt with a pole mounted mirror, they're pretty useful for looking around corners. Although my advice is if you're going to get a pole mounted mirror, get a bigger one. The one down here below, you can see a big square pole mounted mirror. These guys did it the right way. Next one is the green is a sniffer, and that is probably checking for combustion gases. You're not officially required to use these. I bring one absolutely. I think it's very valuable to check for carbon monoxide. The next one, you see the 2 pins on top, that is a moisture meter, a moisture checker. Again, really valuable. We talked about this in the interior section. Good tool. Next one is, this is a high voltage clamp. meter. This is, while you're not required to measure the amperage or voltage going into each unit, it's good to know whether you're walking around a hot line. Now, this little pole, this little tube panel will tell you quickly if a line is hot. But if it's a big line and you're not sure, and you might have to be near it in some way, the clamp meters are really good and really safe because they just, again, clamp around the circuit and detect it. Next one is Dono, and of course, a really, really good flashlight. Now, good news is today, of course, that our cell phones do 99% of this. They don't do sniffers. Actually, believe it or not, they do sniffers. They don't do some of the other tests, but of course, how much do you bring? The argument is the minimum would be the circuit tester, a basic screwdriver for accessing panels, and a flashlight. That's what you could get away with the minimum. What I do say all the time is always think about making sure you don't leave your tools. The great thing about these cases, building the case for yourself or buying perhaps a kit that does this, is that everything's in when you go in out. This one looks like a kit actually for an HVAC guy, because he's got his gauges and he's got some mirrors to look around corners and very long screwdrivers. Those are all useful for getting into mechanical systems. But again, because everything has a place, you have everything when you leave. Again, more toolkits, the ladder debate. Excuse me, a couple of quick items go through the list. Probe thermometer. Again, I can't say enough about a thermal camera. Insanely valuable, save your life. Ice picks. Actually, thermal cameras have another big thing today, which is to talk about gauge, heat output in, for instance, a vent that's 15 feet up in the air. Water pressure gauges, again, the minimum. I use that for the plumbing. We talked about checking the base plumbing of pressure of the house. Screwdrivers, flashlights, ladders. If you're out in if you're doing suburban work, you really have to have the ability to get up on a roof. If it's a 3 or 412 roof, you're really not going to be considered doing your job unless you can get up to it. And there may be geometries of the roof that you simply can't see from the ground. So don't, at the very least, my advice, we're doing work, if you can't get up on the roof or you don't feel comfortable going up on the roof, at least go up to the gutters. The fascia and the gutter is a very, very good minimum step in your inspection, because you can see at that intersection where the roof hits the gutter, that's a great place to see rot, building rot and other types of damage. You can learn a lot about the maintenance of the building by how crappy the gutters are. So cleaning them out can be really valuable. Obviously, you're not cleaning them out, but seeing clean ones can be valuable. In fact, if I were selling a house, that would be the first thing I'd advise, is give the gutters a good cleaning. After the lawn's mowed, I'm selling a house right now, and when I came across it, the yard was 3 feet tall. So it was kind of a hard sell out there. Again, more checklists and more things. Codes. Now, when we talk about electrical and mechanical systems, you may want, and really you should have, over time, you should plan on spending time and understanding what current codes are. I say current because, especially with electrical, things have changed a lot over the years. Every 3 years, they revise the code, and every 3 years, more conditions hopefully for safety are added. And each time they add something, you're trying to keep up. Now, most of the time, you're going to inspect older houses. So understanding how they built things in the past can be just as important. Quick look on the checklist. Again, this is some of the safety items. We think about tools in the last list there, but here we think about some of your personal protection. Safety glasses, really big, especially with electrical. And again, you may need respirators as well. Coveralls and gloves. You want to have clothing that you can crawl around a dirty space in, and then take it off and go into the clean space of the house. You may want to go with a belt type tool holder or a tool bag. I usually use a backpack as a tool bag to go around. For me, I'm like, being anybody in the city, you always want to have your hands free. So I'm big on backpacks. Again, the old sheet cover for clothes, you want to be able to, again, if you're working on the inside, never forget, I'm going to say this a million times, you are inspecting a house that your client, the prospective buyer, asks you to inspect. Now, he's gotten permission from the seller, but still, if something goes wrong, the seller's going to come after you. So please make sure to think about every cleaning thing that you can do to keep that interior tight. Towels, wipes, old shoes, again, for things like crawl spaces, a complete change of clothes. You might get really dirty and you may have to, go and borrow the bathroom and change out of your clothes. And a good book you can get is the Code Checks. There's one called Code Check Complete that reviews everything. This is a really good book to have. Okay, safety. I don't think I have to tell you much about this. I don't want you dead, okay? You are frequently going to be inspecting alone, which is double scary. So you need to do two things. Buddy system, number one. In construction, they call it confined space work. And that means where you might be in a place where you might get caught, or you might be trapped and unable to get out. Never be in those positions. Well, the answer is, of course you have to be in those positions. You're going to get into a crawl space or up into an attic. You're going to go up ladders. So you've got to have a buddy system. Have somebody that knows where you are every day. If it's the owner you're working for, let them know you're there. Ideally, have somebody there with you. It may be nice to do an inspection on your own, but it's really safe to do it with another person. If you fell off that ladder, you're going to be sitting there going, my back, and nobody's going to be there to help you. Or you get caught in a bad space, or you try to climb this ladder and the paint cans slip out. Dumb as that is, these are things, your personal safety is absolutely important. And having somebody there to back you up, or more importantly, somebody on the other end of the phone line, or somebody that's going to come looking for you after 2 hours if you don't show up or check in. These are important. You probably know, if you're in construction in any way, there are several federal regulations. In fact, New York City requires workers to take a number of safety courses. One of them is called the OSHA 10, the OSHA 10-hour. OSHA is, of course, the federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration. And their job is to make sure you don't get killed at work. Well, home inspectors should think about that. The OSHA 10 is not required as a home inspector, but it is, I really, really would strongly advise you guys to get it, because it really goes through a whole level of safety that, again, may save your life. Okay, again, the mechanical learning objections. What do we want to do? List the items that are included in inspection for this. Again, plumbing, heating, and cooling systems of a property. You're going to look at each property and analyze what it has. Today, again, as we focus on heating and cooling, every house, by definition, has to have a way of being heated. In fact, it's actually a code requirement. You're not allowed to have propane heaters as the primary source for your house, in at least portable ones. In upstate, you can have portable propane heat for your house, but it is insanely expensive. I think that propane is, I'm not sure, but I don't know the numbers of the really large tanks, but I believe it's 2 to 3 times more expensive. Why do they do it upstate? Because they, in other places, because you can't get gas otherwise, one, and two, they often has oil as a backup. Of course, number 3 is, you may be inspecting a house that, for instance, is a summer cabin. And what will they have? They'll have a fireplace, and they'll have, for heating in summer, which is fine. And then they'll have propane for cooking. again, you'll generally describe the heat for the house itself and look at the system. So you can't really think about the overall inspection of the house unless you've looked at all the key mechanical systems. This is a small example of some of the mechanical equipment involved in a typical house. There's a lot of new technology. I was just discussing the other day with a guy who's selling solar panel windows. So again, we talk about how technology is going to change over the years. Picking up the heat from windows is, it may have a liquid factor, it may have a electrical factor. Excuse me. All of these, again, building technologies have evolved over 100 years and will continue to evolve. If, you know, New York State was one of the first places to really adopt steam heat in the United States. So a lot of companies were founded, for instance, up in Utica and Syracuse. I've seen Utica boilers from 1900, and they still work. They're not very efficient, but if you clean them out, they'll still crank away. For the novice inspector, this can be one of their most difficult things because you have to really get a sense of these different ages and periods of equipment. This is just a repeat. A quick reminder again, you're not inspecting everything. You are inspecting the primary function of the house. Specialty items do not get inspected. Again, quick example of specialty items. I said this is a exterior yard sprinkler with timers. Is that part of your inspection? No. It is a water device, and if I see leaking and damage or some kind of charring, okay, that's going to be in my report. Other than that, I'm going to note that there is a yard sprinkler system and it should be inspected by a specialist. You may get certified in this and you may want to inspect it. And if you feel comfortable and the weather is right, then that'll be up to you. But it's not part of your original report. On the right, of course, solar panels, also known as house burners. I have, while I think the idea of solar panels are good, the current iteration of solar panels is insanely inefficient and dangerous because they can, again, very frequently, as you see the wires running around here, when you have a heavy snow condition, for instance, solar panels can really have some problems. In fact, I think I mentioned the billion-dollar lawsuits against Solar City, yet another headache for Elon Musk, by both Walmart and Amazon, because the Solar City panels that were put onto the facilities for those companies caught on fire, like big fires. As we think about the AC system, AC is less common in New York as it is in other parts of the country. It is, let me rephrase that. It is not as integral to the design. Many houses, a lot of houses will just have or older houses would just have a window unit. I heard a funny thing last night. In 1920, at $1920, the very first window units for air conditioning, the first window units were $10,000. Oh, think about that. That's $10,1922. So a window unit was like 70,000, maybe $100,000. Obviously, that was a pretty limited market. But it's also a reminder how what fancy things from year 0, by year 10, that fancy thing has become kind of a middle class type of device. So for instance, we think of some of the greenhouses and electric cars that were only for the super rich years ago. Now they're becoming more popular. I don't know if I showed you though, but electric cars I have a particular laugh on because I have a picture from 1900. In the year 1900, New York City had more electric cars than it did combustion cars. Things to think about. Again, AC systems we're going to look at in depth. The idea of pulling refrigerant out of the atmosphere and having a having a very large efficiency gain is very interesting. And although it does take a lot of electricity, it can improve obviously the quality of the house, but it can also cause risks to the house because you are introducing cold air. Cold air hitting warm air means moisture and condensation caused by air conditioning systems is probably one of the biggest reasons why we see damage in houses. Water heaters we're going to be going through quickly, either an on-demand tankless water heater on the left or a typical tank water heater. Both have their values. Today, more and more, of course, even under sinks, you might have these point of use water heaters, not so good for a shower, but these are actually in a lot of the rest of the world. If you've traveled, I saw these in Italy, I saw these in China, I saw these in England. The point of use heaters are actually pretty common. The scary thing is that they're actually, for instance, it's inside the shower. It's inside the shower stall. You'll have this electric device that's creating water for you. Me, that's kind of scary. But again, everything, if built right and maintained well, it can add a lot of efficiency. So start thinking about the heating systems themselves. Do you guys recognize what type of system that would be just based upon some of the parts you're looking at? Can you tell me what type of system that is? That is a hot water system. It almost looks like it's a converted steam system because it's got a big, huge steam pipes in the back. In fact, I don't remember the system itself. Usually the steam system will be cast iron all the way out and all the way back. In this case, we have a weird mix of cast iron and copper. Now you can have very heavy duty copper as a way of doing a steam system. We'll get to this in a minute. So again, hot water system or hydronic systems. Hydronic systems are systems that use water to conduct energy around a house. The process is referred to as hydronics. Number one, a hot water system consists obviously of the pipes, the boiler, and the room heating units in the house. And that is going to be the boilers heating the water, circulating it, and as we'll see in a minute, being told to send water where it needs to go. As we see with a typical manifold here, we have the hot water red line coming in from the boiler and then going up, excuse me, each one of the hot or cold lines coming in has its own switch to go out. So you could, for instance, this is a future water supply, so the switch is going to stay closed, and of course the thing is capped. And you might use put in new plumbing later on. When you look at plumbing systems generally, and of course this is the water supply, and this might be water supply as well as potable supply. Actually, I'm pretty sure this is potable only, so this wouldn't be heating systems. So maybe that's the wrong picture for today. Okay, now we get to a typical system. Let's make some observations. First of all, I have a brick foundation here. Brick foundation tells me, big alarm, this house is at least 100 years old, or the building's at least 100 years old. So that's step one. But I see, looks like there's a PVC waste pipe here, right? We know it's waste. We see the purple goo on it, of course. About a 4-inch line, so I'm 99% sure it's waste. Can you do steam in PVC? No. So let's look at this just a little further. We got a black line coming down. That means this is probably, I think that's the Hartford loop. I want to say this is a gas-powered furnace. Well, let's move on. Let's look at this again. The steam systems here. This is a typical steam system you might come across. What are the triggers? Now, this is not the original building, so you can see they have just by the box itself, it's probably less than 20 years old. It does have a powered vent. So it is, again, steam systems get so much hotter, so it's hard to capture all the heat. So this is, again, there's the venting going out. The boiler is circulating high pressure steam. The steam is going through these very heavy pipes and circulating out around the house. And then when it's done, it's coming back, dropping down the Harford loop. And as it comes back, primarily is water and steam. The water blocks out, and then it goes back into the boiler, and it gets heated again. We'll see a better diagram. It's actually a better picture than I saw before. Again, when we're dealing with steam, we think of the boiler itself, the steam that's produced, and the other types of elements that might be attached to it. What you don't see with a steam boiler, is you don't see all the pumps and valves that are involved in a hot water system. And of course, another and the most common type of heating for single family houses, but not multifamily houses. Single family houses in, I guess about the 1930s, they figured out a way to do better forced air furnaces rather than steam and hot water. Well, what comes first? The steam really came first, and then I'd probably say I guess by the 1920s, 1930s, forced air comes about, and then the hot water systems came about later because they use many more sensors, and those sensors make it valuable. Of course, forced warm air is blowing air, usually like from the inside of the house in the cellar, and then capturing that air, heating it, and blowing it up into the house. Ideally, it's bringing air, either fresh air, a combination of fresh air from outdoors, as well as heating up. And then, of course, goes out through the ducts. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Another type of system is going to be the electrical heating systems. Electric heating is becoming, unfortunately, required, or actually required. Good news is that, electric resistance heating systems, these are just big space heaters that are built into the house. Now, that might be really smart for Florida. It's not terribly smart for much of New York. It is, however, as you might remember my discussion before, while New York City is the most expensive electricity in the United States, upstate New York, in areas like Watertown, believe it or not, is the cheapest electricity in the United States. And that's because they get huge supplies of it from Canada. So we actually see this huge dichotomy of too much electricity upstate, not enough electricity downstate. And another reason, of course, what makes electrical resistance really popular around New York State is it doesn't have any water. Those systems that have water, as we talked about last time, if the water's in the system is off, you're going to have a burst pipe. And that burst pipe is going to cause you a world of pain. Electric heat, of course, and oil heat are different types of ways to provide heat out to a system. Gas fired, again, goes through, and it is trying to capture as much of the heat as from that combustion, from the oil or gas heat, and then put it into the house. Technically, the electrical heat is 100% efficient in that whatever heat you get out is becoming heat inside the house. Downside is the heat is, like I said, A, expensive, and B, often the heat that you're getting is inside the walls from the high voltage electric lines you're using, rather than just the heat element itself. Okay, now there is a huge amount of talk about energy efficiency, and it's not just talk, of course, it's going to be required for newer buildings. Now, you're not a consultant for that, although you may want to. NYSERDA does offer some, you can get a certification to go with your home inspection to help people advise how they can make their houses more efficient. One of the key elements of heating is, as I said, can you capture all of the energy of the combustion that's delivered. AFUE is the percentage of heat delivered to the output. For instance, you'll be seeing the tags on a boiler, for instance, later on, and it may be 72,000 BTU in and 60,000 BTU out in heating. So this quick article here is an example of how you're going to use the internet all the time to constantly learn. This is a quick article comparing tankless and water storage units, thinking about all the different expenses, efficiency, upfront, and long-term costs. And again, the energy codes today, for instance, are going to be making these tankless water heaters more and more common, and you'll definitely see them. Okay, let's talk about how we're going to inspect a furnace. Actually, before I do, since I've got only two of you, let's take a minute. And do we have any questions so far? Anybody have any ideas, any questions so far?
No, not at all.
No, not yet.
I know I'm throwing a lot at you, I know, but
Yeah, it's a lot to review. I'm trying to follow along in the book as well, and but nothing
Okay.
yet. Yeah.
well, again, this presentation, if I haven't sent it to you yet, I'll take a break in a few minutes and I'll send it to you, okay? So again, we think about inspection. I know right now it's mostly text. Let's jump ahead to the pictures a bit. When in doubt, do pictures. We'll come back to the inspection. Also, I mentioned the national exam. If you're going to take that to do this in other states, the requirements are pretty much the same. So when you do have the presentation, you'll be able to look at the different colors. The red section is the national exam. Okay, pictures are more exciting. This is a good example of how the future is out there. And it used to be you'd have a heating boiling system and then you'd have a hot water heater. Today, they're actually combined. In this case, a hot water system where the boiler is providing hot water. The hot water goes in and fills up this tank. And the water in the tank will be used to create a shower, but the water will also be used by heat exchangers inside the tank that are going to provide hot water. They're going to heat the water for the pipes going around and heating the house. This is a good example, again, not of the textbook that you'll see today, things that have changed in the last 10 years. Now, as I said, I actually went out to Las Vegas last January for 3 days just to look at all these different systems out there. And actually, this is a suggestion to you. I'm going out to the National Association of Home Builders show on January 31st in Vegas again. No, I don't go to gamble. I actually go to learn this stuff. So if you are interested, you might want to put that on your calendar. You can do it really cheap. I think the access to the 3 to 5 million square feet of exhibit hall is free. And you just pay for a plane ticket and a hotel. But it's 3-day show that will teach you a lot about what is out there today in mechanical systems. I actually think I strongly advise it for you guys to go to local home shows if there are any. Obviously, you're going to be spending time understanding what's at the Home Depots and stuff. But if you really want to do something interesting, some of the contractor shows like the National Association of Home Builders show can really help you continue learning. So that's 3 days in Vegas for me. Actually, I go really cheap, so I make the trips very inexpensive. But if you know how to do that in Vegas, Vegas is kind of cheesy. What's the key rule to making a Vegas trip cheap? Don't gamble. So let's get back to the fun. Again, constantly evolving technologies, especially with these new energy code things. Now, why are they having only one heat source? Well, hey, 2 heat sources, it's kind of a waste. Remember, this thing here is just a tank. It has no burner, okay? So we've got only one heat source. That's a good start. We're sharing that heat source with house water and the house shower. Well, the risk of that is you might have a slightly colder shower once in a while, but other than that, the hot water system, of course, comes out with a boiler, the manifold that's going out to each one of the rooms. And because it's hot water, you've got things like a pressure tank to balance the pressure. This is a great chart, and I think it's worth looking at. This is the next 2 hours summarized in one slide. Oh, you like that, huh? So definitely either grab a quick snapshot of this or definitely look at it when I send it to you. This talks about the primary heating systems of a house. Forced warm air, again, most common for single family, post-war houses. Steam radiant heat, again, common for, again, very older systems. Why is it old? What potential problems would you have? Well, it's old. The pipes might be old. The radiator might be clogged up. These are things to think about. The radiant heating is a more common one today. Excuse me, it's not very common today in this area. It's really common in Europe, and it is probably one of the more efficient ways. And radiant heating is efficient because it heats your house slowly, similar to heat pumps and hot water baseboards. But more importantly, it only puts the heat where you need it, which is at the floor level. Because once it heats the floor, then the warm air will rise up, and the majority of your heat will be where it's needed most, which is the bottom 5 feet of the floor where the humans are. Good news is, of course, it's a closed system, so it doesn't have allergens like forced warm air does. It definitely can be expensive to install, and oh yeah, if it breaks, it can be pretty expensive. These days, they have a lot of radiant systems that have pretty good repairing features, where if there's a minor hole or nick, they almost will seal themselves. But broadly, floor radiant heating has been around for a long time, but it's not the best. I saw one of the best radiant heatings I saw recently, huge one. It was very old, and it made a lot of sense that the building had a very, very tall, it had a 100-foot tall ceiling. Of course, the building is St. Patrick's Cathedral. And this was actually the way cathedrals were built, where they would have 120 years ago or 150 years ago, this is one of the first uses of steam pipes under the floors. And you can imagine it's pretty crazy to try to heat in a religious building, to try to heat all the way up to the top of the building, when you really just have to heat maybe a couple times a week. You have to heat down by where the people are. So radiant heating, again, it's been around for a long time also. I mean, there are the Romans called them tepidariums and caldariums, I believe they were called, for the heated rooms. They had radiant heating 2,000 years ago with lead pipes. A lot of houses will have hot water systems where they'll have radiators or baseboards around. Again, these are a lot of variations on this, as we'll see, but one of the biggest problems, of course, is when you have this on the wall, you got to be careful how you put your furniture around. It's again, they have some downsides, just like hot water baseboards. Electric baseboards are out there too. What's good about electric baseboards? They don't freeze. They don't make much noise. They don't clank. Of course, the biggest problem with electric baseboards is the cost of electricity. So again, forced air, steam, radiant, hot water, and electric.
Brian, I had a question, sorry, about the radiant heating. So how can you tell if the floor has the radiant heating elements in it? Are you looking for just like the heating element like control box? Are you looking for like any deficiencies in the floor, and if it's a wavy or anything like that, it could be cause for a leak or something like that?
Excellent questions. How would you know? Well, first of all, you've already inspected the heat plant underneath. So hopefully you've been able to follow the pipes up. And if as you're looking around upstairs, you notice there's no radiators, as I said, one of your first jobs is to make sure there's a heating source for every room. So one step is to point a thermal camera at the roof. Two is to ask the owner, and three, you should be able to see signs like, on the underside of the floor, you might see the pipes themselves. We'll see a lot of pictures here later. But if it's really well hidden, I mean, there's going to be pipes coming from the boiler going to it. Chances are there's a manifold that's going to it, and you'll be able to identify that.
Okay.
But yeah, it's all about follow the pipes.
All right. Thank you.
You'll see some pictures in a minute, though, actually, regarding that. Okay, so of course, we talk about standard heating. We think about convectors. Convectors can be either one or two pipe. Now, if it's a hot water system, a hot water radiator, the hot water is going to circulate in, cool off, radiate the heat out, and then cooler water is going to go back down. In steam radiators, you will have steam. 60 liters of steam comes in. That's a lot. Under pressure, 60 liters of steam comes into this radiator and goes from steam to water again, and it becomes only 1 ounce of water. So you see this amazing amount of steam releasing an incredible amount of energy and having a very small amount of water drip back and go back through the system again. In a two-pipe system, you could either be hotter, it could be hot water, or it could be a two-pipe steam system that lets water drip back on a separate line. Alternatively, you might have a one-pipe steam system where the steam goes up into the radiator and drips back down as water after it evaporates. On the right side, one of the important parts for hydronic systems today is that people are starting to more and more put better controls or valves on the radiators. I mean, a lot of radiators had valves over the years. These new ones can actually be thermostatically controlled. So even though it's a 100-year-old steam system, there are ways to start getting some really decent efficiency in these new systems. So keep an eye out for that. This one, however, is probably a hot water system because, again, I see the copper pipes here. These aren't really heavy duty. It looks like there's a heavy duty fixture here, but yeah, I'm betting that's a hot water system. As I showed you with that little valve, the TRV, the temperature regulator valve, is a really good energy saver for old units, and that's another thing to think about when we talk about as we look at building technologies. How you can, you don't want to replace the whole steam system, but by putting the temperature regulating valve, you can actually force less steam to come in, which reduces the amount of heat. I mean, I'm currently sitting in a steam apartment building. It's a 1960 14-story apartment building, and they have a steam plant that works. It's about 86 degrees in here right now. In fact, I gotta open the door because the steam system is working too well. And normally I'd feel guilty opening the door, but I actually look out the window, and almost every apartment in the sister building across from me also has all their windows open. Because yes, it's 35, 40 degrees outside, but it's 90 degrees inside. So always thinking about that balance is important. Now, you may be inspecting, of course, a house where the heat isn't on, and more importantly, you may not be able to turn it on. But you do want to take, make observations of the general condition. Does the radiator, is it well mounted? Does it jiggle? It sounds dumb, but sometimes they move. Does it have that temperature regulator valve? That's a good indicator that they are trying to keep an efficient system. Is there signs of really heavy corrosion? Are there water damage signs on the wood around the floor? These are things that you want to keep an eye out as you inspect. Now, you may not get, you probably will not go and open up a radiator, but if you do, this is what you would see if you did open a radiator. Again, a cast iron radiator is good, but it's not going to last forever. And based upon the water quality circulating in the steam system, you may have corrosion buildup. Over time, yes, rust is going to happen. That's just part of the deal. How would you detect rust on the outside? Well, you can't. You're not going to open up and disconnect the radiator, but you may see signs that, again, that there is some kind of rust. Another thing that I have a pet peeve on is paint. You're not supposed to paint radiators. Paint on a radiator is actually insulation. Literally is a layer of insulation. There are special types of paint that have to be used when you paint a radiator, and they have a lot of metal in them, and that metal conducts the heat through the paint better. Okay, this is a good example of, as we think about some of the steam systems and the radiators with them, it's not uncommon that you'll have a steam system that has been retrofitted from steam to hot water, where they'll add a lot more pipes or perhaps replace the pipes. This is a basic look at the hot water, a hot water boiler. This is a medium efficiency. I say medium efficiency because it does have a required metal flue. Newer ultra high efficiency boilers might have a PVC flue instead, indicating they're really, really optimizing the energy. And of course, if this thing burns 95% efficient, there's no heat going up the flue. At 80% efficiency, there's still quite a bit of heat going up that flue. So you can see a couple things to look at. One, obviously the backdraft protection here, this dome, what looks like a drip protector here to capture any condensation. So what does hot water do? It's technically not boiling water, but it's heating the water significantly. And here you can see a gas line coming in, the black gas line coming in. See that the silver line is, of course, the emergency shutoff. Very important thing, the emergency shutoff on anything. So what am I inspecting? Again, and one more time, you see this brick foundation again, which tells me this is 100 years old, which means this boiler is not the first boiler that was ever in this building. Okay, you can see the brick pad it's built on. We have a nice water storage tank over here. So this boiler is powering a water storage tank, and the hot water goes up, gets into a manifold, and then circulates around the house. Again, on the right side, a little look at what goes on inside of a boiler. Now, this boiler may be, in this case, it's a hot water coil. So rather than a tank with water on the inside for boiling. So here we have a typical combustion. The burner, of course, is firing air up through the heat exchangers. Heat exchangers are either by liquid or hot, heating the hot water coils, and they are shipping the hot out into the house. Now you're heating water, so every time you deal with water, you always want a safety relief valve, pressure relief valve. Again, if the water gets too hot, it can explode if it starts becoming steam. So the expansion tank keeps the air from going too crazy on the way back, and the safety relief valve is there to prevent the explosion on the way out. And again, what are you looking for? You're looking for charring, you're looking for any kind of damage. But the key thing here is to understand the idea of the water supply being brought in, and because there's always a little bit of evaporation. You've got the heating system. It doesn't say what kind of heating system this is. Let's just imagine it's a gas heating system. The hot water gets heated and shipped around the house and then gets returned. Of course, some of the hot water is going to the radiators, some of the hot water is going to the potable. So as you can see, in this case, there are two different systems. And then the water returns. Again, the heating loop is a closed loop, and it goes back through the system again, gets heated, goes back out. Obviously, the hot water, the potable water is not going to be coming back. It's a one-way trip, but the heating water is, of course, circulating and transferring the heat to the radiators. Another quick look at some of the parts. I want you to be very familiar. This diagram here is a really important hot water diagram. We've got the boiler itself, outside of the boiler. Again, we think about all of the safety devices that go into a typical boiler. First of all, we talk the energy coming in. Well, the gas pipe, of course, has a shutoff valve. It's got, usually this can just be a simple switch. The gas will come down, have a drip leg, and then go into the boiler. Of course, the boiler does the heat, the gas goes up, and the excess energy goes up the flue. So I've heated the water, and let's take a look. So the hot water got all heated, and it's, first of all, it's pressure gauge to make sure you can monitor. And what does that do? It's there to say, hey, pressure's too hot, turn off the boiler for a while. I'm up to 130 to 140 degrees, click, turn off the boiler, and then turn it back on later. That on, off is one of the things you want to listen for. If you're at a boiler or hot water heater and it's clicking all the time, that tells you that you may have a problem. I mean, in the sense that the perhaps the thermostat or thermocouple is broken and you're not getting an accurate reading on temperature. Okay, so here we go. We got the hot water coming up. Pressure relief valve, just in case it gets too high, boom, it'll spurt out onto the floor here as a backup. So again, I got a closed loop of water. In theory, no water leaves, no water enters, but of course a little does. Master switch on the water supply. So, hey, you got to do pipe work, turn it off. As the water comes up, oops, got an air vent. There's a good chance there might be bubbling air here. At the pressure, the water's coming up and the excess pressure water goes into the expansion tank. And that's usually where you might have the air form up. So that air vent picks it up and gets rid of it. Now at this point, actually, you notice that you have a supply coming in of water. The city water, this is where, again, the water comes in, backflow preventer, so your heating water can't go out back into the city line, very important. Remember, water, like electricity, is always flowing only one way. So here we got the city water dripping in just a little water as the water evaporates. Here the water's gone up. The living room's told me I need some heat. The thermostat in the living room said need some heat. It sends a signal back. It turns on the circulator pump. The circulator pump grabs some hot water and pushes it out into the room that needs it. Okay, so it's gone out at 120, let's say 140 degrees, let's say, and it goes out to the living room, hits the pipes, energy released. Comes back at maybe 90 degrees, so it's given up a lot of energy, comes back at 90 degrees and back into the system to be heated again and back out. So again, all along the way, you have drain valves for things like cleaning, ball valves for shut off. What if you want to maintain the system, or what if there's a leak? There's a leak, first thing you do, wham, wham, get these ball valves, prevent the steam from circulating, and hit the emergency switch on the boiler to turn it off. And this is important. If the emergency switch on the boiler is turned off, you are not turning it on. Remember what he said earlier, it's really important. If it's off, it's off. This is why it's really useful to go through with an existing owner, let them turn the heat on. And what's your point where you won't inspect? First of all, you're going to do a visual inspection. Outside, you're going to document and take a plate of the boiler, a picture of the boiler plate to document what it is. Oops. And then you move on from there. Let's jump ahead. Now, this is an interesting one. This is one of my, I really like this arrangement. I'm a big guy on redundancy. This was actually a small medical building, so they had to have heat and redundancy. Probably this would actually be a good system for a larger house. If you inspect maybe a 10 or 20,000 square foot house, all the normal mechanical systems get much bigger. And this is a reminder to you, if you are doing larger buildings, make sure you're charging more, because there is a complexity factor and literally all the equipment changes. So can you guys, anybody guess why there's two boilers here? Well, it's a big house. It's a there are boilers, but they're not a steam system. This, as you can see by the copper piping, this is a hot water system. Now, this is a very ingenious layout, very sophisticated layout where two boilers are designed to work one at a time or in both together. So they can really provide a lot of hot heat into the house where necessary. So what do we have? We have black gas lines coming in. So we see how it's powered. Now the boiler, the blue box, the boiler is going to heat the water. Of course, the gas exhaust is going to go up the flue. Now, each one of these boilers, let's say it's running with only one. It's midweek. We maybe one is shut down for maintenance, or it's running low cycle because it's not that cold outside. So you got the boiler is it's just running one. The hot water is going to be going up here, getting pumped up into the house, and it's going up to this master manifold in the back. But here we got a red pump, a red one-way valve. The hot water is going to come up from the boiler into here and into this master manifold. The good news is this one's off. So this red valve is preventing the hot water from this working boiler from flowing backwards into the existing boiler. So in this case, the hot water flows from the single boiler, goes to the splits, the combining system here, goes on a single line back to the manifold pipe on the back of the wall. If you notice the copper pipe on the back of the wall, that's kind of the master circulation. So hot waters come up here, come down here, around into the master circulation, and then the pumps will turn on and send the water to whatever area needs it. Now, what if the temperature's dropping, and even though this one's running 100%, it's still going on. Now the thermostat turns this one on automatically. Now I've got two boilers running. As you can see, the hot water is going to stem up from here, meet the hot water that's coming out of this one. They'll combine and then go out to the manifold and circulate around the house. So that you can see here, this is a nice sophisticated system with dual boilers. Again, things I look at. One of the things I always look at in any picture, I ask myself, what's the overall age of the building? Obviously, this is a brand new retrofit, and I can see the what looks like old concrete block plastered on top of, or excuse me, not block, plaster that's on top of what looks like an old rubble wall. So again, this is a retrofit in a 100-plus-year-old building. I show you this because there's a lot of old buildings here, guys. Average age of buildings in Brooklyn is 90 years. So you need to think about the types of construction. And again, you're asking the question, why? First thing I'm answering is this is not original equipment. This is a retrofit system. Probably, again, it's a hot water system. You can see the electrical boxes and conduits that are the controls and the pump power that are feeding into this system. Another good image of a single tank. This is probably one of the best explanations for the hot water system. Again, a single boiler. The water comes up, gets heated. It comes up out, and it works its way. I think in this case, it actually works over to here. No, 1, 2, 3. Trying to think of how I'm going to get to that main manifold. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. The hot water. Oh, I think in this one, it's coming down from here. The hot water comes up around. And I believe with pressure gauges, it goes through here and breaks off to some pumps, and then other water flows into this main manifold and gets routed out around the house. So you got to be a little bit of an investigator. Now, you don't have to figure it out perfectly. You may not be able to see all the pipes, but this is clearly, what are you looking for? It's a hot water system. So you're looking for, additional corrosion, signs of leaks and damage. Remember, this isn't under super high pressure, but it is hot water. So if it breaks, it can really hurt somebody. And of course, further up, you see the pipe, and you can see what's called the Hartford loop, which is where the steam, the latent steam from the system gets turned back into water and then goes back into the boiler for another trip around. Another example of hot water images, we think about, again, the concept of follow the water. Make sure you can kind of understand, well, it looks like that. I saw radiators up on the second floor, and hey, you look at the box and it's marked second floor heat, right? That's always a good way to figure out. You're looking for corrosion, leaks, and burns. Again, understanding that this thermostat is the one that's going to be turning on the pump to pump things up and send it up around the house. In some cases, rather than a pump on each line, what you'll have is you'll just have a gate valve, and the gate valve is operated by a thermocouple. So again, they have the thermostat out in the room says, I need some heat. The thermostat sends a message. The message gets this valve. The valve opens up. Hot water goes out into the room. This is a typical electrical connections for a hot water system. Now, don't worry, you don't need to know this, but when you get the chance, think about the idea of, hey, my timer says turn on. And when the timer says turn on, the thermostat says, oh, I'm already really hot, so don't turn on. So, and then as that goes around, of course, it'll turn on the hot water pumps that are pumping the hot water into the house. But before that, of course, it's going to send a signal back to the boiler itself. The boiler is going to turn on and provide the heat. Don't worry about the wiring here. Just understand that there's some basic communications going out between the boiler, the hot water pumps, and maybe the thermostat or programmer, or perhaps the individual thermostat in the room. So as we talk about some of the sensors for hot water system, this is, again, yet another look at what I believe was a converted boiler to hot water system. As you can see, coming out of the boiler, we got this monstrously strong steel manifold. The steel manifold is is going to copper, which is weaker, and then it's distributing around the house. This one is interesting because it actually has some spare capacity. If you look, the four primary ones going up and distributing around the house, and they're mounting off the roof and then going, or off the ceiling and then going up into the house. Also, we have over here, we've got a couple of mounted areas that are stubbed off. So this is expansion. This is a future expansion. Looks like the pump is there, but the pump's going into a dead end, so it's no good. So they've got it all set up so someday they can add some extra lines, perhaps for a radiant floor or for an addition to the house. So it's not uncommon to see when they put a new system in, they will put some excess capacity, in this case, these stubbed lines, so that they can use the water elsewhere. Again, signals from all around the house will come to the primary computer. The primary computer will turn on, well, they're not really computers in the old days. Today they are, but it will turn on the pumps as necessary and turn on the boiler as necessary to distribute the hot water. We think about the zones. As I said, in a hot water system, there are many different, there may be many pumps. In this case, again, the thermostats are out there in each zone, and the boiler is cranking out the heat. First step is to make sure that it doesn't go out at too high a pressure. So it's got an expansion tank and a pressure relief valve. And that hot water is then going to go out. And again, it's going to pass through the flange for the living room. And the living room says, hey, I need some heat. So the electric signal is going to turn the flange, which is going to turn the motor on, and the motor is going to pump hot water into the baseboards. Most of the hot water then is going to bypass and go to the next one. And maybe instead of the baseboards, it's going out here to a radiant flooring manifold. So you might have two different types of systems mixed in. Think of the radiant flooring not as the heating system itself, but as a type of radiation for a hot water system. Although, in fairness, there are electrical radiant floors, which obviously wouldn't be in this, they'd be in the electrical system. The electrical systems are good, but I worry about getting shocked. The Germans have some new ones that are floor radiant systems, and they use a gel. So again, if you accidentally put a nail through the radiant floor or the floor bends or something, the gel inside of the radiant flooring kind of fills the crack automatically. Okay, let's talk about steam and boilers. Boilers are an incredible invention. They were invented a long time ago, 200 years ago. The idea is really simple. Steam is really, really powerful. By the time you've gotten hot water up, it has that a lot of energy and it wants to move it. So, as I described earlier, when the water turns, if you remember your physics, in terms of calories, to take 1 gram of water, a gram of water to go from 0 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees, to 100 degrees Celsius, which is 212 degrees, the boiling point, that's 100 calories of energy. So it takes 100 calories to go from freezing to heat. Now, to go from boiling water to steam, that's another 540 calories. So it takes 5 times as much energy to go from water to steam as it does to go from ice to water or ice to hot water. So although there's actually quite a bit of energy going to ice, that's a whole different. Long story short, that steam power is really valuable, but it does require protection. Steam, that pressure can break pipes, and if it does, it can be really deadly. Now, the other factor about steam is we think about maintenance. These pieces of equipment here are some of the telltale equipment that are common in older steam boilers. Obviously, this is a very old system on the left. It's got, you can see a lot of the corrosion around it. These are, the steam here. There's a big tank on the inside where the hot water becomes steam, and they measure the pressure in that tank. There is one of the items that you can recognize is what I call these pigtails. Well, the industry calls them pigtails, and they actually function as a trap, just like a trap in a toilet works, where it's dry inside this meter, and all the steam and air pressure would come up, and by the time it loops back around and hits a reservoir, a trap of water here, the steam never goes up into the mechanical system. So this pigtail serves as protection for the gauge and make sure it never gets damaged. What's the gauge doing? Well, the gauge is, in this case, as the water presses up, it's providing a pressure gauge. This one, similarly, is as the air presses up, it's detecting temperature. And of course, if the temperature gets too high, you can see that electrical switch, the electrical wiring, and that is going to, of course, turn off or turn on the boiler. Other things we see are, here we got this test cock here that's there to test the water. On the right side, in the green unit, again, we see the pigtails for the radiator. This pipe is clear, it's a glass pipe, and this is actually the same height as the water inside the boiler. And it's the same height, but one of the challenges is you can also see that it's really filthy inside. And that tells me that this whole system needs to be flushed. So that's when you see a lot of dirt inside this test valve, the water level valve, you know that you've got a maintenance issue. That's if dirt in this thing is always a big issue that you want to put on your report. Again, another great example of an old steam pipe system getting a nice new steam boiler on top of it. In this case, again, you can see the ductwork going out the back side. So this is a medium efficiency boiler. Some of the things you look at, of course, the silver line comes down to the emergency cutoff switch. Now, the emergency cutoff switch in 1 and 2 families is going to be on the boiler. If it's 3 and 4 families in New York City, it actually has to be outside of the boiler room. And if that is important, if it's 3 family and above, the boiler has to be enclosed separately from the rest of the house. But again, we've got, and that boiler would be whether it's heat or steam, any combustion device, you've got to have it as a separate system. And here we've got, again, the ancient pipes. Look at monstrous steel pipes. Okay. And the steam is getting heated in the tank, and it's going up and then circulating around. This one's looks like it's circulating this way, I think, and then coming back this way, passing underneath the Hartford loop to get rid of all the excess water, and then returning into the system. Now, today's more modern boilers have a lot of, they are becoming more and more efficient, as I said earlier, by capturing as much as the heat as possible. Now, how does it do that? Today's, the slightly older boilers, you'll see a front use, you'll be able to see the burners on the inside. That's a really good sign that it's not the most efficient. Now these ones are good. They have a lot. What makes the energy transfer efficient is not the heat source, but the way the heat source interfaces with the air or water that's going to bring the heat around the building. At the 80% ones, again, will have, first of all, they'll have a metal flue. That's one of the easiest ways to tell. From the outside, you'll be able to see the burner. You can usually lift off the front panel here to take a look. The high efficiency boilers, what's different here? First of all, it may have, as the air passes through the filter and comes in, it may have a blower that goes different speeds. It may have a blower that goes at different speeds. You might hear the different variable speeds. And with that, there's also a blower that is forcing the hot air over the exchangers as much as possible. And by maximizing the heat, from the gas inside the burner, and maximize the connection to the heat exchangers before the hot air leaves the building and leaves the burner, you want to capture so much of the heat that you can. Again, high efficiency boilers today, you can't really see the inside. You could take off the front panel, but there's less visible other than the fans on the inside. The inside heat exchanger, for the most part, you simply won't be able to see. I will show you some examples of old heater exchangers in a minute that you could investigate and the risk of them. Now, as the hot water, and again, this being a furnace, the recycled air is going out, passing over the heat exchanger as much as possible, capturing all that hot air and going out. The combustion air, again, comes in, passes over inside the heat exchangers, transfers as much as they can, and then whatever's left goes out. The goal of these high efficiency ones, again, they'll turn themselves on and off as necessary. They'll increase their air as necessary. And with that, they will really capture almost all the heat. And so again, the PVC pipe is one of the best indicators that it's a high efficiency boiler, but you're also going to take a picture of these plaques as a second way. Tankless is another method for getting stuff done. Let's see, guys, it's 10:30. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. So everybody good? You guys hear me?
Yes.
So let's take a 5-minute break and I'm just gonna stretch, maybe, I make it 10 minutes. I gotta stretch, get a little coffee to get us through the day.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
So 10-minute break, starting now. Okay, I'm back. Are you guys around?
Yep.
Okay, well, as we went through, going back through our heating systems again, hopefully, I'm kind of going in circles on these different types of heating systems because I want you to, keep an eye out, hopefully to see how the piping evolves in these systems. This picture has, a typical tankless boiler. A couple of good and bad things about it that I want to look at. First of all, one smart thing, one of my biggest beasts with these boilers is the way the water flows through at a high temperature. It's relatively common that hard water will calcify and clog up the burners. So this one is good in that the water supply coming in is passing through a water filter, and that to me is just smart design. Excuse me. So we see the water coming in, passing through the water filter and cruising out. We also see another thing I don't like about this is we've got the emergency shutoff switch is behind a pipe. Now I know that copper pipe's 4 or 5 inches off the wall, but I don't like that cutoff switch being blocked. And even more so, I don't like that the electrical outlet is not as easily accessible as it should be. So these are just quick observations on this one picture. Again, Renai is a typical, I believe it's an Italian company, and they make pretty good ones. But again, if you have bad water supply, these will fall apart in a year. So I'm very vigilant about keeping an eye on these water supplies as to how well they'll perform, particularly when you'll see the water flow up in the shower. If you're in the house and these systems are operational, you're allowed, the owner turned them on for you, or they were already on for your inspection. You will want to pay attention to how much water you're getting on the other end. Conversely, you'll look at maintenance issues. As you can see here, this water supply is coming out. It has 3 trunk lines for 3 different fixtures out in the house. And then it's got 2 caps that are spares for future expansion, as we saw with the last one. Again, it's coming out here hot, so they do add some insulation where they can to minimize the heat loss. My phones are deciding to lose their charge on me. So again, as you look at this, you see, you ask yourself, you're following the line. First thing I do, obviously, is I am following the gas in. The heavy steel connectors here are clearly, that's a gas connection coming in, and it's coming in right to the center of the tank. The hot and cold water is coming in. Looks like several different outlets for it. And it is, going to go up and get burned and go up out into the house. It's interesting. This has a couple extra devices. I'm not sure why they're. I think one is this is probably a boiler system. So the lines coming out the bottom are going to the hot water heating system, and actually the lines coming out the bottom are probably going to the hot water potable system. The lines coming out over here to these much thicker dimension pipes, they are probably going out to the gas fired hot water system for the house, for heating system for the house. Probably this is actually, most probably, that could be a radiant floor. And again, you may have a house, it's not uncommon to have a hybrid system. You'll have partial electric, partial steam, and even partial, tank. You'll have, for instance, the steam is 90% of the heat, and then the 10% for really cold times, that would be where the tankless water heater would kick in and provide heat. So it's not uncommon to see many different systems as you walk around the house. And you'll document, okay, I found a boiler, hot water heater. It's a Carrier XYZ. I found a Rinnai wall-mounted boiler combination hot water heater boiler. And it appears to be doing the new addition to the house, for instance. Again, more combination. This is a larger boiler, and it is again providing, as we just showed a minute ago, it's a high efficiency one. So you can see its exhaust is going out PVC pipes, and it is providing again hot water, and for, in this case, the heating system of the house, as well as the potable water. Devices that you might see, as I said earlier, you'll see systems that are trying to capture, excuse me, trying to capture the dirt before it goes into the house. So again, when we've talked about a combination boiler with a tank, this is one, and we saw one of these earlier. This is a good diagram I want you to kind of get an eye out for. Again, here's the boiler here. Every time, remember we talk always about controlling the flow of water. Okay, so here, it's leaving the tank, it's going into, let's see if I get this right. In this case, well, it's flowing this way. So cold water's coming into the tank, gets heated. The heat is coming out, going around. Again, check valves to make sure it doesn't go backwards. In this case, it is coming in the top of the tank. So it's circulating, hot at the top, cold at the bottom. So that's a closed circulating loop. Now, inside that circulating loop is heating the inside of this tank. And that tank is, again, going around and then providing heat to all the other fixtures in the house. So it's a loop within a loop. And you can't really see inside of these. So you're going to be able to try to tell by the valves on the outside. For instance, you see obviously a heat source, and then you see a water tank that doesn't have a heat source. And that is going to be, again, a heat exchanging tank. So again, we look at a typical system like this where we've got that wall mounted boiler. We've got the, as you can see, literally by the colors where we're going, we've got the, I'm trying to cycle this myself. That looks like the hot water is coming into the primary manifold and going into the red lines, and the blue lines are being supplied somewhere. And as you can see, with these PEX systems, you can gently bend the PEX and then go out into the house. Now, I mentioned gently bend because if you see PEX systems, now notice that these are mounted, clipped onto the wall. If you see PEX systems that are crimped or bent really sharply, sometimes they can't be repaired depending on which type of PEX it is. We talked about this a little in the pipe section last time. So we actually have a heating systems here. I mean, this one's in pretty good shape. You can see all the future manifolds available for expansion. And you got a water filter filtering the water as it comes in. And they're going to build big on that. Now, there is an electric outlet. And one of the things we talked about with GFCIs, this is a case where the electric outlet is near the heater, but it's not GFCI. It's within 3 feet of a water source, but it's not GFCI. And the reason why is, again, you don't want these things to flip off. So these will stay on and maybe even be attached to an alarm if that circuit gets burned, rather than having automatically shut off and not tell anybody. Clearly, if your boiler's chugging along at 120 degrees Fahrenheit, and for whatever reason, steam or a spurt of water or maybe a leak, if it gets down, if this were a GFCI outlet, it would flip off and again, your house would freeze. Again, more combination boilers. I want you to see these because they're going to be more common in the future. You'd be correct in saying, Brian, I don't see many of them yet. And you'd be right. But I'm telling you, there's going to be more of them. Now, what are we looking at here? This is really interesting. First of all, look at the walls. I got a brick wall behind. What's the brick wall tell me? It's a 100-year-old house. And you can even see the wood beams up above. Then my next question is, hey, Brian, how's this thing powered? Well, look at those pipes up there. Those are big, huge steam pipes. Now, is this a steam boiler? Probably not. It's probably a hot water system. 99% it's a hot water system because of the heavy copper pipe going through it. So assuming that's a hot water system, again, you get in this case, you have two pipes, intake and output. It's very common that the air for these boilers will actually come from outside rather than inside, because you don't want to suck all the air out of the cellar. But of course, the exhausting vent is going to go out to the outside, of course. So again, we have the hot water supplies plug into this main line. Looks like, first of all, we got the yellow line coming down, and that is yellow, the double line wall. That is a flexible gas line. So we got the flexible gas line coming in, attaching to a steel stem, going in and powering by gas this boiler. Cold water goes in, hot water comes out. Hot water is on this main stem here. Okay, the big heavy copper stem. It comes out of the boiler. Some of it goes left. And when it goes left, it goes up, gets double pumped up, and it's being pumped up into the existing steam system, the existing steam pipes as hot water. And it looks like there's a loop to make sure that this becomes a closed loop around, and then it is going out in this direction. It's probably going out to be a potable water supply. So again, hot and cold water, hot potable and hot non-potable water are being provided by the same machine. What's the tank down here for? Of course, the tank down here is so that this freshly heated water at high pressure the pressure gets stepped down, so it doesn't go out at really high pressure, or worse, convert to steam and run out into the system, because it might break pipes. Although it does look like the old steel pipes from the original building are intact. Now you can imagine this, you got this wall-mounted unit here. There was probably a huge steam boiler here before for the house. And that steam boiler got replaced by this tankless system. Okay, more tankless systems again. Quick look on the left. Again, hot water coming in, cold water coming in, getting used, hot water coming out. On the right side, this is another example of how this type of boiler might be deployed in a house. In this case, the boiler is just mounted on the wall down in the basement, so it doesn't really take much space. So the hot water is cruising around from the boiler, and it helps a couple radiators down here in the cellar, and it keeps going around, picks up a couple more radiators. So one part of the loop was for heat. Another part of the loop is going to go up and go into the cylinder, right? Now this water is not potable because it's on the loop. So it's going to go up into here, and it's going to circulate around. And inside of that loop, again, is the heat exchange pipes. And those heat exchange pipes are going to pick up heat. They're going to heat the water, and that water is going to go out to your shower. So it's not direct. The hot loop goes out here and comes back cold. It releases a lot of energy in this tank, in this cylinder. In this cylinder, there's an exchanger which picks up the hot water, which takes you to your fixtures. Up above, you might also see they may have just to prevent the water from running out in the system. You'll have a supply tank to make sure that makes up. So you took a shower, right? So 20 gallons of water has to be refilled into this internal loop, whereas the heating loop probably uses less water. So the central heating feed tank is up there as well, and it's gonna drop down and add water when necessary to the main line. Another quick example, again, you've got the a boiler typically coming out. In this case, the boiler is heating that water heater, and it is going out, passing the check valves and stuff, and it's heating water-based boards and also radiant-based boards, and then circulating back, getting heated again, going back out. So again, the heating hydronic system is a closed loop, and it by heat exchange, it's going to heat the floors or heat the water tank or heat the baseboards. And that's the idea, in that you might, again, one more time, it might be one boiler with many different purposes, but also it might be, many different boilers in different zones, and you've got to figure that out in the house. I always say the best thing you can do when you're going to do an inspection is to get a floor plan for the house before you go. Hopefully the broker selling has a floor plan, and that will help you out. I did mention solar a number of times. It is, again, it's not as popular here in the United States for solar water. It is popular in the Southwest. It's really popular in Arizona. One of my professors actually did a house with this about 35 years ago, really ahead of his time. But he really wasn't, actually, because, of course, thick walls and water in the walls has been used forever, really, for thousands of years as a way of heating houses. In the Southwest, they call it adobe, where you have thick houses, thick walls that absorb the heat during the day. And you have similar stuff here in in traditional housing construction, where they would have a large fireplace with a huge stone base, because that stone base would radiate heat at night. In this case, this is up on the roof. We've got a solar panel. In this case, the solar panel, rather than going to electricity, the solar panel is providing heat to a water tank on the roof. This is really catching on, and I think this is going to be much more common in the future. Now, so what we've got here is we've got the solar panels are providing a certain amount of heat, and the it's mixing in with a standard gas boiler that's inside the house. And the idea is simple. If the water is coming into the house at, let's say, 40 to 50 degrees from from underground, so the water might be going to the tank and getting a preheat up to maybe 80 or 90 degrees. And that's going to make the boiler's job a lot easier, because then the boiler has to go from 90 to 140 or 120 instead of 50 to 120, a lot less energy. So again, letting the sun help you in many ways has a lot of value. The downside is anytime you create pipes, you have potential bursting of pipes, and you have potential leaking of pipes. So I guess that's the same thing. So there's lots of variations on this. This is an interesting layout that was for a very sophisticated home. You probably won't see much of these. And then most importantly, again, this is a specialized system. It's not, technically the solar part of it is not part of your inspection, but you do want to note that the solar is combined in with the primary gas system as a booster. Okay.
Sorry, Brian. On the last
Yeah.
slide, you had circled some of the junctions.
Yeah.
What are those indicating?
Well, these are just mergers where the cold water is being supplied in the house. The cold, again, there's non-potable water. In this case, the boiler is getting cold water, heating it up, and then same as the solar. Both the solar is getting, let's say it's both coming in at 50. The solar is going to take it from 50 maybe to 90, and then punch it back into the circulation. There may be times where you only need the solar system to heat the house. There may also be times where you'll have the booster from the gas here to push additional heat into the system. As you can see, anytime you're having heat going out, the hot water heat going out, you got to have a check valve to make sure the heat doesn't go backwards. So at these joints, we've got, cold was coming in, and the single cold supply for the whole place, it was going in and sending water out. And some of the water was also going out to the solar panel, heating up the water in this tank. This tank is then coming out and combining and getting boosted by the gas boiler and heating the house. Did that explain it?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Kind of, it's all about kind of tracing the lines. Now, boilers, again, we're going to spend a little more time on the steam heating. This is a couple of different things we see here on the left side. First of all, we can see the burners. Can we see gas burners coming in? So that's at best a medium efficiency unit. In this case, you have removed the front panel. Now, removing the front panel is considered to be an easily accessible panel, so you should remove this. Now, if you open it up and you don't feel comfortable, or you don't feel comfortable removing it because maybe there's rust around the perimeter of it, you don't have to take this off, but taking it off has a lot of value. Here, I'm looking at the general condition of the transformers and the wiring, which is, determining the on-off based upon the thermostats. And I can see the burners. The gas is coming in this pipe and going out the burners. And this is an open air burn. So this is at best a medium efficiency boiler. But it is relatively new. I got good things going on. I see the proper safety off switch. That's good. Okay, on the right side, another good image of a pretty modern oil powered, that's an oil burner right there. Or is it? It's kind of tricky. Yeah, it's got to be an oil burner. It almost looks like a gas burner, but I'm going to stay with oil. Huh. Anyway, long story short, if you have the combustion in the boiler tank goes in, you've got this monstrous steam pipe going out. And as you can see again, this steam pipe is clearly a retrofit of an older house. One more time, I look at these older walls and it tells me, and the lolly column holding up the beam, this is an older house. You can see, oh, here it is. Look at that rust back there. That rust area in the top right, that is the vent for the old boiler. So here's the new boiler. It's put in. It's using the same heavy pipes going out around the house. But let's, again, we've got the combustion in here, the combustion air exiting the house at this aluminum vent. And then, of course, the hot water, the steam is by pressure pushing up the pipe. Now, you're probably saying to yourself, Brian, it's pushing up the pipe and going up, but it's also pushing back down. What's that? Well, that's called a Hartford loop. And the idea is that at about this point right here, actually literally at this point, because that's the top of the loop, we have the level between water and steam. And everywhere above that water line is steam, which means this pipe is fully filled with steam. And in fact, the steam is also pressing down here as well. However, the water inside is about the level of this Hartford loop. So the water returning from the building is going to be coming back up this line and in, and as it goes up and around the Hartford loop, it gets rid of the air, and then the water goes back down in and circulates again through the system. We'll see this again in a minute, but this is a relatively modern retrofitted steam boiler, and it appears to be, again, I'm thinking that it's oil, but the way the heavy iron line here, it very well could be gas. There's an even bigger probability. In fact, I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say this is something I really like, which is this is a combination system. This is what's called a dual fuel system. And again, it would tell you on the plaque on the boiler, it's a slant fin boiler, and on the plaque, it'll tell you gas or oil or both. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm pretty sure there's a combo system. I got the gas coming around and in sideways, and the primary injector, I believe through this black line, is an oil burning supply. So you got a combination system, conversion of steam, an existing an old steam system became upgraded and new, still steam system. Now, I talked about that Hartford loop and an explanation about where the steam line is. On the left is a typical steam boiler. The idea is that, you get the heat, the steam goes up, but some of it goes back down, as we saw in the last one. And that one going back down has a purpose. And let's take a look on the right side, what that purpose is. So you got the steam vessel is enclosed, okay? All the pipes attached to it are enclosed. They are in a totally closed system. The steam goes up in the pipe. Some of the steam pushes back down. And again, because these are essentially the same system, the water level in the pipe, the water level in the main tank is exactly the same as the water level in the viewing glass, the water level. And it's also, most importantly, it's just above the Harford loop. So this is called a Harford loop right here. And it is just above that because the steam, as it comes back, again, once it lost all its energy, it turns back to water. And then, but it stays at a certain pressure because that original steam pressure is pushing down on it the whole time. So again, you can see water all the way across, the water is the same. In this case, you can see here the water level, you can see the water glass here, the water level indicator, and you can imagine the steam runs right there and it runs right at the Harford loop. So steam pushes down here, water pushes up and down and around. Again, we talked about a typical radiator, pretty simple. With steam, how do you know it's steam? Because there's only one valve, there's only one entrance in. That's one way. The other way to tell is it's got the bubbler, the air vent. And the goal here is, again, as I said, every place in the system above that water line, every place, which includes up in the radiator, is all steam. But as the steam does cool down, it drips back, a small amount of water drips back and works its way back to the main boiler where it gets heated again and sent back around. So here again, that heavy steam came in, steam's coming up, a little bit of steam goes in the radiator and a little water drips back out. The water is going downhill and it's working its way back to the boiler. Here, more steam's coming up. It's going into the radiator. Mind you, you've got a lot of bends and turns here. And because of that, and because of the way steam and air go back and forth, you also have air vents along the way. And that is to alleviate excess pressure. Just like the shock absorbers we saw earlier with the water systems, steam obviously can have a great challenge. You guys, everybody's probably heard the sound of steam water hammer, where the pipes start boom, 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 smacking away. Well, that's because the air built up in the pipes, and it basically has a sonic shock wave as the water passes through it. So along various systems, you'll see the air vents, and I'll show you some pictures of that in a minute. So again, hot steam everywhere above the boiler water line is steam. So the steam goes up to all these different vents, hopefully kind of evenly, and then drips back as water. The wet return comes back. It goes over the Harford loop, but it doesn't go above the boiler line because that steam pushing down, and then the water goes into the supply. Well, here's some good images. Again, what do we have here? We have a new installation of it looks like it's a gas-powered boiler. The blue is gas-powered. You see the 1-inch gas line on the right. We have some pretty heavy steam pipes, and you can determine it's steam. First of all, I don't see any of those water pumps for the most part. Second, I see that water gauge. And third, I see, again, the very heavy pipes that are being used. Let me just crank up my desk for a second. As I work during the day, it's a standing desk is a really good tool. Nice to be able to go up and down and keep yourself going sitting in the chair all day and talking is a little of a brain fry, and I hope you guys are okay as well. So what do we have here? Again, we see the blue tape. That's the correct tape for our steam lines. We see the water coming out, going up into the system. Along the way, there's also a little bit of a leak check valve to drain off any water. One of the important things about steam is when you turn on the system the first time for the year, you need to bleed out all the water and the air in the system. And that's what these check valves are for. When you first turn the steam on, you really want to get as much of that air out as you can to get the system going. And more importantly, when you shut the system down for the year, you want to drain the steam. You want to drain the water so it doesn't cause rust over time. Here we have a separate water tank. I just showed you a whole bunch of examples of water heaters that were integrated into and doing heat exchange off of the boiler. In this case, of course, the more common used for today is the standalone water tank. Now, again, good examples of some of the images of an old building. Again, brick walls, wood joists. You know, that's a 100+ building. If I look at that wood, it might be older than that. If you can see the gray of the wood right here. Now, in this case, they put some drywall underneath the wood to kind of protect the wood from moisture. So that's a good strategy. Now, the steam here is, we've got a large steam line, and along it, there are a couple of overpressure valves that, you know, will release the excess steam when necessary. And my guess is that that steam, as it releases, would have gone up into the wood. So here they put these boards in so that the steam won't damage the wood. On the right side, this is yet another heating unit. This was actually one of our one of the crappy $10,000 houses I showed you last time. There's a couple things to look at here. First of all, obviously, it looks like it's a pretty old unit. It's, well, I could say worse things, but it does look like there's a gas line coming into it. And the gas line appears to be poorly connected, where it is apparently not anchored properly. And that is a little bit of a concern, a lot of a concern, actually. I don't want to see gas lines that are anything less than extremely well attached. In this case, it's in a cellar of yet another old house, 100+ house. And down here, I look for a bunch of things. I look for standing water on the floor. I look for what I think is the vent maybe going up this old chimney here. And, you know, that's very common. Is that chimney clear? There's a lot of dust down here, which tells me there might be some problems with airflow in the space. It's clearly a cellar. So I definitely, you want to check things like the filters to make sure it's not completely shot. Again, with that steam, you want to make sure you've got that venting along the way. You'd be looking for the vents. Here's another image on the left, again, of another retrofitted system. You got these monstrous steel pipes. You can imagine how expensive this was when these houses were first built. You know, this is a lot of money. And this is one of the, you know, the cost of steam heating was so much more. And then in the post-war period, when they came up with furnace, you know, air-blown houses, it made suburban houses much cheaper to build. On the right side, generally, what I don't want to see is leakage or like shoddy work. In this case, you've got a bit of, you've got some stuff up here that's sitting on top of a shelf, and it looks like there's a number of corrosion issues. But again, the gas pipe running down here, it's stub, and then it's going out. You can see they put a little tape to hold on some adjacent stuff. Again, I don't like to see sloppy piping near gas lines. And it looks like this area, well, it's not as bad as I thought. On the left side, again, I want you to really take a good look. at this old, they put a new steam plant in since, but look how big that primary manifold was for steam. They wanted that steam to come in and then dissipate and go up, 4 or 5 different channels. So they had that monstrous manifold to manage the flow of steam. Water and steam behave very differently. So in this case, the 6-inch manifold works going into a 2-inch or 2.5-inch steam line, whereas water, you might do a 3-inch manifold to a 2.5-inch steam line. Okay, yet another view of that steam pipe. And again, the main thing I want to emphasize is right here, the blue line, the boiler water line. So the water's heating above a certain point inside the primary tank, steam above, water below. And we follow that all the way through. The steam comes up. Some of the steam pushes the water back down and recycles. But most of the steam is going to go up into the house and release its energy in the vents, in the radiators. And at each of the radiators, there may be a buildup of water. And so the main vents are always there to deal with overpressure, to release any extra energy that's too much. And also to prevent backups as the water drips back. You want to make sure the water doesn't clog up the system. Again, the water drips back, drips down, and where we've got hot steam on these sides, it's all dripping back as water essentially, even though there's steam in the pipe, there is the water drifts back and then goes under the boiler water line and back into the system. I did this as a steam system on the left, but really that's actually a hot water system. I stand corrected. Here we've got a house boiler, a wall-mounted boiler, which is producing hot water, not steam. And obviously the hot water is going out, and some of it's transferring to the water tank. And then from that master water tank, again, this was a closed loop. The center loop is then going out and feeding each of the radiators or the plumbing fixtures. And then the closed loop comes back, but the outer loop, of course, just goes down the sink and gets replaced by a tank. Usually, sometimes the house will have a tank for backup water, and sometimes they'll just have water flow from the primary water for the house. On the right side, again, I'm a big fan of looking at old drawings. This is like a 1930s drawing of a house. It was some of the early thermostats, and this is an early hot water. Actually, no, it's a steam system. But it's a reminder, how the stuff has evolved. So of course the air comes in, heats, creates steam, the vent gas goes out, the steam goes up the supply pipe, goes up into each radiator, comes back down, goes over the loop to prevent the steam, and the return water comes back in and starts the process again. Again, it's really valuable to get like a book of how they did things 100 years ago. There's I think I have a couple of books on the reference, and if you ask me, I'll send them out, the PDFs if I have. There's actually a number on Google Books. If you go on Google Books, they have a couple of books online of how things were done many years ago. I was researching a book in Brooklyn, building in Brooklyn, and I actually was able to find on Google Books a book on how to build buildings written by the engineer. And the building was a church, so it had a pretty complex structural system. And the book showed me how he thought about how the building was built. So again, study your old stuff, understand old systems like these steam systems. You're pretty much not going to deal with them very often. But the concept is, again, that steam goes up. They try to prevent the steam. They capture the steam to make sure it stays in. They make sure no junk comes back into the system. turns back into to water again, gets heated again, and goes back out in the radiators. Again, the check valves and stuff and the traps are there to make sure the water never flows backwards. More on the left side, another vent for a steam line, big steam line. And why do they spend the time to do that extra run? Why don't they just put it here? By stemming it up about a foot or two, it protects the gauge from being damaged. On the right side, again, sometimes you're going to be in a place where it's not so pretty, and you got to figure out how the steam system works. In this case, this one is painted over, and it's not pretty, but it seems to be in good shape. It's just it does have a little rust on the outside, and what I believe was probably heavy lead paint on the outside. So do keep those in mind. Again, just in the last couple of weeks, the state of New York has released some really tough rules that we may have additional modules requirements for lead inspection in the future. Keep that in mind. I don't know. Have we done enough of these? Let's go through this one more time. Here we go. Boiler, hot. Hot goes up. Hot goes out into the house. Hot gets used. Water drips back. Along the way, as the water drips back, it goes over the Hartford loop. It's got to go uphill, and which gets rid of all of the steam, goes back downhill as water only, and then back in and heats again. Key elements that let you know it's a boiler. One is a window or a light, a glass that shows the water level inside. So the worst thing that can happen with a steam system is the water bleeds off. If the water bleeds off, then you have you're heating, but there's no steam in the system, and you're not going to work very well. And then, or worse, it'll damage itself. Okay. Ferry, I think, or Paul, I think it was you, was talking about the importance of the plates.
Yeah.
This is a couple, again, you're going to take pictures of every plate you see. On the left is a fun one. This is a very old gas boiler. I like this because this company was actually, the boiler's old when there isn't a zip code on the address of the building, of the company. Now, I actually know this building because this is, if anybody's been to Bryant Park, the building called the American Radiator Building on the south side of Bryant Park. It's now the Bryant Park Hotel. This was the headquarters of this company. And it's actually a very special piece of architecture because the building is lit up at the top at night as if it's on fire. It's pretty cool. But let's talk about the valve itself. So you would be able to look at some of the basic issues. Steam. Again, maximum 15 pounds of pressure for steam. That's a lot. And 50 pounds of pressure for the water, which is kind of about normal. Again, it has, even with these old plaques, they've got the old serial numbers. You can see here on the left side, it's got, I think that says input 800,000 and output 640,000. So that means you've got the 800,000 BTUs of gas is a lot of gas. Okay, and of course, in this case, it's equipped for natural gas, NAT. Sometimes it'll say nat and oil, sometimes it'll say propane, lots of variations on that. And again, it's 2,000 square feet of steam. That is a pretty big system. So these are and it's got a basic electric outlet. So this is that's the old plaque. But you would be able to take American Standard and serial number, and you could tell what year it was produced. Here's a newer one, newer plaque, little newer, it's old now. In this case, this is we look what it is. It's oil fired service water heater. Okay, automatic storage water heater. So first of all, how many gallons? 70 gallons. Okay, so I'm going to report it's a 70 gallon. I'm going to report it is a John Wood water heater. Model number just use these, model number JW77717, serial number X. Now, as you'll see, you can put these serial numbers in and get some stuff. Now, quick estimate, boilers last roughly 25 to 35 years, depending on water. Water heaters last 8 to 12 years. If you get water filters for them and maintain them, they'll go to 20 years. So it's all about getting the junk out and maintaining the water heater as best as possible. There's yearly maintenance that needs to be done on things like flushing the water. We do this with the steam system and with the water heaters, and that will extend the life. Now, as Paul was indicating, there is a website where you can, buildingcenter.org, you can look up your water heater by, look the year and put the stuff in, and it'll tell you the age of the water heater. So buildingcenter.org is pretty useful. There's a couple more plates. Again, you absolutely want to take pictures of these plates, for your inspection. And I mentioned this because one of the reasons is between the time you inspect and the time the house is built or the house is sold, they may switch these things. So you want to say, well, this was the tank I saw that day. And again, it talks about things like the clearances around and how the air supplies works. Let's see, American water heater. What do we got here? Water heater is designed to withstand 400 degrees. That's pretty good. So, you can, so what do we got here? We got direct ventilation. What's our supply? Is this gas? Anybody see the supply? 42,000 BTUs, 50-gallon water tank. This serial number, you put it in, you'll be able to tell the year it was made. Oh, there it is, natural gas. So it's a natural gas, 50-gallon tank, American Water Heater Company, model number or serial number you could put on. Produced, I believe it was produced in 1992. Oh, actually, these are the standards that it's designed for. Okay, so because of that, again, you haven't gotten the date yet. Sometimes if you know how to read the codes, you'll be able to figure out the date. But what you'll do is generally you'll just put this number into that buildingcenter.org, and you'll be able to say the water heater was manufactured in 1994, and therefore it's now 2022, so it's 18 years old, and it may be need to replace in the near future. Same thing over here, another water heater picture, a smaller tank, a 40-gallon tank, natural gas. Input is 35,000, output's about usually about 80%. So in this case, it's keeping a 80-gallon tank or 40-gallon tank heat hot. Yet another on a furnace plate. I was just looking at one of these for a rooftop unit, and it was like 700,000 BTUs. So that's a little larger unit. So here again, we've got a natural gas furnace. This is a forced air furnace, so it's heating the air 30 to 60 degrees higher. Maximum outlet air temperature 175 degrees. You do not want 175 degrees coming out of your forced air furnace. That would heat your house real fast. And that's actually an example of when you do test the system in the house, if you can turn it on, if the owner's there or if the system is readily available, you want to use a thermal camera or something, or a thermometer at least, to identify what your outlet temperature is. It better not be coming out 175. That'll like melt the paint. In this case, again, serial number 4298 means it was made in the 42nd week of 1998. Again, it's natural gas, it's 22 years old, and its condition is, what is its general condition? I don't know, I can't see it, but that would be part of your inspection. You try to identify the date and the source, natural gas, and take it from there. Okay, back to forced form air systems. These are very common for houses, one family houses, because they're cheap. They were cheap, getting more expensive. They heated a house pretty well, and they heated it fast, and people feel when hot air blows on you. and that actually is kind of important to a lot of people. That floor heating system, the radiant floor, the water, the heat pump systems, you don't feel the heat as fast. And because it's heating the air, it's providing about 90-degree heat to a 70-degree room. So it's not very noticeable. Hot, forced warm air is providing 140-degree or 130-degree heat into a room, and therefore you really feel it. Of course, how does it work? If you haven't seen one of these systems before, of course, the air is circling and cycling from the heater. It is getting air returned from around the house, and then it filters it and heats it up, sends it up the primary plenum. The plenum is the main pipe. Air is like water. It doesn't like taking turns. Big turns slow down the airflow. It's called laminar flow. So it's very important that that a system is designed so it makes as few bends as possible. This design here is actually pretty bad because it's making several big bends, and that's going to make it a lot less efficient. Where you can with ducts, you want to take slow turns so that there's as little energy loss as possible. Quick example, again, here we have a forced warm air system and a boiler system. Now you're probably saying, what's going on here? Well, the air is circulating, it's being returned from the house, filters, and then it goes up, passes through the blower, and what's heating it? Well, actually, the heat is being provided for this forced air system by the boiler. The hot water from the boiler is coming in and out, and it's going through a radiator in here, and the hot air passes over the radiator and heats the house. So again, neat configurable system. And this is true, as we saw with the old steam systems, sometimes you're going to retrofit a new unit onto an old distribution system in a house. In fact, most of the time you'll do that. So here again, we have the steam system is, the boiler is providing the heat. There may be electric heat here also. There may be a gas burner here also. In this case, it looks like a pretty small box. So it looks like the only heat source is, again, might be an electric heat system here, and the stuff. So in this stack, you've got the blower, the filter and blower, which blows air over the radiator and then gets blown up into the ductwork. Here on the right side, again, a simple diagram of a typical older gas burner. The air comes in from the bottom, blows up. The air flows over the heat exchangers without ever exchanging the same air. It's different air. And then the air circulates out into the house. The combustion air, of course, goes in from the front burner and then goes inside the heat exchangers and then up the exhaust. Here's another quick picture. Guys, I'm going to run for 1 minute. I'll be right back. Hold on. 1 minute. Okay, sorry about that. This is a good kit of parts image also for a forced warm air furnace. Now, what's the challenge with a forced warm air furnace? It's that you're heating the air. Now, when you heat air, technically in wintertime, when the air is pretty dry already, it's come from the outside, so it's cold, and which means it's not carrying much moisture. You heat up that there, and there's even less moisture. So the biggest problem, of course, with forced warm air, that it's very dry. You know, when you're a good humidity, you know, 10, 15, 20% for a house, it might drop down to 5% in the wintertime as the air, as the moisture really gets blasted out of the system by forced warm air. So while you're filtering the air, also because there's less moisture, it's common that it, again, as you deal with much less moisture, you'll deal with a lot less, you know, a lot more dust perhaps that'll be out there. So hi, John, how are you? Again, we have here, we've got the filter to cut down the dust on the way in, very important. And today the filters can actually be kind of engineered themselves. But for the most part, for your inspection, pull out the filter, look at it, see if it's really ridiculously dirty. You know, it's just needs some maintenance. The grills themselves, as you look around at a fresh air system, as you're walking around the house, the dust on the return is a good indicator. One of the things I keep an eye out for that's become more and more of an issue for brokers is pets. A house that that had a cat or a dog, there are more and more people that are becoming much more allergic to pets. So my wife can't even go into a house for more than a half hour that has dogs in it. So it's just, that's something that you'll deal with in inspections. You know, you're looking at a house that is empty, perhaps, or actually, if there are pets in the house, you'll be noting that on your report. You know, there's a big golden, you know, golden lab and 10 rabbits in the house. Okay, that means you got a serious hair problem. Conversely, it's what do you call it? It's a Shih Tzu or something, which is a dog that doesn't shed any hair, so that would be less of a problem. But pets can be a big deal. You can often figure out that by the filter or the return vent, and you'll see it there. Again, a house may have a humidifier in the system. The humidifier itself will not be part of your inspection technically, because it's considered a specialized system, and you'd have to open it up. And also it's a potential liability because humidifiers often are not maintained properly, and they the risk is, and you usually have to screw them off to open them up. So because of that opening process, it's one of the many reasons why the state says you don't have to inspect it. The humidifier itself and its, you know, the wet pad dripping down is good. It's very helpful, but because it's, you know, water in a closed system, it's a potential contaminant. Again, as we walk around every room, we're going to ask ourselves, is there a supply and a return for air? And ideally, you'll be able to see this down below underneath the house in the basement, or hopefully not in the crawl space, but yeah, you're going to have to do crawl spaces once in a while. And you do want to kind of track to see every room on every floor has some kind of supply and return for heating. In this case, when we look at the branch circuits underneath, we talked about the again, the bottom section being, you know, the access panel. You pull the first one off the bottom, that's going to be the big blower fan, right? And then the next one is going to be the heat exchange system, in this case from the air conditioning unit and or split system outside the house. And then from there, you will go further up. And then again, you may have one level of this deck for cooling and one level for heating, as they put, for instance, an electric booster on. Then when you go out into the plenum, one of the things we'll talk about frequently is one of the things I like a lot, and it's become very popular with COVID, is a UV light that we'll see later. UV lights are a really sexy way to control it. Another good example on circulation. Again, I hope hopefully a couple of these diagrams get to you to make you think about how the system works. Again, the blower goes up, it goes onto the primary plenum and circulates hot air out. And then the hot air sinks, and at the bottom of the floor, you'll have cold air returns, and it slowly pulls the air back, heats it again, and goes up. Another quick image from a sheet metal perspective of all the different types of connectors you might have in a house. We think about how ductwork does a good job at actually fitting between the wooden joists. But again, the overall supply could either be a fixed rigid plenum. The most efficient is, in an ideal world, you would have round only, because round is the most efficient way to travel with rounded bends. But sometimes you don't have that luxury, so most of the time, to fit through the clearances of the people walking under you, the primary supply will be usually a rectangular form. It goes out here, the air goes into each duct. These are all limited in length, 10 to 20 feet for the rigid ones. The flex ones, because of the floppy edge, the jagged edge on the inside of a flex duct, while they're easy to put in, they're not the most efficient for circulating air. Excuse me. Now, just as forced air can have zones, you can have zones in ductwork where you might have centralized control, where you'll have a damper inside the ductwork that would turn the air circulation for a certain part of the house on or off. Alternatively, when you see a document something like this, you can see a little power going to it. This may also be a UV sensor as well. Now, one of the challenges of forced warm air is, of course, sweating and ductwork. Usually, when the ductwork is excuse me, when the ductwork is flowing air conditioning through, you run that risk of, again, cold air passing through the pipes, touching warm air outside and causing condensation. And this condensation can cause all sorts of different problems. Sweating pipes can be the same, and we think about insulation on the pipes. Okay, let's see if I get this drawing one more time. A couple of interesting parts about this one for a forced warm air. First of all, again, we see the power or the emergency off switch. This may just be a breaker, but in newer houses, there will be a power, an emergency cutoff. In this case, near the emergency cutoff is, of course, the gas shut off, because if something goes wrong, you want to cut that gas supply as quickly as possible. Of course, this is a medium efficiency, older style boiler. The gas is going to come in, the heated gas from the pipes is going to go up through these heat exchangers. The regular air is going to pass over the heat exchangers and capture as much air as you can and send it out into the house. Okay, these are some, let's see what's going on. The one on the left. This one looks like we got again, obviously a forced warm air overall system. We have that white line is a condensate leak line, because as moist air goes up the pipe, the water will drip back down, and you don't want that condensate to build up. So you got a little drip line there. Of course, this silver line is the combustion line working its way around. Now, what we have here is the bottom is going to be the fan. This area here is what looks like, there's the gas. There's the gas coming in. So we have a gas furnace here. Okay, and then on top of the gas furnace, we have another box. If you look closely, you see a copper and an insulated line coming into the top box. And that copper and insulated line is, of course, that is the supply from an air conditioning system. So a heat pump on the outside of the house. The copper is the high pressure, and the black is the suction line going back out. So here we've got a boiler, excuse me, not a boiler, a forced warm air heater, natural gas, and then on top of it is a air conditioning unit to cool you off in the summertime. On the right side, again, what do we have? Doing a little more investigation. We got a carrier system. We've got a black gas line coming down into the carrier. Again, plenum here, heating system here, hot foam wrapped line and copper line here. And that tells me, of course, that this is another air conditioning system. So we've got this 3-level pump, gas, furnace, and AC or heat pump exchanger before it goes up into the duct. Pretty good. That's, you know, these are modern systems. They're designed to be both central air and central heating, and does the job. Comfort. It's all about comfort for the users. It's not expensive, but it provides comfort. Again, yet another forced warm air. What do I got here? So we got some interesting new stuff here. First of all, I see the PVC. So that tells me this is, hold on, somebody came in. Hi, William. How are you? Again, the forced warm air systems here, the air supply is going out. It looks like, I believe the one is supply into the furnace here, a high efficiency furnace. Same thing, air return here comes up from down below, and from below it then goes up through the pump or the duct, the fan into the heater, and then probably to, it looks like there's another air conditioner connection, and then up into the ductwork. Here they've gone to the trouble of a smart move of adding some insulation around the ductwork to just get maximum value. This is much more modern. This is the most modern one we've seen, in that first of all, it's a high efficiency boiler, so you've got the PVC piping, so it's probably 90% boiler. Second of all, it's using a heat pump from the outside. And third of all, they've taken the time to add this extra insulation to lose as little heat as they can. I mean, this air returning, if it's passing through the cellar space, it's going to lose temperature, which then you have to heat it up again. So the insulation here adds value by minimizing, by not heating the cellar. And that makes it more efficient. Again, we think about these systems, right? With this bottom feed return, we always ask the question, where's the filter and is it doing its job? Check it where you can. And the filter cleanliness is a great indicator of maintenance. Again, that's pretty much a brand new system. Now, we've all learned, again, with COVID, we've gotten this germ freak mentality that we all have, and not wrong, but one of the things we do is, this is a, no, it's not a lightsaber. It's an ultraviolet stick. And in the early days of COVID, I got this to alleviate the fears of some of the people in my household. But this frequently is inside of the ductwork. As you can see here, the makeup air coming in might be full of dust. So you want to get as much filter as you can. The return itself may have dust from the house, and the makeup may have, so of course it's going to try to get as much out of the filter as you can. Today's filters may actually be electronic devices unto themselves. Sometimes they will actually have, they'll have an electric charge to them, an ozone generating charge, so that they can really kill all the particles before they go into the chamber. And that is a big advantage, because that dust is going to get burnt and build up as crap inside the furnace and make it last less. And it'll go over the condenser here, or the A-frame. It's going to clog up these as well. So the cleaner the air coming in, the better your life will be. Here again, they're passing over an ultraviolet thing. After it's been heated, it passes over a UV to kill all the living germs. You know, the dust will still be there, but at least the germs will be dead. So you will definitely see this bolted on the side of ductwork, a lot more common these days. And, you know, again, people have become germaphobes. And this isn't new. Pollution is a big deal around the world, obviously. One of my clients, actually a lot of clients, I did a lot of work with Chinese people that were investing in the United States. Now, China's air pollution is so bad. And in fact, really, it's not, I don't want to pick on China. It's true everywhere. Actually, the most polluted city in the world is actually in India, for full reference. But New York used to be really filthy. And California, a place like Los Angeles, they're filthy today. Again, that's a function of climate and weather and airflow, et cetera. New York, generally, all of New York State has pretty damn good air. But you might live next to a power plant, or I use that as a real example. I actually, about 20 years ago, I moved out of Astoria, Queens, because the power plants in Astoria were putting out so much pollution that the children living in Astoria had one of the highest youth asthma rates in the entire country. So I actually got up and moved. So air filters can be a big deal for a potential buyer. Again, this is an example of you're filtering the dust as well as the bio stuff. In fact, this is the way, I think I mentioned this before in the water section, this is the way New York City treats its water. New York City gets water from aqueducts upstate, and the aqueducts are really, really efficient and good. But the aqueducts, the federal law says that New York City is supposed to filter its water. So instead of filtering the water for $50 billion, they pass all of New York City's water over 15 seconds of ultraviolet light. And that ultraviolet light supposedly kills everything. So that is their solution to not having to filter and hopefully providing good, healthy water to New York City. Again, light being used to filter water. Light is finding many uses today, obviously, because light is just yet another form of energy transmission. Heat is just one spectrum of light, as we know. Visual light, ultraviolet light is the high end, and further up the spectrum, we see energy transfer by things like obviously cell phones and the frequency of millimeter, microwave, and further up that we use for communications every day. Of course, one particular frequency, as we know, of microwave at the higher frequency, one particular frequency happens to make water molecules vibrate, and thus the accidental discovery of the microwave oven and the death of a whole lot of guys that worked on anti-aircraft batteries at the radar batteries. So anyway, we think about forced air and keeping the air clean. It's a big deal with clients. You will have, in terms of your inspection, understanding the airflow around a house is important. For instance, if there's a crawl space underneath, keeping the air flowing is a pretty big amenity. This particularly is important with radon. If we took the M12 class, we talked about radon gas building up in cellars. So having a constant flow underneath the house is valuable, and also can be used as a backup cooling system. If it's, in the wintertime, you turn on these fans, or the nighttime, you turn on the fan in the summer, and it'll make the air underneath the house much cooler. And you see the same thing with attics. These are types of passive system designs that help assist a house balance itself energy-wise. There are a lot, housing, the MEP systems, the mechanical, electric, and plumbing systems are going to get so much more complex in the coming years. You'll really pick up a lot of, you'll always be learning on the different systems that you see. Another, as I said, for checking about with forced air systems, kind of checking out the health of a system. Now, the Standard operating procedure says you're not required to look in the ducts, but it's become much easier to do so. Again, you're not required to, but if you look in and you see it's really dirty, that's something I want to put on my report. Again, especially, for instance, if there were pets in the house. This is the inside of a duct, and I mean, that's just nasty. And my sister's place, when my brother had her ducts cleaned out, it was a 6-inch cylindrical duct like this, and it was about 1/3 blocked by rabbit hair and dog hair. So you can imagine that's not healthy. And these are the types of things that if you can spot, again, you're not required to, but if you can see how you might be able to look through this vent and see it pretty easily. Now, let's talk about forced warm air. Forced warm air is not the most efficient. This is a great diagram. I talked earlier about how radiant flooring is a lot more efficient because it heats at the ground level. But it's also trickier for you as an inspector to figure out whether it's working or not. Forced warm air, you turn on a furnace and bam, you feel the heat coming out. 140 degrees and man, it's cooking. But hot air, what's it going to do? It's going to go up to the top of the house. It's going to heat the roof and then kind of fall down and go out. Now that's not really efficient. What you see with radiant flooring, and I deal with radiators generally, if you're able to keep the heat at the lower part of the house. Again, if it's only coming in at 78, it's not as much of a rise. 140, baby, that air is going to rise. But at 78, air just a little above the ambient goal temperature, you're with the radiant flooring, you are providing it does warm the room. It doesn't warm it fast, but it does provide a very low cost and efficient comfort zone. Hey, you're getting 78 degrees the whole place, where here you're actually, again, you've got that imbalance within a room as the air goes from hot to cold on its way back out to the return. So I think this is a great diagram to make you think about how air flows around a room. Forced warm air is maybe good for 8-foot rooms and everywhere, but particularly with areas like cathedral ceilings, you may not be the most efficient. And also, of course, when you've got all this hot air up here, what else do you have? You've got condensation. And that's where in the structural section, we looked at some pictures of cathedral ceilings that were very badly damaged by water damage. Well, that water damage may have come from condensation because of overheating the main room. Okay, now we've talked about forced warm air, and sometimes it has electric burners in it, and sometimes it has, sometimes it might have a combination of split systems attached to it. This is a electric only furnace, and these use a lot of electricity. These may be 30 to 50 amps, and they can work for a long time. No moving parts. The moving parts are the dust as the air flows through. As you know, when the dusty air hits the elements, some of the dust will burn. You might smell the burn. You might smell, the dust might settle inside and over time cause a problem. This is again, the bottom of just a really filthy and old electrical furnace. But I also want you to look at the thickness of the wires. This is a really, the different levels here, different trays of power, they are using a lot of electricity, 10 or 15 amps per deck. So here on the right side, this is a great image of, and as you can see, this one here is clearly, you'd mark it as repair or replace, because although it looks like everything more or less is in place, the amount of dust here and the spare parts sitting around here tells me that a professional needs to take a good look at this building again, or this heating system again. On the right side, okay, you turn on, you come home from work, it's 40 degrees outside. you got to start heating the house. The house has dropped down to like 55 degrees and you want it to be 68. So you click on the furnace or you turn up the thermostat, and what happens? The thermostat sends a signal to the heater. Heater turns on the blower. The blower has one of the sheets, one of the decks of the thermostat turns on. And so bam, you just started dropping, 5 kilowatts or 5,000 watts divided by 120. You just started dumping as much as 40 amps. Probably not that high. Maybe 10 amps worth of heat just turned on. Okay. Then you turn about 90 seconds later, and it staggers the turning on of the heat, because if you turn on 50 to 100 amps all at once, poof, you're going to blow the circuits in your house. You're going to blow the main circuit in your house. So the electric furnace will turn a little on at a time, working all the way up to 5 elements being on in about 5 minutes. And that will give the primary electric panel time to balance the load at the breaker to so you don't throw any breakers. So here I turned it on, step 1. 60 to 90 minutes, 60 minutes, 60 seconds later, boom, number 2 comes on. 2 minutes later, number 3 comes on. Maybe 3 minutes later, number 4 comes on. 5 minutes later, it's number 5. And in that stage furnace, again, they turn on in sequence as the thermostat requires them to. It goes the other way, of course. As the house gets colder, the thermostat will automatically turn it on as needed. If you've got 3 of them on and the thermostat's still going down, you turn on a 4th, you turn on a 5th. Again, well, this is a good example of a electric furnace. I forgot the rest of the slide, but a Goodman furnace, as we saw earlier, it's a module. One module underneath is the impeller fan. Then this module is the electric furnace with the layers of electric coming out the back. And then the module above that might be the AC or the heat pump unit, and then the ductwork going into the house. Quick reminder of heating needs. As I said, New York is in several zones of heat, and it can get pretty nasty in the wintertime in the mountain parts of the state. So just a little reminder of how to manage electric heat. Again, it looks like they need a lot more heat in much of New York State, but what's the good news? The good news is that the electricity is a lot cheaper up there. So again, in fact, New York City, as of a financial report I read yesterday, New York State Con Ed electric costs are going up 40% this year. And don't feel bad, it's like 300% in Europe. So these are things to think about. Electric, as we said, we talked about baseboard heating. And this is a typical baseboard heating in a house. As you can see, multiple heating sources. It's got a fireplace. And it's an older house. So they really couldn't run, maybe they felt it wasn't easy to run pipe hot water heating, so they just put in a slant fin baseboard, and that covers heating in this corner of the house that, this corner of the house 100 years ago was originally designed to be heated by the fireplace. And well, fireplaces aren't used all the time anymore. So this is, a very simple electric heaters like this. Fixed electric heaters are good for areas that, kind of hard to reach. You don't want to spend a lot of money on it. But as you can see, it's got a thermal signature at 156 degrees, 113 actually in what it says here. It's putting out a bunch of heat. Again, with electric furnaces, they have a different decision process. So, you don't care about what they cost, you care about how well maintained they are. But just to give you a little background, how much heat is really needed, both air conditioning and furnace output for a year, is some rough sizing. What do we talk about? Tons of, anybody remember tons of air conditioning? Anybody remember what a ton is? A ton of air conditioning is 12,000 BTUs. And you're saying, Brian, what the heck's a BTU? BTU is British Thermal Units. It's basically a ton of air conditioning is the energy needed to take 1 ton of ice and melt it in 1 day. We'll get to that in a minute. But again, with electric furnaces, you ask yourself, how many BTUs do you need? And you size it. And why is it important to size? Because this is a really big breaker and may take as much as half of the electricity for your house. So it's important that this electricity is, or this circuit is properly designed in your panel. Because like I said, at 50 amps, it's gonna, when it turns on, it's gonna shut the whole house down. As we do an inspection on these panels, this is a typical slant fan on the wall. Of course, this is, by the yellow and blue, looks like probably about 20 amp circuit, or it's wiring at least. And it is, of course, heating an aluminum heating element. And, excuse me, pretty simple. Nothing really fancy. Sometimes these are more expensive ones. These are ceramic rather than aluminum, but aluminum is inexpensive and actually works pretty good. That's good and bad. I'm passing aluminum through the wiring and through the, I'm passing electricity through the aluminum and it gets hot. That's a reminder to you why aluminum branch wiring was quite a bit of a problem because, again, branch wiring was used in a lot of houses and the aluminum wiring inside the walls got really hot, gets really hot. Again, the other examples of fixed element heaters. This is technically an appliance, not really part of your inspection, but I think if it's hooked up to central thermostats, I'm going to be considering it part of the heating elements. Again, you'll find these types of systems mounted in areas of the house where maybe the ductwork doesn't work enough. If you have a forced air system, in particular, I had one in a basement where we didn't use the basement much. The house wasn't really designed to use the basement all the time, so there were a couple of electric heaters down there. Again, electric resistance heating systems are pretty simple. You guys know this game. You put electricity, the heater gets hot, you know the gig. This one on the left kind of scares me. Why? Well, it's an electric heater and it's built inside the studs of the wall and it's mounted on wood paneling. That just makes me nervous. I don't like having wood, particularly oil-coated wood, so close to a heat source. But obviously it's designed for it, so it's not that big a deal. So you might have fixed heating elements like this where the heat is out at the place it's needed. Or of course, the alternative is, as we talked about, this is a great cross-section of a typical electric heating system. Of course, what are we doing here? The air is coming back, through the house, gets blown up through the blower, passes over these heating elements, and then goes up into the house. The trick is, of course, these heating elements do take an immense amount of power, and you want to make sure that the blower is moving that heat out into the house, and most importantly, that a thermostat is turning off the heat when you're not using it. In fact, just today, I just saw an announcement where in England, they're asking everybody to turn down their gas boilers. Then it's a national alert to turn down your gas boilers because they don't have enough natural gas because of all the various events going on over there right now. Just a little reminder that running out of supplies can happen. Other types of electric heating systems, one very common one is called the PTAC, Packaged Thermal Air Conditioners. Now, these are usually, excuse me, this is a through-wall unit. There's a hole in the wall here out to the outside. And the idea, very simply, these are older, this particular one's an older unit, but the concept is the same. You have a compressor. You see an air filter as the air comes up over the fan and it passes over this heating element and produces heat out in the room. Alternatively, of course, this heating element may be attached, I think is attached to an air conditioning unit. So sometimes, of course, it'll create air conditioning instead. Now, I'm sure you've all seen these in hotels. On the right side, this is a very common device. It's called a PTAC unit, packaged thermal air conditioner. Now, we know them as the hotel air conditioners, right? Well, it's, of course, this is manually operated, or it could be, wirelessly connected to a central system. And it has a electric heater and a compression system for a small air conditioner as well. It's a great example of, again, a technology that's come down a lot in price, where it used to be incredibly expensive. But these are very common in apartment buildings today, as well as hotels. And because, why? Because it only heats and cools the room on demand. If nobody's in the room, it doesn't have to heat it. Alternatively, the user can set it to whatever temperature they want so they can be comfortable. So instead of trying to heat the whole floor off one thermostat, obviously each room in a hotel or an apartment can be heated like this. Now, again, these units are electric powered only. Sometimes they're gas powered. They are, you can see the air conditioner coils in the back and the heating systems up in the front. Okay. Again, another way of doing heating with electric systems, you might actually, just as we saw the heat mounted in the walls, you may come across electric systems where the heat is what's called VAV, or variable air volume, or in this case, the air comes in from around the house and it's spot heated or cooled to the temperature you need at that one location. So in office buildings today, you have this as custom heating and cooling for office spaces. Now, of course, how does heat work? The idea, of course, is to pass electricity through a material that gets hot and releases heat when the electricity goes through it. In this case, this is a good example of a exterior heat cable. This might be used under a floor or even outside in a driveway at some point. And of course, as the electricity passes through it, it's gonna release quite a bit of energy and heat as it converts the electricity to heat. Here's our friend, the PTAC unit again. There are different kinds of PTAC units. One is where the device is inside the room, right? And the outside of the building, it looks like this, where of course it's just a standard vent. These are usually 42 by 14 for your curiosity. That's the standard size for them. And of course, what is it doing? It's letting fresh air in and extra heated air out and throwing air conditioning into the room. And we're going to talk a lot about, you're going to start seeing these split systems all the time now. Split systems are, again, as we talked about heating and cooling, they will use refrigerant line to compress the refrigerant up on the roof in this compressor and then send it down and let it radiate out at the evaporators in the room, where the super hot condensed liquid evaporates to become gas again, and then, release a lot of cooling in the room. You can actually then reverse these. The great part about split systems, you'll have electric only heating, because you can, at the same time, you can just use the same pipes and same outlet, reverse it, and that electric heating becomes electric cooling. And as you might note, today, these new systems are actually mounted on smartphones or on controllers. And so when you're doing an inspection, make sure there's a controller around and try to operate it, at least feel that there's some kind of air circulation coming from it. Again, with these split systems, this is actually a plaque of one I advised on in Brooklyn. where again, it was, what was it doing? It was producing, well, it's a 25 amp circuit. Wow, that's pretty big, right? So this was actually a cooling system, about a 3-ton cooling system for a about 1,000 square foot apartment in Brooklyn, in a large apartment building. The great part about these today is that they actually can replace large central boilers, and each apartment has one of these on the roof, and they can provide their own energy. So when I'm going through, because this might be heating and cooling, this might be the boiler for the house effectively, I'm going to, document this heat pump. Again, when we deal with these split systems, the idea is, again, the compression is occurring outside the building, and then it goes inside the building. Here, this is the inside box where that super compressed gas releases, and depending on which way it's flowing, either will release heat or release cold as necessary. Again, a quick reminder of how these systems will go out. The two lines, the hot and cold line, the copper and the insulated line, will go up into a furnace in the house. That furnace may be creating hot air or cold air. And sometimes you will find all the registers in the roof and the heat pump outside. Good news is there's no combustion, so that's okay. If your attic's not being used for anything, this is an interesting way to provide space. So what would you look for in areas like this? Again, when you're inspecting one of these, you're on the outside. Is the pad mounted safely? Is it making any weird noises? The refrigeration lines, you're going to look to make sure that where they're visible, you want to make sure they're maintained and not damaged and protected. Then when you're up in the attic, you're going to take a look at that furnace. And again, you're looking for too much dust is one of the big problems up there. Bad insulation at the penetrations. These are things to think about when you're inspecting a furnace like in an attic. And of course, here we have a air duct supply going around. If I were them, I would put a sharper or a duller corner on the turn here, but it is what it is. And of course, the thermostat turns the system on and off as necessary. So if you have a split system, this might be a way that you might lay out the system. One heating device is mounted on the attic right here. On the not in the attic, in the bedroom. Every bedroom is supposed to have its own heat. Every living room is supposed to have its own heat. Living room is kind of a technical term, being the living room and the habitable bedrooms. So each bedroom has one. The living room they're pointing to one inside the wall right here. And it looks like there's a ceiling mount one out here in the middle of the room. And so you've got 1, 2, 3, and probably a fourth unit. And that will all take feeds from the central unit that can run 4 different lines. And those 4 different lines will take care of the house. Again, with the split systems, what are you looking at? They're often mounted on the side of the house. In this case, it's on a bracket sideways. It's up off the ground. Good. A little too close to the plants for my liking, but that's not too bad. Hot and cold lines coming in. Electricity coming in, because this baby's using a lot of electricity. Just like the electric furnace, this thing is using, 2, maybe 3 different units. Again, you see it mounted on the rack, the electric power, its own shutoff switch on the outside. Good. It is sending hot compressed liquid into the house. The hot compressed liquid expands, evaporates, and become hot compressed or low compression cooler gas as all the energy is released, and then it gets sucked back into the compressor and it starts its round again. These are the units I was yelling at in Brooklyn one day. Again, I had a problem. You can see the you can see the lines stubbing up from the apartments. 2 or 3 of these lines plus the copper would be for one apartment. In this case, these units are just being installed. And I was yelling at them. I felt they were too close together. And I actually talked to manufacturers of these a couple of weeks ago and in Vegas last year. And they said they should be, you can get along with them as long as they're at least 8 feet apart, or 8 inches apart, excuse me. So you do see a little bit of a gap. Again, there's no central boiler here anymore. This building has these split systems up on the roof for heating and cooling for each individual apartment, where each person pays their individual bills. Now, from a real estate perspective, that's really good, because the owner of the building wants the tenants to pay all the utilities. So that works for them, especially now, again, because gas becomes so expensive. Okay, this is what split systems might look like as they're being mounted up in the ceiling. It's a reminder that, again, there's a lot of hot and cold, hot and suction lines to supply the energy to this box. A quick reminder of different types of inland systems. This is what one of those inland heater coils looks like inside of a boiler. And of course, of package units, these are much larger units. If you're dealing with buildings that have, large 10, 12, 15 ton package units, you may want to have them get an expert to come take a look at it rather than make comment. Now, as we talk about electricity, I think we're all paying attention these days to the great discussion about electrical resiliency. And are we adequately, do we have enough power, and will we be able to power it? Of course, with things like electric cars and solar panels and all the different electricity needed for those, you'll always be balancing. And actually, most houses, the good news is houses use a lot less electricity as we switch from incandescent to LED bulbs and big TVs to LED TVs. The actual voltage of a lot of our devices has gone down. But of course, we have new devices like electric cars and scooters that are being introduced. And some cases, people are saying that they are putting so much pressure, they might take down the electrical grid. New York State, by the way, for instance, the same idea. As electric prices go up, New York State just banned Bitcoin mining. Yes, believe it or not, Bitcoin mining is illegal in New York State now. Why? Because of the high price of electricity, and the miners were taking stuff off the top. Okay, other type of boiler we talked about. This is a on the left side, that is the impeller, the oil jet impeller on a typical boiler. And again, it's a boiler. I know it's oil powered because usually there's, first of all, a line going into it. Second of all, it's this box outside of the boiler. That's usually the good take that tells you it's a thing. And why do they do this? Because you have to spin and rotate and kind of vaporize the oil before you shoot it into the burner. If the oil is vaporized, it burns much, much hotter and faster. So that's a plus. Okay, on the right side, what do we have? We have a quick look. Obviously, we're down in the cellar of a building. Looks like I see some rubble stone on the right. So it looks like a really old building. So this is probably a retrofit. We have some old cast iron pipe, which tells me this might be a steam system, but we have the green pumps down below, which tells me no, it's a hot water system. Okay, so we got a hot water system, old building, and we have an oil burner collecting in the front with a wire going over to here to who knows what that is. So these are things that we see as we do an inspection. What do we look for? I'm looking for water damage. Looks like there might be water damage on the floor. I see a copper line running on the floor here. Anybody want to guess what that copper line is? You guys see the copper line on the floor on the right side? That is the oil line. The oil actually,
This kind of makes me paranoid. Oil comes in by just a simple copper line into the gun. I've never been comfortable with the copper just sitting on the floor, but that's what you'll see. As you talk about oil systems, you got a couple of clues. Of course, the first clue is the oil tank, and a typical oil tank that has a stub up on the outside and a float valve to determine its occupancy. Looks like it's at about a quarter tank here for the float valve. On the right side, you have, again, a medium efficiency boiler. It looks like it says 61502 on the boiler itself. I see, again, another copper pipe line to supply the oil to the oil burner. The window. Now, this one thing, if you got a pair of pliers, it's not, and if the unit's working, or if it's not working, even better, this is just a turn window. You can just open it up and look inside. And when you're doing so, you're looking right into the heat exchangers. So this is one easy way, when the fire's not on, to see if you might have any damage inside the heat exchangers. This is about the only time you're going to look into the combustion chamber. So, or actually, I don't think this may not even be the combustion chamber. It may be into the airflow chamber around it. Okay. Another oil burner on the left. We have somewhat of a modern system, I think. We got ductwork coming in from below. That's a sign it's a pretty modern system. We got the burner going here. We got an oil burner impeller here. And then the combustion goes up. And chances are that we can't see it, but the heat exchangers are behind here, turning the hot air passing over the exchangers into useful energy. Okay, on the right side, same thing. This is another good diagram. This is a high efficiency boiler, and this is really cool. Instead of the hot air coming from below like in the past, here the hot air is coming, the air is coming in from outside, directly from outside. It's passing over a little gas burner, and that gas burner is super efficient. It's pushing air down over the hot air from the combustion, passes over the heat exchanger, and there might be even a secondary heat exchanger out here to capture as much as they can. And with that, there might be condensation. So you do have some venting to manage condensation. And the idea, of course, is this is now hot. Air is blown over this, and when the heat is done, it's going to go out at a very low temperature. As the hot air goes down here, the fan is reducing the draft, which means it's pushing the air and pushing it up the pipe. And by doing this draft, it's also sucking air through the system. So that's the idea of the high efficiency furnaces. Again, where they put the heater on top instead of on the bottom. Okay, this is the kind of lead line. Hold on a second. You might come across some boilers from the past. It's I think we were looking at these in the class last time. $5,000 houses up in Syracuse, New York. It's just a reminder of the crazy stuff that's out there. You might come across an old coal boiler, steam boiler. This is a lot of houses. I was trying to explain to somebody the other day, an apartment building in the Bronx, and he couldn't figure out what the rooms were for on the first level of the house. And I explained to him, I'm pretty sure the rooms were actually the coal vaults, where they stored the coal to keep the house, to keep the apartment building warm. Here we have, again, an old one. All you can do is mark this as repair or replace. It's, ancient. On the right side, it got replaced by, again, a medium efficiency boiler. Let's ask our questions. Can you guys tell me what the fuel source is here? Well, the fuel source looks like a trick again. I'm big on tricking. Obviously we see a gas line coming in here, but I'm not sure, but this may be a pressure valve, but this may be, I was thinking this may be a natural gas, excuse me, an oil impeller. So this may be a dual system with both natural gas and oil. Dual systems were really popular about 10 years ago, in particular after Sandy, when people couldn't get any, the natural gas systems had stopped working in some cases, and it was good to have oil when you didn't have gas, or vice versa. But how do we know it's a steam system? Well, we have, first of all, the venting's going out well, that's good. The copper line, this looks like the water return line. This pump may be actually an impeller pump to just pump the water through. Let's assume it's just natural gas, not a pump, or not a oil burner. But you can see the piggly tails, right? Where and the piggly tails purpose is to keep the steam from going up into the gauges. Okay, so again, the water level is probably about right at the top of the piggly tail there, or below the piggly tail, and the steam goes up through insulated pipes in the house. Simple things, a couple layers, inches of pipes, a good thing. Should you touch that insulation and mess with it? No, absolutely not. Things to think about. Again, we think about this old and new. Here we go again. We got a really old. First, describe the system? We've got a oil burner. We have, that's the copper oil line coming down here. We clearly have condensation problems. We got a lot of leak, a lot of rust. Not good. Okay, which probably means it's even worse inside. Really not good. Why does this happen? Because again, you heat hot air goes up the pipe, water drips back down. And if it doesn't have a place to go, and if you're not taking care of that condensation, it's gonna turn to rust. Fuel oils. As you can see here, number 2, number 4, and number 6 oils could be used for heating houses. Now, you can see by the color that number 2 is much cleaner, closer to kerosene. Number 4, again, it has a lot of soot and dirt in it. And number 6 is called bunker fuel because it's just filthy, dirty, but it has a lot of energy. So at least in New York City, number 4 and number 6 are illegal. They haven't changed that in the state yet, but it is number 2 is the only one allowed in New York City. Again, why do you have the difference? Because it's a function of refining and how much refining you use. For instance, if you get a barrel of oil from Canada, the tar sands, you will get about 75% of the barrel in number 6, 22% number 4, and 3% number 2. So for the heavier soils, heavier oils, other oils may have much better efficiency. But the idea is cleaner fuels, of course, create less soot and air pollution. Here's another unit. A couple things going wrong here. One, well, she's sitting on the floor. It looks like there's some rust, a little bit of rust damage, but probably the most important thing here is this orange circle. And what the inspector was wanting to point out with this orange circle is that there is a pressure relief valve up here. And this is the downspout for the pressure relief valve. Now, it is discharging more than 12 inches from the floor. It's supposed to discharge about 6 inches from the floor or into a drain. And here it's not doing that. So I think the ring was placed there to show that. So in this case, the extension is not within 6 inches of the floor. Of course, back to the system itself, it looks like it looks like water coming in. It sure looks like an oil burner to me. So oil's burning the water inside.
the water is going up as steam. Some of the excess water comes out again, a little pressure relief valve will put out some water. And again, if a really big problem happens and that 175-degree water gets out, that's going to hurt you. So that super hot water has an overflow in case it gets out of control. And of course, on the left side, you can see the green pumps, which tells you that it's a hot water system. So here we go. We got, I know I'm killing you with these diagrams, guys, but I hope you get them and think about them. Again, you ask yourself, one, I'm taking a picture of the plaque. Two, I'm seeing if it's operating. Three, I am looking for rust and damage on the outside. Four, I'm identifying the fuel, in this case, an oil burner, so oil. Then five, I'm going to find out where the oil tank is in the building, whether it's underground or in the cellar. Here again, you know, as you're looking for damage, you ask yourself, you kind of follow the power, follow the energy. In this case, the energy is the oil burner coming in, the cold water coming in, it says heating water, but essentially it's the closed loop. So the water coming back from the house and, you know, moving along. And then again, the water again flows through here, gets heated, goes back out. Both a one-way valve as well as pressure treatment prevents the water from, you know, exploding the pipes. As I said, where there are oil burners, there are oil tanks. Typical oil tanks are will be noted on the outside of the house because you'll usually have a two pipes. One is the fill and one is the vent pipe on the outside. In this case, the oil tank needs the same challenge because, of course, when you fill the oil tank up, it's going to displace air. And you don't want that oil impregnated air to go into the basement, of course. You want to vent it out outside the house. Now, under the new residential code, which is one of the many codes we deal with, you are required to have at least perhaps 10 feet away from another water heater from the storage tank. And again, what's often referred to as a reservoir, you've got to build a dam around it. So if the oil leaks, it's going to leak into a reservoir that has the same volume or more of the oil tank. Pretty simple. If this thing breaks, you got hell on your hands, and you'd much rather have it confined to a small space. As you can see by the oil tank, you've got the oil supply coming in, the air vent going out. You've got a float valve to figure out how much air is in there, and you've got a laser valve too. Interesting. We'll look at that laser valve in a minute. And then the oil sits there until it's needed. Then the oil gets sucked up and it passes through an oil filter. Yep, just like your car, goes through an oil filter and then goes to the oil pump in the furnace, gets vaporized and turns into heat. And that can be true for an oil burner, or oil water heater, and or an oil furnace. Again, quick things to look for in the inspection. One, is the base solid? Yes. It's rusted, but hey, it's not going anywhere. Steel doesn't hurt, rust doesn't hurt steel too badly for the first 100 years. Of course, I'm also looking for exposed water, which we don't have, which is good. Welds and seams, all the welds look good. Yeah, looks fine. In this case, you've also got the tank manufacturer as well. If you feel it appropriate, snap a picture for your records of the tank. Number three, you're looking for at the bottom of the tank, do you see any rust down there? Number four is that oil line going out to the device. Again, I do not like oil lines just sitting on the floor. I got a real problem with that. I kind of like having some metal protection around this just to keep it safe so it doesn't get bumped. Of course, the oil filter, as I said, just like it. Fill and the air up here, float valve and the laser. Outside, you might come across oil tanks. As I said, you might have it in the ground, which you'll note on your report and the exterior inspection. You may also see the oil tanks in areas like this where it's sitting on the ground underneath the house. Again, when the house is built in, let's say 1950, they figure, it's going to be around for 25 years. Who cares? Well, it's now 75 years later, and that oil tank is a bucket of rust, and it's sitting on the soil, and of course the snow's getting it, et cetera, and it's not real good. So this needs to be replaced. Or alternatively, again, that 25-year tank in the middle of the ground, also not a happy place. This is a reminder. I know it's just the two of us. I haven't really been using the chat today. And you don't have to if you don't want. Hopefully you can mic on at any time and just ask questions when you have them, of course. Let's take a quick thought. How are you guys doing now? Everybody alive? You only got two of you.
Just I had a question. So you said it was the current code is a 10-foot clearance, or is it 5 foot for between the tank and the
Well,
heater?
again, it depends on the IRC is the residential code. This is not part of New York State yet. The key thing is it's 5 feet or distance or a block wall in between.
Okay.
Okay, so the point is broadly, this thing's about 5 feet tall, right? So the idea is that this oil tank, this oil heater has a burner. So this is a source of heat, and two parts to it. One, if the oil tank leaks, which is, again, we talk about the code requiring a reservoir around the oil tank. And, again, the idea is to keep the fire away from the fuel. Generally, look for at least 5 feet, 10 feet, you probably won't come across. It's actually, at least in New York City, you're not even allowed to put these tanks in anymore, which is really stupid. So usually whatever you see is going to be considered to be grandfathered. I would focus more on the maintenance of the tank and the general condition of the tank, rather than the configuration in the room, because you got to assume that what you have was legal when it was built.
Right. Okay.
I know it's kind of a defensive thing, but again, we have this big problem with home inspection broadly. You got to be careful about citing modern codes. You want to know what the modern codes are. And you might want to stay in your statement, well, this thing really by new codes, it should be 10 feet away. It's only 2 feet away, and you've got a metal screen in between, but you may want to, install a reservoir space. It's not required, but it's not a bad idea. You kind of, again, remember who your audience is. Your audience is a person that might buy the house. You have the right to definitely say, hey, I'm a little beyond the code, but I'm a little worried about this oil burner being 2 feet away from the tank. So let's make sure there's some kind of a break and or a reservoir space so oil never leaks and gets to the burner and creates a fire in the house. I'm totally into that. Again, I'm actually in my reports, I'm infinitely more paranoid than the code. So I really tell my clients whatever I think. And I tell them, look, the code requires this, but I suggest this. Because I'm an architect, so I'm responsible for designing a building. And so even if I'm doing a home inspection, I can still be held to an architect standard for liability, for my liability insurance. So I become a real prick when I write my reports. Now, that said, as a home inspector, you do want to follow the minimum of the SOP. So again, here, back to oil tanks, we see the stub up, the fill, and the vent outside the house. You've looked for that as you were walking around the house because you had to identify the fuel source for the heat. In this case, I see an oil tank. When you get in the house, you might find an oil tank. You might find a natural gas line. You might find a geothermal engine motor that's providing heat for the house. And you might find a solar panel on the roof. Hey, throw in a water solar panel system as well. The point is you might have a multiple of devices heating a house. And what you don't count and you don't inspect, of course, is things like space heaters that are, space heaters two things I look for a lot when I'm looking at the mechanical systems we're building. And I just did this recently on a client. I said, down in the basement, he had a space heater and he had a dehumidifier. Dehumidifiers always raise my concern because when I see a dehumidifier, it tells me that the static condition of the basement is wet, so that they have to desiccate it. To me, it's good that they're doing it. I'm a really big fan of dehumidifiers, especially in basements, because they prevent mold and stuff like that. But it also tells me again that if they have to have it, something might be wrong in the house. I came across, and literally this house that I inspected, I'm actually selling it up in the Bronx as a broker, and I'm down in the basement, and the tenant's giving me a tour, and I saw the dehumidifier, went to the dehumidifier, and then I find a puddle of water in a corner in the cellar. And so obviously I kind of stumbled across, the dehumidifier was a symptom of a water problem in the house. And that's something a buyer would really want to know. That particular house, in fairness, the tenant's pretty open-minded. He said, I've never seen water down here before. Good. And of course, when you do your report, you note the weather forecast. Well, in this case, it had rained about 3 inches of rain that morning. Huge rainstorm that morning. And what happened in this case, they had a cellar entry door, and the water had overwhelmed the cellar drain outside the cellar entry door. And of course, some of the water had leaked into the house. So again, it wasn't a big problem, but it was a problem that happened once a year. So that was something I tried to catch. So anyway, back to fuel sources. As we inspect the house, what would you do if if you're going down in a cellar and you smell the oil? I'm sure you guys know what the smell of fuel oil is. It's close to gasoline. That's something you don't want to smell. Those are things you want to use your nose for as your inspection. Now, I talked about tanks a minute ago. Tanks are a pain in the butt. A typical 1 to 4 family house may have anywhere between a 200 and a 500 gallon tank outside, maybe a 1,000-gallon tank. Well, if that 1,000-gallon tank is damaged, it'll have to be removed and can badly hurt a sale. So if you see an above ground tank that's rusted, bad. If you see a below ground tank that looks like for instance, the heads up here, the fill head is really, really rusted. And usually this is, galvanized, so it shouldn't be rusted at all. That tells me what below might be very badly corroded. So again, you can't comment on the tank if it's underground, but if you can see it, these are issues you want to add, because removing a tank can cost a lot of money. In commercial deals, a tank being on the site almost killed one of my deals once. I was selling a building on West 57th Street in Manhattan, and 1950s drawings indicated there was a 10,000-gallon oil tank underneath the building. It was a hospital. And of course, we panicked. We're like, what the hell is this? If this tank is still here, our deal is off. Luckily, we found out it wasn't. They had switched to natural gas in the 70s and everything was okay. I mean, these are just things, observes you might want to do. Again, another look at the boiler and natural gas. I want to show you these diagrams, because I want you to see them in the field and think about the flow and how, again, in this case, the burner's heating up the water. There's a gauge inside managing the temperature, and it's going to turn the burners on and off. As we see, the hot water gets heated and it's going out. As it goes out, well, one of the things you'll see is that drain valve, because that's there. Every once in a while, you got to flush the system. Or for instance, if you winterize it, you want to drain the system. So the drain valve is there. And the water's going out. And again, an expansion tank to make sure you don't have that water hammer, boom, boom. That water hammer can really badly damage the pipes. From there, you get the flow control valve. So it's going to prevent, and this, of course, This is why the flow control valve, it might be coming out at 200 PSI. The flow control valve says, nope, only coming out at 50 PSI. So bam, that expansion tank's going to take some abuse. So its job here is to prevent the high pressure from going into the house. Now 50 PSI, or it's going to track around the system, and it's going to return. Now, as I said, along the way, there's also a little water feed valve for every once in a while, you're going to have to add some water in manually. With a temperature, again, you'll see a water gauge where you might need to add a little water. Just open the valve a little bit, let another extra gallon in. It's a closed system, but water can, run out. And of course, if the water does run down, there'll be too much air and not enough water, and you might have a pressure buildup. So just like the water heaters, that pressure relief valve can go off on a boiler. And of course, it's being regulated by that aquastat, which the thermostat inside the water. See, there's two different parts here. One is measuring the heat of the water below the steam, and the other one is measuring, in this case, the steam or the water going out into the system. What else do we have? Just a quick reminder, again, just for reference, I throw this chart in. This is directly from the building code, actually the plumbing code for New York City, table 402.2. I won't bore you with the details, but this just gives you a really quick look. A typical house, maybe 100,000 BTUs for a gas appliance at the high end. As you can see, you can kind of size things. 350,000 is considered large. So you probably aren't going to worry about the really big boilers until you're over four family and above. And again, I remind you, I want you to be familiar with the larger systems, not just the single family systems, because you have that ability to inspect 1 to 4 families. Again, a 4 family might have, remember I showed you that double boiler. That's a really nice way of handling a 4 family, where it's 2 small boilers piped together nicely, providing the heat necessary. In fact, the house I'm selling up in the Bronx, the owner was trying to rent the house out to some program group, family, and the city came out to inspect. And what the city did was they checked the water heat coming out of the water heater. And the water was coming out at 110 degrees. And the inspector said, no, it's got to come out at 120, so you fail. And I had to kind of reach out and say, look, 110 is the proper safe temperature, but you can do 120 to 140, but actually 110 is much safer, especially with kids. So they let it pass, and they move forward. And it doesn't hurt, again, as you're looking at the meters, when you're looking at the water supply, if you have a gauge, for instance, for the hot water system, if there's a gauge telling you what the supply heat is, go ahead and write that down. The water is coming out at, obviously you don't care about water pressure per se, that's going to be regulated by the valve. But if you have a thermostat here and it says the water pressure is coming out, or the water is coming out at 120 degrees, that's a nice thing to write down. What you'd be worried about is, like I said, if it were coming out on a hot water system, if it were coming out at like 160, that wouldn't be good. Natural gas. We talked a lot about different heating systems. And if you're really funny, you say, Brian, you're an idiot. Your picture on the right is sideways. You'd be correct. First of all, on the left, this is a typical, the yellow line, of course, is a gas line, the flex gas line coming in. And again, it's armored and it's really heavy protected. And why is it coated with plastic? To prevent shock. So here we go. The gas line comes in. You got this switch on and off, pretty basic. When gas comes in, gas comes at relatively low pressure. So sometimes the gas can turn a little liquid, or the water, a little moisture, regular H2O in the gas can condense. And that's what this drip leg is called. The drip leg, of course, is to get rid of any water so it doesn't go into the burner. Because, of course, if you have water go across the burner, it might snuff out the burner. And that's very, very bad. So the drip leg is there to catch the water that would mess up the burner. Of course, the gas passes over the burner, gets used, boom, into the water heater, and then of course it passes underneath the water heater, through the top of the water heater, and vents out. Again, the one on the right, oops, it's sideways. Yes, it's a drip valve, and for some dumb reason, I kind of put this sideways for a reason, because I wanted to show you these guys are you know, I apologize. This is actually, I did have it right. I haven't looked at this one in a while. This is a drip leg, which is correct. But this is up in an attic, and this unit is mounted sideways. Yeah, because I'm looking at the joist behind, and this is an example where you have that furnace up in the attic. And again, natural gas up here. I see. It's bolted down onto the side of the case. So the point is, no matter where the gas line comes in, you want that drip leg before it goes into the boiler. And yeah, that's mounted sideways. I didn't realize that. Okay, where's that gas going? We looked at this diagram already. This is what we want to see. You have removed the faceplate of this old style medium density boiler. Okay, medium efficiency boiler. Why do I say it's medium efficiency? Because I can see the blue, the heat going in. The burners, hey, that's nice. They're, baby, look at them cooking. They are pushing out blue flame. We like blue flame, don't we? That means the gas is burning at the best possible temperature. Fresh air is coming in, passes over, supplying not the blue flame, supplying the air that's going to go through the house. Here, the natural gas is coming over, passing over these burners, firing that bad boy up. Maximum efficiency burn. That's our goal. We want to. The buyer wants to buy a unit that has maximum efficiency. Oh, here's another cool thing. You may have heard about these. They are actually becoming much more popular upstate. You're not allowed to use these in New York City because you're burning wood. A friend of mine in Poughkeepsie has this. She loves it. What this is leftover sawdust from the many wood plants upstate. And they take the sawdust and they compress it into these pellets. This is so cool. This is actually a European thing. I found out this through a company in Estonia, where of course in Northern Europe, they have a lot of trees in Finland and Sweden and stuff. And oil is expensive, but wood is cheap. So they pelletize the oil, the wood, and wood burning normally would be really bad and inefficient. But if whatever you burn, if you burn it hot and efficient enough, then it's gonna not produce as much waste. So hotter is better. And you'll see that with fireplaces. We saw that with fireplaces, and we see it with wood pellets. And the idea here is, have you guys ever seen these? These are really cool, and you're going to start seeing them more and more upstate. Again, wood pellets, as it's needed, a little Archimedes screw feeds the pellets into the chamber. In the chamber, again, it's a heat exchanger. So the combustion air gets sucked out the bottom. And of course, the air from the house passes over the heat exchangers and goes out into the house. And so what it is just a different type of fuel source. So you will come across these. And again, it's a hell of a lot easier and more efficient than logs. And these, with this Archimedes screw, these are totally automatic. It's just like having a regular furnace. A thermostat says, turn the screw turns, the fire ignites, and that starts the fire, and you get heat in your house. Pretty cool system. Now, as we said earlier, there's a lot of new technologies coming. There's just an amazing array of stuff that you can do to make your building more efficient these days. This one's really good. This is actually in a garage. And how can you tell it's mounted in a garage? Because it's got a bollard here so a car doesn't accidentally ram it. So yeah, that would suck if you drive your car into your water heater. So let's take a look at this system. What do we got here? We got a furnace over here. The furnace appears to be I can't tell whether it's gas or oil. Let's assume it's gas. And of course, the furnace is bringing heat over to storage tank number 1. Storage tank number 1 is taking the heat. And by look of all these gauges, I'm guessing this one is sending heat out into the house. And what do we have over here on the right side? This one is, we have an exhaust. There's some, see the metal exhaust up above. I hope you guys understand how I'm kind of playing the game with each of these pictures. And I'm trying to show you these different pictures to understand that each time you're looking at the basement of a house, you've got to decipher and kind of track what type of system it is. Its overall maintenance, its fuel source. In this case, it looks like the main furnace is here. We've got the hot water system going over into a heat exchanger, which is probably powering the potable water. And then we have another tank over here, probably also using the furnace and maybe having its own impeller. And this is probably, again, I'm guessing this is the non-potable water. And it looks like this is combustion and that is combustion. That's interesting. I don't know what that device is. Clearly, this is a water heater or a water storage device. And, you know, we got the hot and cold up there, but its heating source, as I said, is the supplies from these other devices. This device on the left may actually be, I don't see any heat going into it. I still got to believe the furnace is providing the heat for both of these tanks. And one being probably potable water and one non-potable water. Now, I mentioned CHP. This is not too much in New York State yet. I actually approved the very first ones in Brooklyn like 15 years ago. Shame on me. It's called micro turbines, where actually you've got that exhaust gas from older style stuff, and you're actually turning a turbine and generating electricity inside the house. So this is a great alternative to things like solar panels, where you're actually, the excess heat from your water heater, again, you want to capture every ounce of that energy when you're doing combustion. In this case, CHP is, it has the ability in an emergency to turn on natural gas burners to use that furnace gas and furnace heat to turn a turbine to generate a couple of kilowatts of electricity also. And that's really good for emergency systems. You may see that on maybe 1 to 4 family houses. I've definitely seen some very, very high-end single family houses that use systems like this, where they literally basically have a little power plant inside their house. And again, it's a very small box. And imagine this furnace being used as a power station as well as a heating station. Okay, let's go through our different types of heaters and what makes them what. As I said, the medium efficiency, the 80% efficiency burners, this is the unit, they're called shot burners in, where the gas is shooting into the bottom. It's passing, the combustion gas is passing over this heat exchanger. And as the gas passes through these pipes, as much energy is released as possible, about 80% efficiency. And the goal is that air, the combustion air, we're going to capture as much air as you can before it goes up the shaft. One of the things that makes it work is it needs a little help. First of all, these are kind of computers these days. They are sensing the temperature in many different places. It is, rather than an old style pilot light, it's going to use an electric spark to light the fire. And if it doesn't work, that can be just as important. So you do want to make sure that the igniters do work, because obviously if it starts pumping out gas, that's not good. And again, it's going to get signals from all over the house where the heat is needed, and it's going to turn on the heat as necessary. Its goal is to adjust the fan speed. The draft inducer motor can actually change speed to maximize the burn. Outside the house with 95% efficiency units, you are, like I said, you're really, really capturing so much of the energy. 95% of the energy is being captured. That's great. Here we can see, I forget, I think this was 2 different units inside with exhaust, and I think that was the supply here. Here we've got the supply inside the cellar, and it's just coming in from the cellar. Now that may not be allowed for that boiler. That the it's frequent that the air supply is required to be from outside the house. Again, we have a natural gas. There's the black lines for the natural gas. We got a high efficiency 95% unit. You're going to take a picture of the plaque, and it'll probably give you a lot of information on the high efficiency. And provided it's not damaged, this is probably a newer boiler or newer water heater, excuse me, boiler. And this is going to be a good condition, a good furnace. So again, PVC pipes are the good trim for new boilers. What you don't want to see is an 80% boiler, although these are pretty efficient. You don't want to see PVC off an 80% boiler. Basic clue: if you can see the burners, I don't want to see PVC pipe. Okay. Back to those 95% efficiencies. Again, these are enclosed. You really can't look in them. Again, you got the fan down below. Combustion's entirely enclosed. It's totally controlled by sensors. You're going to open it up like this. You're going to look for signs of water damage. Obviously, everything's stainless steel, so that's good. But you want to make sure there's no condensation. You know, we talk about humid air and the risk of condensation. These probably have I'm sure it has condensation drip things built in. And actually, most of these are designed to evaporate the condensate right out the system. So that's the best way to handle it, of course. So in these, you know, what are our clues here? Again, PVC exhaust. If the air is coming out so cool that it can go through PVC pipe, that shows you how efficient that boiler is. Never hurts to take a thermal image. These things provide a nice thermal image. So let's look at fuel. It looks like we have a line here with a filter. Is that oil? No, I don't think so. I think that is actually the refrigerant coming in, because again, we have a boiler here. We have a split system, AC system coming in at the deck above. So that we think about heater, cooler. And oh, you know, actually, I bet that copper water line is a moisturizer. It's adding water to the air vent. Could be either one. Again, we see the insulated foam. That is the suction line for an AC unit. And here we got a copper line usually comes with it. Let's say that's the supply line. But why does it have a filter? Just to make sure no particulate comes in as the line goes around. As the refrigerant goes around the system, the metal will flake off over time. So you do want to have a place somewhere that's going to pick up the crappy particles. Again, we think about that airflow. We talk about that suction coming through, the air blowing over the heat exchangers. This is the house air, so it's 60 degrees here. It's blowing over the heat, maybe 120 degrees when it comes out. Here in the combustion chamber, it's 500 degrees. Goes through the heat exchangers and back out, and hopefully by the time it's gone through the heat exchangers, it's gone from 500 down to maybe 100 degrees. And that's when you've got that great efficiency. Great, a nice new example here. Units are getting smaller. This boiler would have been, 4 by 4 feet 100 years ago. Today, we see retrofit units. Again, you don't want to replace the ductwork of an existing house. So this York unit, he got placed in. It's the return is coming in. He's coming in from the bottom. With furnaces, you'll either have side or behind or underneath supply coming in. In this case, the air is coming up through the York unit, and we've got that little line here. That is the that looks, it looks like it's supposed to be gas line, but I'm trying to think of it. It looks like a gas line coming in, but I think it's just visual mistake here, where the white line, I believe, is just a condensate line dripping out, whereas the gas is going down below into the furnace. And again, as you can see, one more time, you get that copper and insulated line. That's the super high heat in for air conditioning and suction out afterwards. Now, these efficiency units, they definitely have an effect. So the AFUE number, you do want to, if you can find it on the plaque, it's something you want to put on your inspection. A typical one from 25 years ago, it might be a 60 AFUE. So the efficiency, this is where you can see the gas on the outside and not so efficient. Today's newer ones, again, pretty big savings, 33% savings in energy. So you do want to put that AFUE rating and maybe put on your note, newer models at 95 AFUE should be considered when you look to replace the unit. Now, buyer, and as a home inspector, the buyer's really not there to replace the unit. He's trying to get in and say, this thing better work because I don't have any money once I buy this place. Combined units, again, yet another image of, again, this water, hot water heater, boosting the furnace. And I don't see it. I just think that's an extra boost, basically, where there probably is all the heat might be coming from the boiler. This may be just a fan and then a heat exchanger. And perhaps in this layout, all of the heat for this furnace is coming from that boiler. So again, you guys may not be used to looking at these, but these hot water tanks are really going to be more common in the future. I really want you to be aware of them. Now, when we're dealing with ductwork, this is another good image of explaining how a house might be zoned. I showed you this earlier with a duct. You might notice a damper in a thing. Again, it's all about the thermostats. As you're walking around, you're going to activate the thermostats to check if the system is working. You'll activate the thermostats to make sure that each room is getting heat or cooling as necessary. Inside the house, inside the ductwork, the thermostat in this room, instead of turning off the water like a water system might do, the thermostat is going to close the duct, close the damper. And by closing the damper, obviously less hot or cold air goes up into that space and it goes somewhere else. And of course, if all the thermostats are at the ideal temperature, all the dampers close and the furnace turns off. So you can do multi-zone for water, you can do multi-zone for ductwork. And you really want to see if this is kind of activating when you're walking around. If you're concerned that they're not working properly, you can go, down in the cellar. Usually you can see the side of these and see whether they're active. Oh, here's that combined heat and power again. I mentioned this one. Again, this is going to be becoming more common in the future, where you have a gas-powered furnace, and you can see the venting, and it has literally a little power station next to it. In this case, you've got a, now isn't that a weird, I don't usually see that. And in this case, this is a flex flue. I believe that's being done because in many jurisdictions, you're not supposed to have PVC within 18 inches of the boiler for maybe it's medium density. So here we've got, again, the gas coming in. This is probably, I believe this is the power device where you have a typical furnace and a gas powered turbine that can generate electricity. I'll be surprised if you come across this in the next couple of years, but no, I won't, because I've actually seen it out there. And again, a standard water heater, combined heat and power station. These are like 10 kilowatts. And then the furnace itself. Now, as we think about inspection, I talked about checking the vents and stuff as we walk around the rooms. We, cruising around the house, you should be able to turn on the thermostat and kind of, at least if it's a forced form air system, you turn the system from, 65 up to 80, you should hear the click as the furnace turns on. If you don't, again, activate it for a minute or two, and then, see if you feel that heat's coming out. I would remind you, really, 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 really important, really, really, really important, is to make sure you turn everything off when you leave. Okay? Very critical. Because again, if you left it at 80 to test it and you leave the house and forget about it, that homeowner was away for the month and comes back and gets a $500 electric bill or heating bill, and the house is sauna in there, and they might yell at you and say, you didn't set it back down, give me $500, because you created, you didn't do it right. Again, different heating systems out in a house. We think about radiant floors. We talk about forced air systems. We think about air handlers up in the attic. There's lots of different systems you might come across. You might have a tankless boiler that actually is feeding the whole house. And also what I like about this particular image, it shows radiant heating, not only inside, but outside. Many years ago, I visited a client up in Westchester, and he was very wealthy. And of course, my last name's Winter, and it was a cold day, and it actually got about 8 inches of snow. So I went up to Westchester anyway. My 2-wheel drive Escape got me there, but I couldn't get all the way up his driveway. His driveway was like 200 yards long. And it was loaded with snow. And I park and I trudge up the driveway, and he's laughing at me. Oh, Brian, you should clear your driveway sometime. And I'm like, hey, it's your driveway. And so we go in, and he says, watch this. And he flicks a switch. And we go in for an hour for about a meeting. We're discussing a property, and we're talking about things. And then we finish the meeting. I'm going home, and I go out and I look out at the driveway, and the driveway was completely clear. And I look at him, I'm like, you've got to be kidding. And he said, yeah, isn't it nice? And he has a radiant heated driveway. And I said, my God, that must have cost you a fortune. He said, yeah, it cost me $500 just to use it for heating. But this is the great part. He said, yeah, I spent $500 to clean my driveway. But if you really want to talk expensive, wait till you ding up the quarter panel on a Bentley. He had some very expensive cars, and his expensive car, his attitude was, it's better to have a clean driveway and no damage to his cars than a not clean driveway and ding up a $10,000 quarter panel on a Bentley. So I like his style, and he was a good client. I wish he was still around, but he's passed away since. But just a reminder of, again, radiant heating can be inside or outside. And actually, it's becoming much more common outside. One of the big uses in New York City, by the way, and you may come across this in inspecting townhouses in the city, you might find radiant heating installed in the sidewalk outside of the house. Very interesting use. In fact, apartment buildings are doing this a lot these days, because if people slip and fall in front of your house, they can sue you for tons of money. So building owners are putting out heating units in front of office buildings, particularly now. It's still expensive, but it's not something it's definitely something that can be done when you're redoing the concrete. Anyway, back to the general thing. Again, we have a multiple system here. We've got a boiler for it's providing some of the radiant heating, and it's supplying water throughout the house. We have a separate air conditioning system up in the attic that is just a straight heat pump. And then we may have another air conditioning module outside. and you do want to try to capture all of these different elements and their supplies, your first concern is, one, what device is supplying the hot water, the potable hot water for the house, and two, identify the heating systems for the house and how they're being powered, and then three, identify the cooling systems. So again, as we look at furnaces, is another quick image of some of the tank numbers. Again, it is input 120,000, output 108,000. That's about 90% efficiency. That's pretty good. See, they can't officially say 90% efficiency, but hey, they tell you right there. What else do we have? Again, the basic information. It's electric. It's what's our fuel source here? Looks like it's gas, right? And there it is. Equipped for use with natural gas. So it's a natural gas tank. Again, you can put your manufacturing number in, and it'll tell you when it was made in that buildingcenter.org website. Again, on the right side, same thing. I don't remember what I'm looking at here. Lewisburg, Tennessee. They make a lot of boilers down in Tennessee. Again, back to that furnace inspection. What am I looking for? Is it easily accessible? Is there stuff blocking it? Are the connections right? Look at this tape sitting around the connections. I get a little worried about tape. I don't want to see tape on anything, including ductwork. Even though duct tape is designed, the foil tape is designed for ducts, a lot of jurisdictions are not happy with it because it may be hiding an improperly connected thing. Oh, the heat exchanger. I've been talking all day about the heat exchanger, but I didn't really show you how it works. This is a much better diagram of the heat exchanger. Again, in the old style 60% burners, right? You got the gas burners coming in, the heat burns down below, hopefully nice and blue. That yellow, that's bad. I don't want to see that color. And the heat goes up in this exchanger. And of course, totally separate from this exchanger, you have the circulation air passing over it. House air is passing over the heat exchanger, capturing as much heat as you can. And then, of course, it gets to the top of the heat exchanger, and then it goes up out of the house. And ideally, you've passed it over one exchanger, maybe then another exchanger to capture as much heat as you can. Again, the burners themselves, you can see you're shooting the gas, the manifold pushing the gas in with the air coming in, and it goes up the vents, hopefully nice and blue. And there's usually an electric pilot light somewhere along the way to make sure it stays lit. What can happen? What can go wrong? Well, this is you got an oil burner. So you got the burner cranking away. But what happens? Well, the burner is supposed to, all the gas is supposed to go up and pass over the heat exchanger and out. In this case, the return air is blowing in, it's blowing over the heat exchanger, and the heat exchanger is leaking. That heat exchanger leaking, that's not good. Now we've got combustion air full of carbon monoxide. If that leaks, it's in your fresh air supply, it's into your house. Carbon monoxide, this is poisoning. In fact, one of the things I suggest, I really mean this, as a gift. I did this last year actually for an inspection. I brought them as a gift when doing the inspection. I brought them a carbon monoxide detector, just because it was a bunch of wild. The parents asked me to inspect it, so it was a bunch of young kids, and actually their house was okay, and the kids were really smart, but I was worried because of the configuration of the basement and the water leaks they had, that they might have carbon monoxide problems as well. So $20, good gift, good marketing tool, and maybe even put your logo on it. Who knows? Because ironically, the seller gets it and appreciates it, and then the buyer is going to get it later on and see your logo on it. So again, leaking in the heat exchanger is literally deadly. What does it look like? This is a quick inspection of the heat exchanger. Now, this is when the burner's off, and hopefully you've turned it off. Make sure it doesn't, you've hit the pilot light switch for a minute. which you may or may not want to do, but if it's summertime and it's deactivated, you can look inside of the flashlight in these old style 60% burners. And you can look in the chamber. Here I'm looking up, taking a quick image. I have an otoscope camera, which is a camera on a little wire. And so I can kind of stick it up into places. I don't want to put it in when it's hot because it'll melt. But here we've got a great image of inside the heat exchanger. And of course, the combustion air is going to pass over here and work its way over these little surfaces, maximize the surfaces to pass over the air on the outside of this, which is the fresh air. But if there's ever a leak, that's when you got a problem. Again, when I see an image like this, water damage or rust, I'm going to take a picture and I'm going to say repair or replace, because this is clearly significantly rusted and there may be holes I don't see. And that's what gets me worried. Now, there are other types of heat exchangers also. They're not officially part of your inspection, but I do want you to see what they look like when you come across them. As we said, that flue has got a lot of heat going out of it. This is actually this type of heat exchanger. What it's doing is it's running water, perhaps the inflow water for the house, and it's passing over the chimney on the way out. Now, the chimney was going to radiate this heat anyway, so there's no loss. But you're capturing a lot of warm air. And these are, as long as you don't interrupt the flow, you are adding a lot of energy back into your building. Alternatively, in older stoves like this, this is a 100-year-old idea. This is not new. This is that, an old wood burning stove. Somebody's added a nice little vent where the primary airflow is going to pass through not one, but 5 pipes, maximizing the surface area, maximizing the radiant heat, throwing as much heat as you can out into the house, capturing as much heat as you can. And as long as you don't have airflow problems, as long as these things stay clean inside, you're in good shape. And so this is a older style example of, again, trying to capture this much heat as possible. These critters right here, the ones on the left, the water-based ones, if you're just capturing water from, even if it's just going around a water pipe, a wastewater pipe, or a chimney, either way, you can capture an immense amount of energy from the house, for the house. A quick reminder on dryer vents is yet another many type of nightmares. Do keep an eye out for these as you're down looking at the vent systems. Not only dryer vents, but I reminded you about exhaust vents for regular. Most combustion vents, this dryer vent stuff is going to burn. Dryer vents, it's not burning, but it could. Now, if you don't know, this lint is insanely flammable. In fact, if you're a camper, you actually take this lint out and keep it in a Ziploc bag because it's the ultimate fire starter, which is a reminder of how scary it can be. In this case, on the left, the dryer vent was venting up into the attic. What an idiot. So what we've got, I got a couple problems with this. We've got it venting up into the attic. The attic is cellulose fiber insulation. So I got, this dryer vent, that's like putting kindling on top of a fuel source. Now, cellulose fiber is not going to burn until it gets a starter. Well, there's your starter. So this dryer vent, this inspector probably, this picture alone paid for a home inspection. Just to see something stupid like this that a homeowner probably wouldn't know to look at, this probably prevented a fire. On the right side, again, ductwork. This is a really lamely hung duct. I got to give them a little credit though, because I assume it's rigid. It's not the most beautiful hang in the world. Again, duct tape connection is pretty lame. The challenge is this flex tube is going to collect a lot of lint, and it's better than nothing. But even worse though is that it's really close to the exhaust of the furnace. So that's really bad, because what's going to happen here is the furnace is going to exhaust and the dryer's not working. Let's say the dryer's not being used at the time. The dryer is going to suck the air back in. The exhaust air from the furnace is going to suck back in to the house and into the dryer, and the dryer is going to suck carbon monoxide into your house. So that's just another example where you want to think about how airflow works around your building, how dryers are properly venting. Now, look, if it's built up lint here, this is a maintenance issue. This is just, hey, clean it, stupid. But this is a design issue on the left where it's going up into the attic. And obviously, when you got a maintenance issue like this, do you get rid of the lint? Well, if the owner's there, I'd point it to him and say, you really got to get rid of that. But am I going to do it myself? No, because I know it's crazy. Good news is they're going to get the report quickly. Bad news is if you touch it, it could cause other problems. By the way, it might be like this because there's an animal in there. I know that sounds crazy too. Okay, we talked about heat exchangers a minute ago. I love them. They are going to become very required in the newer buildings for the energy codes. So you're going to see them a lot. This is a great example of a copper one. Again, that's a lot of copper. That's pretty expensive, but it saves immense amounts of energy. You got hot pipe there. You got water passing through it. The water goes in at 60, comes out at 90. That 30-degree bump times 50 gallons a day, you've provided an immense amount of heat. Another example of a heat exchanger, you might notice that this is very similar to, it's almost the reverse of an air conditioning unit inside the heat exchanger or the evaporator in a air conditioner. The idea though is water passes, usually ceramic or plastic tray, hot water passes over on its way out of the house. And again, here we got a pipe in a pipe. The copper pipe is capturing the heat. These are, this is very similar, as I mentioned earlier, how you might have a water tank. We saw this earlier, where you have an unpressurized tank that is, doing that heat exchange. And then once the tank goes into here, then it gets pressurized to go up into the house. I think we saw that a while ago. We'll get back to that for another day. So anyway, we think about heat exchangers. You're going to see them a lot. Tank type, flat type. This is another example for outside for pools. This is pretty simple too. Same idea. Capture as much heat as you can. On the right side is a tankless water heater. And wow, look at that. Look at that wrapped heat exchanger at it. These guys are trying to capture every kilowatt or every BTU of energy they can and have no energy leave the building. This is a waistline. So these guys are capturing waste. It's the black waistline, the shower line. And they're capturing heat from the shower line as it leaves the house and preheating the water going into the tankless water heater. Sounds dumb, right? No, not at all. Tankless water heater's got to work fast, right? So it's got really a pushing hard. So if you preheat that water, somebody's taking a shower, so the hot water is currently flowing down here. You need the hot water, so it's coming down at 100 degrees, and you're capturing that, preheating the water to 80 degrees, and you saved a lot of energy. Simple, stupid, but simple, stupid is really good. In fact, my attitude is the simpler you can make solutions, the more efficient it's going to be. So as you come across these systems, I'll be able to recognize them. Of course, with ductwork, you can come out with some really crazy stuff. In this case, an old furnace down in a basement. They were trying to rig the exhaust. For some reason, they weren't using the regular exhaust, and they had PVC pipe rigging the exhaust, and it kind of fell off. And somehow this passed inspection, go figure. In this case, the PVC was duct taped together rather than glued together. That's not good. That means it's going to move. And the problem is that duct wasn't working. The furnace, when it was turning on, was venting carbon monoxide into the cellar. Okay. And sadly, from this picture, an old lady died from the shoddy work of the plumber or the HVAC contractor, because that ductwork was coming up into the cellar, into the house, and then she died. I think I mentioned It can happen to anybody. In fact, one of my predecessors is Manhattan building commissioner. A couple of years ago, he and his wife sadly died of carbon monoxide poisoning in their house. And it's just a reminder that, even the smart people can be dumb. Now, this is another good example. As you analyze, as you're down in that cellar, you're doing that pipe craziness, thinking through the pipes. What's wrong with this? You guys want to tell me what's wrong with the red lines on the left side? Do you understand what's going on here? Anybody want to take a shot at it?
Seems like both air in and out from the same pipe.
Right, they're supposed to go out from the same pipe, but as you correctly indicate, sometimes the water heater might not be on. So the air coming up the furnace, while it's supposed to go straight up, a lot of it's going to backflow into the water heater. And what I really want you to see is this staining at the top of the air vent of the water heater. And that shows that there's backflow occurring. And of course, that backflow is full of carbon monoxide and exhaust air. So that's a really scary sight. Again, the trigger here is the exhaust air. And quite honestly, you're down here. If this furnace is working, you can see a couple things going wrong. One, you've got signs of a lot of rust damage here, like that backflow is really causing some moisture problems. Because remember, it works both ways. If the water heater's on and the furnace isn't, the air is going to backflow into here as well. So this imbalance, anytime you combine an exhaust, you got to have a big warning sign. And this was without a damper to prevent it from flowing backwards. This was really bad. Thank you. Now, on the right side, this is a typical small closet mounted furnace. For the most part, there's not much of a problem here, except that the door doesn't have proper openings for venting. It doesn't provide enough air to go into the furnace. So you need to have proper venting in the doors. We'll look at that in a minute. By the way, that's also a bad location for a thermostat. Having the thermostat right next to the furnace is not the smartest thing in the world. We talk about backflow and the risk of air flowing backwards. Understanding how the air is going to move through the house is pretty important. Now, to furnaces and fireplaces, they are becoming higher tech. As we saw the furnace earlier, the wood pellet furnaces, as the EPA furnaces are becoming, wood stoves become more efficient, they are actually becoming, not in New York City, because it's not allowed, but upstate, you are seeing more and more use of the wood stove to heat a house. And it's a great backup system, right? Again, if you perhaps have an oil burner system most of the time and a wood burner some of the time in an emergency, that's a good thing. If you didn't see the emails I saw today, or not the emails, but the articles I was reading today, government is telling people in the United States, prepare for extended blackouts. As we speak, a massive cold wave is coming to the East Coast. And even more important, a massive cold wave is coming to Texas right now. In Texas, if you remember last January, they lost power and they had a mess. They didn't have alternative heating systems. So their pipes froze, their people froze, and it wasn't pretty. A lot of deaths and $45 billion worth of pipe damage. So a lot of people have become more and more reliant on alternate systems. Upstate New York, you'll definitely see this because nobody, when you live upstate New York, you are on the surface of the moon. It is cold and you have to be prepared. So people will have multiple systems. Fireplaces are popular. If you're in Europe right now, in Germany, I was listening to a blogger in Austria and the firewood is one of the most searched items on the internet right now because everybody is desperately afraid that they can't afford their fuel bills as the problems are occurring over there. And in fact, people are pillaging the parks, which are almost all owned by the government, to get fuel. firewood right now. Anyway, this is a great example of how whatever your fuel source, the concept is the same. One of the things we see here is a direct vent for a fireplace. This can be true for any type of furnace where we actually have a pipe. These are cool. I like these. They're relatively new. And what it is it is a single box on the outside of the building. You guys have probably seen these. And what this is a double wall device where hot air is going out, cold air is coming in to supply the furnace. And as I said, with preheating, what's the beauty here? This double line pipe, wow, this is cool. It's actually preheating all that air coming in. So you got this really, the maximum quality of heating possible. Again, where's your heat going? As you can see in the diagram, this double vent, it's going out the middle and coming back in the sides. And know that you don't worry about the backflow. They got this all figured out. Again, you're definitely seeing these a lot more in houses today. They can be used for furnaces. They can be used for fireplaces, and particularly natural gas fireplaces and regular fireplaces. So definitely keep an eye out. What do you got here? Again, a more efficient system. In this case, you've actually got, you may not be able to see it. It may be inside the walls. You may have a couple of vents being provided for this. So when you're looking around at the house, you'll turn on the furnace for heat and you'll be wondering why there's no heat. And maybe it is because some of the heat is planned to come from the fireplace. Well, actually, heat should never be planned to come from the fireplace. This would just be accessory heat. Okay. And just as Henry just pointed out a great thing a minute ago, one of the greatest fears in the world is backdraft. And look at this stupidity. 1, 2, 3, 4, it's actually 5 water heaters here. And the 5 water heaters, obviously in really crappy shape, look at the corrosion, natural gas, they are all venting through one plenum out of the house. And as you can see, the angles of attack and no dampers, you can imagine this boiler here, this hot water heater here is pumping carbon monoxide or combustion gas up, and there's a really good chance it's going to be going back down this pipe. So this is a great example of just an absolute nightmare. And this, again, this is where I break out my carbon monoxide detector. I definitely, this is an alert one for me. I'd be worried about this. Again, in terms of what gadgets you want to bring, there's a lot of different types of things you can do when you're testing systems. Forced warm air, you might want to, for instance, this is what's called an anemometer. This tests the volume of air that's coming out of a duct. Mostly that's a little beyond the home inspector, but that can be useful to say, to show that you are getting air provided. And again, anytime you can provide quantified numbers, it's a good way to sell to your client. Again, one of my favorite devices is, again, you get these off eBay. They're not expensive. I think 25 bucks, 200 in Home Depot. It's 25 on eBay. And it's actually, you can't see it. So I get it to focus. As you can see, it's actually telling me the air quality. Well, you can't see it. Sorry about that. But in this case, the air quality in my apartment is pretty good. It's 21 degrees Celsius, which is pretty good because I've had the door open. So in the other side of the apartment, it's 32 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees. So my steam system's working a little too well. So again, you're down in the basement, you're down in wherever it is, and you're asking yourself, my gas is coming in, I'm tracing each device. I'm asking myself, is there any sign of leaks or damage? Is there sign of water? Does it look like there's proper venting? And again, this is a nightmare vent. I can't emphasize enough, when a house is built, it's probably okay. It's when it gets added onto or repaired or replaced. That's the stuff you worry about. Simple fact is, in the New York City area, the average home being 90 years old in Brooklyn and maybe 70 in Westchester, you're going to see these evolutions of houses, and that's what you've got to be on the eye for. Other things to look for: soot around vents. We talked about fireplaces. A good, we don't see it here. This is a beautiful, we think about the proper burn of a fireplace. What we don't want to see is, areas where there's soot and dirt, which implied there might be air flowing back. The flue might be back drafting when the oven's not on, which is why there's, in fireplaces, there's a flue to keep the air from coming back down the pipe when the fireplace is off. One time my wife had the flue closed, and I'm about 10 blocks away. She lights a fire and the apartment fills with smoke, and she didn't know how to open the flue. So I ran, back in my younger, stronger days, ran 10 blocks, ran up the 5 flights of stairs, opened the flue, and vented the apartment. But, again, it helps to open the flue. But in this case, you're not going to start a fire to test it, but you are going to observe. You're going to look for signs of damage. Observe, your comment, oh, there's a, standard wood size stove. It looks like it is, if you can look inside, you're going to determine whether it's catalytic or non-catalytic. Usually the airflow slits around it are a good indicator. And, add some value by telling them that it's, the stove is, whether, if it's not being used, you can look up perhaps and see if it's clean. If it's catalytic, you can't actually look up the flue. We'll look at those in a minute. Again, soot around vents. Look at this on the right. Now, this is really serious, actually. This is really, really serious. On the right side, we have a furnace. On the left side, we have a furnace. On the right, it's sitting on bricks. So that's already telling me that this is a pretty lame installation. On the right side, I've got natural gas, okay? The natural gas burns pretty clean. But, wow, very, very scary. I have major char marks on the outside of this tank. That's like burning the paint, okay? That's how much energy and combustion is occurring outside of this water heater. This is an immediate, this is a red flag, repair, replace. If you're with the owner, you would literally tell the owner, you may want to stop using this thing immediately. So in this case, look, that fire is so bad, it's probably burned the wires. It may have burned the gauge itself, the temperature switch. So this is really bad. That anytime you see soot around the duct, that's a big flag. Now, soot in other areas. The return air vents are a great place to look. I talked about rabbit and animal hair earlier. Soot is, another bad thing. Here's another thing to think about. I talked about reporting whether there are pets in a house. I would also report whether there are smokers in the house. Were there smokers in the house, and perhaps of other kinds of smoke as well? If you see a lot of dirt or the house has this grunge, that's the sign. A buyer may be buying remotely. I mean, people were buying remote during COVID, right? What if you bought a house remote and you get there and you find there were 10 dogs and 3 smokers in the house? Well, that can have a big impact on your quality of life, and you might have to spend a lot of money to clean it up. So that you want to put that on your report. Again, soot around the vents. It's in a closet. I really hate to see heating sources right next to wood paneling. That's a big no-no. All right, I want to see clearance of 6 inches or so. Maybe this is a kind that doesn't require clearance. It is a small unit, but wow, this scares me. Again, it looks like we have, it looks like a gas line coming in with this boiler. We've got the vent, we've got the window to look into the inside. This is clearly a 30 or 40-year-old unit. It's got char marks around the outside. This is a screamer. This says, repair or replace this unit. This is, again, a red tag for me also, if I saw this in a house. Does it work? Yeah, it probably works. But if you see this much carbon on the outside, that means the carbon monoxide came with it. And that means this house probably has carbon monoxide. Again, inside of that heat exchanger, if you have access, whether either by a snake camera or whatever, again, it's not required that you inspect it, but if you can see it, take a look. If you can snake in or if the window's openable, take a quick shot. Also, if you smell something, the soot is blocking efficient burning, so it's not good. Of course, the real question is gas is supposed to be clean, so why is there so much soot? Again, more example of direct vents. This is a really nice, high quality direct vent going through a house, but on the right side, something's wrong. Can anybody want to guess to me what's wrong with that vent? That looks to me like the furnace on the inside is jammed up and it's not properly combusting the oil. That looks to me like the oil is partially vaporized, not burning properly, and it's so much of it's bad that it's staining the house. And I go one worse here. Not only is it staining the house, but it's within 3 feet of a window, which is another big no-no. So that crappy oil stained air is actually getting sucked into the house. Or worse, in a cold day, the carbon monoxide might be sucked into the house. So this is just a major disaster. Obviously, this may have been caused by a fire inside the house. So you've got an exterior and a mechanical problem here. Same thing here. Why is this happening? The answer is probably that they were burning number 6 fuel oil, bad fuel oil. This may be, I doubt it, but this may be a direct vent for a fireplace. That'd be really stupid. So I think it's got to be a fuel oil from a furnace. Now, keep in mind also with this furnace fuel oil, look what else we have. Again, dryer vents, right? Or bathroom vents. What's my worry? I'm worried about not only the soot, which is absolutely, really, again, it may just be bad oil, in which case you could clean it up. And so I would check the tank and see what oil they were using. If they're using number 6, if there's a sticker that says number 6 outside, maybe that's an explanation. But if they're burning number 2 and this is happening, I got a big problem. And again, these vents here are potentially backdraft sources. Again, every vent should be within, at least 3 feet away from a window. Preferably, I'd like to say 3 feet in all obviously 3 feet in all directions, but vertically, because the heat's going to rise, I don't want anything within 10 feet above. Of course, the biggest challenge with these is to make sure they're high enough. The door being 6 feet tall or 7 feet tall, this thing is less than 7 feet above. So that's yet another no-no. So it's less than 7 feet above, so you can get blasted by the heat as you walk by, 1. 2, improper combustion, so you've got getting soot on the building, that's 2. 3, the ducts are too close. So again, when we're dealing with these direct vent systems, direct vents work fine. And again, ideally, this is sucking the fresh air in and pushing the combusted air out. In doing so, excuse me, again, you can get a more efficient burn, but you do run this risk of several aspects of safety. 1 is less than 7 feet above, 2 within the ducts. So again, there are many ways to configure these chimneys. Why do you want a tall chimney? The tall chimney is there to create a draft. The draft is important at very high temperature differentials. Okay, so if you're going from straight fireplace, you do want a chimney. You want a chimney no matter what, because of course it has to exhaust at least 3 feet away vertically and 10 feet away horizontally from any point on the roof. We talked about some old furniture, old fixtures and old devices. This is a 1920s oil boiler. I gotta love it. But it's clearly past its time. I would venture to say this: if you can find the plaque and identify that it's a 1932 boiler, it's pretty safe to say, hi, this is a 190-year-old boiler. I think it needs to be replaced. So the buyer in your report knows that boiler, even though, hey, it might be scrubbed clean for the inspection, it's beyond its serviceable life. The right side, again, a typical oil or natural gas, probably gas switch off, older style. You know, you'll see a lot of different devices out there. It might just be a manual switch, or it might be this straight valve turn off. Safety switches on furnaces are required for water heaters and furnaces. Why? Because very simply, in a pinch, you want to be able to shut the system down. Clearly, it's an oil burner, on off. The emergency off is there. So bam, knock it down, knock the system off. If you've been doing inspections already off, then that's what it is. Whoa, it's 2 o'clock, guys. Hey, 2 o'clock, we're going to take a break. Let's go a half hour. I still owe you a little time from last time. So at 2:40, we're going to start up again. You guys there?
Yep.
Yep, okay.
Half an hour is okay?
Sure.
You learn anything so far?
Yeah, lots of things.
I hope these, I work really hard to put a lot of visuals in here, you know, good and bad. And because when you're out in the field, you're just going to get overwhelmed by images. And so, you know, again, use the YouTube videos. I wish we could do this in class more. If I do any inspections that you guys can walk around with me, you can. I don't do these most of the time. Most of my stuff is commercial. But through the school, again, Paul, sounds like you've already got somebody to do inspection with. But the greatest thing in the world is just walk around. And guess what? You don't have to do it with somebody else. Just do any house, do any, you know, any apartment building. Walk around, trace the systems. Try to ask yourself, what is that pipe? Try to solve to understand what every pipe is in your apartment building, in your house, or whatever. This is the investigation, the sleuthing that helps you to understand what the building's doing. Are there crazy things in the building? Are there leftover things? Are there broken things? And these are the things that are going to add value. Okay, half hour. I'll be back at 2:40, and we're doing pretty good. We're almost there, guys.
All right, thank you.
Okay, half hour.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just want to, I try to record these last weeks weren't any good. But I did put, I don't know if you saw them, but I put some links to YouTube. If you
Oh, yes.
are, if you want to bore yourself to tears with my videos, they are, I put the last module, HI2 up for your reference, and a number of my real estate things. So you're more than welcome to listen to them. Alternatively, of course, there's some really good home inspection channels that I strongly suggest you look at YouTube. It's really great. I mean, I watch them all the time, and I'm always catching 1 or 2 new things every time. I listen to them in the background while I'm working on my architecture during the day.
Excellent.
You know, again, and that gets to, you know, like I said, you guys have got to be always thinking about learning, relearning, rethinking, you know, because every house is different. Every inspection has a twist or 2 or 10 or 100, and you just got to sort through it. Actually, oh, I'm surprised I pushed this one in. This is actually from a site property I'm advising on. I forgot I put these pictures in, but this was interesting because, again, we talk about that fresh air supply. This was down in a cellar. It actually had a couple of legal problems, which I'm trying to help sort out. But one of the things you do see in the boiler room here is one, you could see there were some tenants that weren't very happy with the boiler room. This is a 3-family house, and yet also you can see the vent that is providing the fresh air for the room. Not that room, but a different room. Let's take a look at some more systems. Hopefully you guys are, I'm hoping these puzzles are useful to you in trying to decode, you know, each individual site you might deal with. Again, a hot water heater, probably a furnace over to the side, and then this is the pressure tank that's gonna, let's see what we got. Yeah, this one's probably the pressure tank to boost up the water up into the house. Yeah, oh, actually, this is the right side picture of it. So this is, I think this is the one that was in the room. In this case, again, we've got a relatively, probably a 20-year-old furnace. It is a oil burner. It is, again, you might see, if you look carefully, you see NMY New Yorker. Prior to 2008, everything that went into New York City had to be specially approved for New York City use. So there were only a certain number of boilers that could be used. One of the things you will come across, it's kind of weird, but they actually certified everything for use in the city. And of course, what you got here, you got a 20-year-old boiler stem going up to a hot water system. The hot water was coming across here into the pressurized reserve tank and then shooting up in the house. And this was obviously a hot water heater here, and it was, I'm 99% sure this was a separate, see the box right here, guys? That implies that it's a, I'm not sure how much you can see my cursor moving, but that box right there is probably where the electric is. So 99% sure this is an electric water heater. So electric water heater, pressure tank, boiler, and again, there's a 3-family house. So fresh air coming in from the side, from the main room, and not adequate for this building, actually. These guys, they did something wrong here. I might have to straighten them out on this. Okay, other things we don't want to see with furnaces. This is a, this is the nightmare, right? Smoke marks, holes, rust perforations. These are things that are going to be raised as major issues on a furnace. You can see, now you might not be able to see the hole, but you got to ask yourself, where's all this rust coming from? Dust or rust, you're not sure which one it is, but clearly what you've got is something's corroding very seriously. In this case, this was, you know, the corrosion from the galvanized vent was just dropping and combined with dust from the cellar area. So this is, at this point, we also see, if you look closely, you'll see some char marks around the gas burners. So this is clearly a repair or replace. And again, you wouldn't know this until you open it up inside. And if you take that front panel off, you can get a good look at things like this. Again, we talked about what happens if you come across a building that's been flooded. Pretty important. As you can see here, a little bit of water, okay, with a vertical unit. Water is up to the impeller, bad, but once the water gets up to the heating elements, the gas, that's when it's, you've got to compromise. Clearly, this one on the left has been pretty seriously flooded, and it looks like it's, you might see a watermark, or they may have tried to clean it up, but you can see the marks. And I want you to imagine when you come across this, how bad was the water, and is it compromising the system? One of the things you'd probably see if this were repaired afterwards, you would probably not have good blue burn on the burners. So that's one quick clue. Excuse me. Again, water damage from that furnace. Always pay attention to whether there is, signs of watermarks on the ground. This is with the water still there, but clearly, if you look carefully, you see a lot of rust around the outside. This isn't the first time this one's flooded. So this one is, clearly a repair or replace for the inspection. I got to move ahead so we can get to the inspections themselves. Now, if you choose, you are not required to do so. I strongly suggest it though, because it's a really value added. If you have a carbon monoxide detector, don't be afraid to, get a sniffer. And if you see that looks like there might be breaks in the if you smell combustion gas, or because if you smell the gas, chances are the carbon monoxide is much worse. In this case, the guy was able to put his sniffer down into the boiler, and there should be no combustion gas in the heating section. And in this case, he put it in, and he discovered that a huge amount of carbon monoxide was in the circulation air, that it was leaking. And why would that happen? Of course, that would happen because of cracks in the heat exchanger. Well, I've got a couple more pictures of that coming. Again, we think about the furnaces. When we do have a side loading furnace, we ask ourselves, what is the good distances away? Again, at least 12 to 20 inches between input and expulsion, whatever you want to say. And alternatively, of course, these things. Now, these guys say only 18 inches from the windows. With the diagram they have here in New York City, it's 3 feet. I got to be careful. There's a bunch of variations, but use your common sense. If you see any kind of staining towards the window, if you sense there's, again, it's closer, and also think above, you want to make sure that hot gas coming out is not going to get sucked in on a winter day, or it's not going to go up and cause combustion above. And also don't forget about the shrubs and bushes around as well. More furnace inspection. Again, take the plate off. You should have no problem doing that. We've seen a bunch of different furnaces today. As you can see here, we've got a PVC exhaust. So this is a high efficiency burner. This guy is taking a look at it. He's not finding anything wrong. Everything's okay. It's a little dusty, but dust doesn't kill you. In this case, his air coming in is good. His combustion going out is good. The wiring is kind of exposed. I think there might be a missing cover plate here, and that would be a markup problem. But beyond that, he's in good shape. On the right side, a reminder of what pilot lights used to look like. They don't really use these much anymore, but which means you're going to see them all the time. They haven't used them in probably 20 years, so they are out there. And it was just a loose, slow flow of gas with a little thermocouple to ignite it. And ideally, this is just the way you'd see the old 60%, obviously wide open burners, and they're just going to suck air right in here, right up the exchangers. Now, this is another good example of a good image of the burner's in full blast. Obviously, you can't inspect the heat exchanger when it's like this, but you can observe something else, which is, first of all, general maintenance. Is there a rust or something like that? Second, you're going to look for color. That one, number 2 right there, that's a little orange, you know? So I'd keep an eye out for that, and I'd look for signs, more signs there might be any kind of damage. From above, I'd look to see if that color is continuing orange, which tells me it's not burning at a higher enough temperature. If it's one burner, maybe I'm not going to worry, but if you start seeing down to the yellow spectrum, that means it's really burning low temperature, and that might mean there's some kind of clogging involved. Again, here, this guy is, you know, running some basic tests on the inside here. He's got his gas meter. You know, this is lots of devices for gas meters out there. And although mine's not a sniffer, I don't think this does carbon monoxide. It does formaldehyde, which is a long-term chemical rather than a short-term chemical. It's actually just 20 chemicals. Here, the guy has a very high rating for carbon monoxide, which tells me that, again, this boiler or this furnace has leaks in it. He's got a 350 something rating on carbon monoxide. That is crazy. And I'm sure his probe is inside of the exchanger, or near, you know, on the outside of the exchanger, excuse me. But that means there's a lot of leakage. What does leakage look like? Again, looking at older furnaces, you might come across these ancient furnaces, you know. There's a 50, 60-year-old furnace, cast iron. Guess what? It's going to last forever. These things really do. I mean, you give this thing a wire brush and a good workup, and the cast iron enclosure is really good. Now, if that rust, again, I say this gently because the cast iron front and burner is less important, as I said, than the heat exchanger on the inside. So the heat exchanger does eventually meet its maker. And chances are, I mean, obviously the front plate is missing, but you've got a gas burner here. It looks like there is an oil impeller here. I don't know what's going on. I think this may be a combine system, but I doubt it. It's probably gas only, and that's just an impeller fan. So again, back to the issues. What do we have here? Look at the rust. Look at the rust at the base. That is huge. That alone is a fail. Okay. Obviously, the missing front plate is with the heat exchangers. That's pretty much a fail also. On the right side underneath, we look at another case of serious collapsing corrosion, where the dirt has just filtered down and rusted away. And clearly that is, you know, this is replace this one. This one's no good. It's an old it's probably a 1970s furnace. You can just see the corrosion everywhere, which means it's going to be even worse where you can't see it inside. Other types of things you might want to see with a furnace. Again, there is that combustion chamber on the inside. It should be completely isolated. In this case, something's leaking so badly in a heat exchanger that you literally see, you know, burn marks coming through the front plate. This should not be happening. Obviously, this does two things. One, it destroys the gauge, which is there to protect from overburning. And two, it probably had an immense amount of carbon monoxide release on the inside of the tank and into the room. So this is a total, you know, if you were a building inspector, you'd say this is a full, you know, shutdown, a tag out, but you shouldn't use it immediately. Again, on the right side, when you're looking inside, he's using a sniffer. He's got an old one, but he's got a bunch of problems. He's got rust here. He's got condensation rust at the transition here up top. He has, I can't see enough on the inside of there to know just how bad it is. But he's just, you know, one thing I want you to see is you need to be able to take the faceplate off, take a look in, look for loose wires, look for burn marks, look for char marks, look for any signs of deterioration, rust, corrosion, etc. Here it is. Now, think about this. This is the heat exchanger. The combustion air has burned in the tank, and the combustion air now goes up through, and passes through these tubes. Now, the combustion air gets to right here. Of course, remember, this air outside of the tubes is the fresh air that's going to go back into your house, heated. Nope. You've got combustion air, full bore, full blast, going out. In fact, with the holes that big, you can pretty much say the the room air is a chimney. Probably half of the, majority of the combustion air is actually going up the chimney. Or, excuse me, it's going up into the house. This is actually a death sentence. Now, if you can see in the chamber, if the front door is open, fine. But again, you're not required to by the regulations for the home inspector. But if you did, this is your fear. Okay, this is a totally compromised heat exchanger. These are totally compromised heat exchangers that are, they've failed very significantly, and they're just even a tiny pinhole crack from corrosion is enough to leak the carbon monoxide out and poison the people in the house. Again, as you know, carbon monoxide, CO, damages and destroys red blood cells and hemoglobin. That's the game on. Here on the left, more images very quickly. Age and replacement cost. Again, you would, on your report, you would simply say, boiler, the boiler is based upon the plaque. I looked it up, and it's built in 1972, and the average age is the average suggested age is 25 years. This thing is 50 years old. You might want to expect to replace it very soon after you move in. Okay. On the right side, again, a lot of dust. Now, is dust a fail? No, dust is not a fail. What is a fail here, though, I don't know if you noticed, but the furnace is sitting on a concrete block. Now, I'm actually happy it's on a block rather than the floor, but that's not good. So again, what we have here is, when you have this level of dust, you're going to put on your report, the equipment is heavily dusted, needs to be maintained, and so you put a repair review note for somebody to come take a look at it. If your inspection doesn't find any other problems, it definitely would raise the fact that it's on blocks. Okay, again, more images from a furnace. You probably won't open it up like this. Is the larger commercial furnace. This is a reminder, again, of what those heat exchangers might be up against. Now, sometimes when we talk about boilers, right, of course, we're heating water. And the boiler will have the water either in a large tank, and or the water will be going through a number of pipes as well. And in this case, what we have is the the tubes were so loaded with calcium that really the pipes broke on the inside. So calcium deposits and failing pipes, this is obviously shot. Can you see something this old? Absolutely. This is like a 120-year-old boiler. You might come across these. Most of the time, in New York City, you probably won't, because large boilers are very heavily regulated in New York City. But smaller, in a small house with a big boiler, or excuse me, a single family house, you might have an old mansion that has an old crazy boiler like this. On the right side, another worry that you might see, again, an oil burner. You've got a lot of crud / ashes around it. That's a big flag. And then probably worst of all, you see at the vision port, you see a lot of rust coming out. And of course, that means there's a lot of moisture in the combustion chamber. And that tells me that something's pretty wrong with what's going on inside. And chances are, again, the insides have probably rotted out. So what do? You're going to note that the boiler's probably 20, 30 years old. It does look like it has an Energy Star sticker on the right side, but it doesn't really matter. If with that rust mark, you would have to mark it as repair or replace. Quick reminder, as I was talking a minute ago, about how you're getting fresh air to all the devices. In this case, there are boiler rooms, a water heater and a furnace on the inside. This is very common in small apartments. and houses where you'll have a furnace, right in the middle of the house. That's okay, as long as you are getting adequate fresh air. So again, in this case, it only has one vent. You really should have a second vent. Your architect probably said, oh no, the second vent isn't pretty. Well, who cares about pretty? I want safe. Okay. So again, 12 inches from the ceiling, 12 inches from the floor. Why? Might get jammed up, might get blocked. And again, you want to have a positive airflow, an unblockable airflow into the room, because when that thing's firing up, it's sucking air. And if it doesn't suck air, it's going to draw carbon monoxide back into the house. Again, good example, we saw this earlier, where yet another water heater that has a fire around its return. Now what's happening here is actually the air is coming back, is backdrafting. And remember, on these gas or oil ones, the heater's down here. So the flame, instead of going up the pipe in the middle of the water heater, is actually coming out the side. This is pretty serious. And of course, anytime you see combustion on the outside, that means combustion gases came into the room and will continue to do so. Obviously, you've got a very old one based upon that water hinge. You can see the rust on the tank. You would definitely suggest this be an immediate replacement. Again, why do you care? Because that's $2,000, $3,000 for the buyer of the house. Water heater's critical. You got to have it. Okay, furnace filters, a typical air filter, sometimes it's built into, most of the time it's built into the furnace at the impeller. Sometimes it's, in this case, you see it in the closet venting system going into a room. And, always check, as you're walking around, you're not going to be replacing the filter, but take a check and see how dirty it is. I've seen filters that are just unbelievably filthy. I mentioned, again, pets. This is a place where pet dander can really, really become a problem, because that pet dander, if the filter isn't doing its job and it's getting past, it's going to cause combustion problems and debris problems. Now, on the high end of furnaces, you're going to come across something like this. This is a really nice electrostatic, and I think this is UV as well. This is an electrostatic air filter. You're going to see these more and more, as I said. This is just completely zapping everything in the return air. And that just, really changes the game in terms of air quality. In fact, owners today are, I mentioned earlier about Chinese investors that I had dealt with years ago. They were asking for, one of the selling points that worked with a couple of investment projects was the investors would say that the condominium had hospital grade air filtering. They spent a lot of money getting super HEPA filtration for the entire apartments, and it actually helped them sell for millions of dollars more. There is a big demand for air filters now. Sometimes you'll come across some very sophisticated systems, but the real question is, do they work? So in this case, it has a very nice one, and you take a picture of that, and the buyer may want to know that. But conversely, if you have, a poorly maintained filter system, remember, if you don't change your filters and no maintenance, chances are you have no maintenance on other issues as well. Again, the furnace filters on the left side. Now I've taken the cover plate off, the front plate off, but what you do notice is the air is coming in from the left and the filter's just sitting there. It's 4 inches away, which means, of course, the dirty air is going to go up and around. The filter's not going to do its job, and the machine's going to take damage. On the right side, same issue. The filter is up in an attic. It's kind of sloppy. And even worse, the filter's a little too small. If you notice, there's a gap up at the top. Not acceptable. It's okay to be a little too large, not okay to be a little too small. Not doing its job. Again, furnace filters, they should be changed every couple of months. You're not the maintenance person, but you want to keep an eye out for their general attitude towards cleaning. In this case, if that filter is coming out of, you want to pull the filter out, it'll tell you a lot about the overall maintenance of the furnace. We talked about gas supply to the furnace. In this case, this gas supply is coming down, and it's good steel. I like that. I'm not sure why it bends a couple times the way it does. I think, well, I do see the wall there. I guess that's why. But of course, what it does need is a drip leg. The gas would come down this pipe, and it would have some moisture in it, water moisture as well as gas, and that water moisture would work its way, and a couple of drops of built up water could knock the furnace offline. A typical drip leg, 3 or 4 inches right here. This is what it should look like, but it's not there. And again, the water might get into that gas valve, block it, and knock it offline. Okay, and we talked about the thermostats already in terms of, as we inspect, we walk around, and we're going to turn on the thermostat for each room and try to gauge whether you're getting enough, whether you're getting the heat turning on. Now, does it have to be perfect? If you set it to 75, should it be 75 in 5 minutes? No, you don't have to push the system too hard, but you gotta understand, when you turn it on, you've got to feel that, the air is flowing. It may take an hour to heat up. It may take 10 minutes. Your job is to really just identify that it's flowing and that water's coming, or heat is coming, not that it's going to get all the way. So try to use your judgment on that. And of course, the thermal camera is a great example where you turn your forced warm air system, you turn it on, and probably in 2 or 3 minutes, that air coming out of the vent goes from 72 to 120 degrees. And that's pretty much all you need. You get it to 120 degrees, bam, you can turn it off immediately. And as I said, never forget, the last thing you do before you leave a house is to make sure you've turned all the thermostats down to where you found them. In fact, it's pretty smart as you walk around to take a picture of the thermostat when you found it. And most importantly, really importantly, if you're doing it solo, take a picture of the thermostat when you leave the house, okay? So if somebody says, oh, you left the heat on, you'll say, oh, no, I didn't. Somebody else may have, but I didn't leave the heat on. And here's my picture with the timestamp. I know it sounds dumb, but I want you to emphasize, as you do home inspections, CYA, okay? Think about remember, especially now, this is even more critical now, house prices are dropping like a rock, okay? People are really ticked off. For the last 2 years, nobody used the home inspector because the houses were selling in 10 seconds. Today, houses aren't selling, home inspectors are coming in, and very often they're giving the buyers reason to drop the price, hint, hint. And because of that, if you do something wrong, the seller he's losing money and he's pissed. And who's he pissed at? You, because you found a bunch of problems. So if you did something wrong, he's going to counter that son of a bitch, you know what, cost me $50,000 on the price of the house. And you know something, he messed up my carpet. So, well, chances are he's not going to sue you if the house sells, but he may sue you for saying that you forced him into a high energy bill or something like that. Okay, back to the thermostat. Turn on the thermostat and listen for the circulator pumps to go on. If you're downstairs, you remember those green pumps? Do you hear them turning on after a couple seconds? You go upstairs in the living room, you turn on the thermostat, go downstairs a couple minutes later and see that that pump is starting to throw some water out. If the boiler is on. Now, obviously, if the boiler is not up to temperature, you're not going to get any heat through the system. So if the boiler's off, you can't do the inspection. You may, if you do the thermostat, you may hear a click from the pump, but the pump will then turn off because there's no hot water in the system. So, use your judgment as to how far you can inspect. If the boiler's off, a lot of what you're trying to do is dead, but you can get some information just by, again, listening to that click. If it's an electric system, obviously, you should be able to get a near immediate response. Reminder, thermostats today, there's lots and lots of new technologies out there. People are controlling from, the other side of the world from their smartphones. And they're monitoring from their smartphones, and they're monitoring cameras from their smartphones. By the way, that's the most important thing. Never forget, from now on, when you do a home inspection, I'm going to say this once, assume you are on camera at all times. Okay? I'm actually advising on a company that wants to rent surveillance gear for open houses. The idea is they put lots of cameras everywhere at an open house to make sure people don't steal things, or also to gauge their responses and reactions. So these are things to think about. And again, thermostats as well, very important. If you come across a thermostat that requires it's a technology you don't understand, or it's not very obvious to use, don't use it. Because if you turn it on and you can't turn it off, you have a problem. Again, this is always with systems like this, other than the round ones, I would take a general rule, if it's not incredibly obvious how to work, that I would plan on trying to get the owner to be with you to operate the system. Yes, you can probably work your way through this, but remember, you break it, you bought it. As we talked about the thermostats and as we walk around the house, oh, and there might be different zones. Sometimes you'll have a super modern thermostat in one area. Sometimes you'll have the old rounders on other parts of the house. In the end, the furnace only, a hot water heater only cares about on off. So you can have a bunch of different systems, and that's okay. What you don't want is the most important thing is you leave the systems, any system you turn on or off, you leave it off when you leave a house. When you leave a house, you turn all the heat down, you turn all the lights off, and you completely leave it in low stasis mode. So the seller doesn't have to spend any money, and they don't get pissed at you. Of course, the biggest concern is the alarms. My general rule of thumb is if there is an alarm on the house, I would suggest you only go to the house with the owner. Quick reminder also, that's another good reason for body cameras. Just to let everybody remember what you saw. You do 100 inspections, and 3 months later, somebody calls up and says, oh, you didn't do this in my house. Well, you pull out your body camera video and bam, bam, bam. Yes, I did, ma'am. Here's the video of it. And that'll protect you. So I know the police obviously do it a lot these days, but good or bad. And I would strongly suggest, in fact, just about almost all home inspectors are doing that these days. You can do, normal big body cameras. I have a couple of body cameras that are so small you can't recognize them. If you want a buttonhole one, they have them at B&H if you're interested. Again, back to, I think we mentioned this earlier, humidifiers. This is another image of a humidifier system in a house where, again, the air is passing through and it passes over a wet medium, and that wet medium has dripping water on it, and it picks up the water and takes it out into the house. Again, forced warm air systems in the wintertime, you get 4 or 5% humidity, makes your nose bleed, it gets you sick, people get annoyed, so they like having humidity in the house, but these things have to be maintained. This is not part of your inspection. You will note that there is one and have a special person to investigate it. If you feel comfortable, it's very easy to take it off. You can use it at your discretion, but it's not required in the inspection. It's in the don'ts category. Here's another image of a couple. Again, they're really great devices. Just like we talked about the UV, which kills the bugs. This is, the humidifiers have the problem that they could be a place where a lot of germs grow. They really have a lot of value because they do add that moisture to the air. But if you don't maintain them and keep them, if the owner doesn't keep them sparkling, you got a problem. And again, it's not your decision if you can readily available, do it. That's up to you. It's not required. Again, we think about radiant floors as for heating systems. For some reason, I'm switching back to that. There's a great image of a radiant floor manifold, a typical radiant floor, sending water around the house for heating. What is its heating? It's coming right off of the boiler, right? So there is no, formal Well, this is really the distribution of it. And what are you looking for? Well, you really can't tell. As you're looking at the radiant floor, if you have an open floor above, you can see how it's wrapping around at the underside of the floor. Alternatively, if it's sandwiched in between floors, then yeah, you may not be able to have a good look at it. Today, it's common to put it between the subfloor and the finished floor. And if it's done right, again, it'll last forever. This is a good picture of the radiant going in just before they pour. I believe they were going to pour what's this, concrete? No, I think they were just going to put a very thin layer of sleepers on. And again, this is a great retrofit. Now, this is an old building, right? You can see this was a 160-year-old building in Park Slope. So they're doing a real retrofit. You can see the structural, you can see the 2x6s here. This is always, by the way, this is always where they fail. These townhouses always collapse around the stairways. They always sag right here. So these guys did a good job of retrofitting here, but to get around to provide a more energy efficient building, these guys were trying to have, even though an old building, super energy efficiency. So they're putting a lot of great insulation on all sides, even the party walls. It's often that there's only 2 layers of brick between here and the adjacent property. So a good thickness here of insulation has double value, not only for temperature, but for sound. I actually dealt with a building in Brooklyn Heights once. You could literally take a brick, I think I showed you in another class, you took a brick out and you were looking at the backside of the gyp of the apartment on the other side. So the party wall was only 1 thickness of brick. You'll see crazy stuff like this because 150 years ago, construction was expensive and materials were expensive, and they cut corners where they could. So again, this is not cutting corners. This is a beautiful renovation with nice radiant floors on a retrofit. And again, you can see the radiant floor actually sits on a track. That track keeps it from damage from below on the subfloor, but it also, I think that's homosote subfloor, so that acts as both an insulator and a desiccant. And then the finished floor on top will just be beautiful. Oh, here's another one. That's a good one. Now, this one is, I'm 90% sure this one got yeah, this was a concrete floor. So this is an example where they set it all up and then the concrete goes in. So you better do it right the first time, because if you get it wrong, you're going to have to dig it up. Well, good news is you don't have to dig it up because chances are the concrete's going to encase the damage. But this is down in a cellar. And here's the funny part. This actually, down in a cellar, remember the floor is 50 degrees. This actually functions as a heating and cooling. You can heat the floor in the wintertime, but in the summertime, you can actually take this flow because it's 50 degrees down here. And that 50 degrees and reverse it, and you can use it as cooling in the house. So this is a great example of geothermal, but within the building. But this was a nice layout. Again, concrete on top here. You can see how they kind of work their way around everything. Even a little wire, they electrical stub up, they work their pipes around. This is a pretty impressive job. I got one better one too. Of course, how do you tell? The question was, how do you spot a heating radiant floor if you can't see it? Well, I think the one on the left shows you. Of course, bam, there's the radiant floor in the thermal image. On the right side is a very old radiant setup from like 100 years ago. And this was a mess and the pipes had burst. And because some of the pipes somewhere had burst, they turned the radiant floor off. And that's important. They turned it off, which means don't turn it on. If you turn it on, the leak that they turned it off for will start again, and you might do a ton of damage. And this is why, as a home inspector, you're not a plumber. You're not a HVAC tech. You're not touching this device, okay? Especially if it's in a mess like this, you do not turn it on. You do not operate any valves or gate, stuff unless it's regularly used. These are part of the mechanical systems that are not regularly used. You can operate a sink. Yes, you cannot operate this in your inspection. Can you test the water down below the water heater? No, you shouldn't, because again, if you touch that and you open it up to get a couple ounces of water to test, see if there's rust in it, the valve might break. So again, these are reasons why you do not do it. Now, if you can get the homeowner to do it for you, that's smart, okay? But you don't do it. Why do we care about radiant floors? Radiant floors and furniture. I showed you the radiant floors earlier. Well, this is what happens when you have, as you can see here on the right, right at the joint of the plywood, the impact of the chair smashing down has damaged the radiant flooring underneath. And as you can see, it's leaking out here and preventing further flow. Now, this is an electric, it should be a liquid style radiant floor, which is most of them. You may also come across, again, electric gels, which I think are really interesting, where it's actually a conductive gel. And although it's more expensive because it's electric, it is really safe. Okay, back to the steam heating systems really fast. We talk about steam. How do we know it's steam? Super heavy iron, cast or steel piping. How else do we tell? We look for the switch. Good, we got a cutoff switch. What's the fuel supply? We got a gas fuel supply. We got the steam going over, and it looks like the water heater has its own water, so that's separate. Just quick analysis. Back to radiators, and we talked about them earlier. This picture on the left is very important. I like this because I mentioned this earlier. When you paint a radiator, you're basically insulating and making it less efficient. So over time, stupid interior designers, or people don't like looking at the rust or whatever, they get regular paint and they'll paint a radiator, and it really makes it not work very well. In this case, the guy was smart, kind of halfway. He wanted more heat, so he brushed the paint off of the radiator, and that actually did give him more heat, but of course it was ugly as sin. Advice, of course, would have been a paint stripper, but in this case, he just said, forget it, I'm buying a new radiator. And yes, you can buy these radiators. They're still for sale. I saw a place on Queens Boulevard the other day, had about 500 of these stacked to the ceiling, fresh from China. So, again, cast iron radiators are out there. Again, that 5 coats of paint, it makes it worthless. On the right side, of course, you show the bad stuff, but you got to show the good stuff too. This is a single pipe steam. You got your escape valves over here, steam radiator, designed beautiful. I was just at a show, and this one company had some just amazing radiator designs that were just really beautiful architectural pieces. And again, does this work? Yeah. Is it going to last a long time? Yeah. Do I have any complaints? No, it's just gorgeous. I would be careful though about the door opening up and smacking the radiator. That's one little, I'm always looking for problems, so that'd be the problem I'd have. Again, there's that single radiator again, very simply comes in, one valve, one gas vent, out. Now, at the beginning of every year, if the radiators are whistling, the owner or the HVAC tech, not you, what they have to do is they have to open, even the old radiators, that all works the same. You'll open these up, you key open these just a little bit, and to let the let the air bleed out a little bit so that the radiator will work better. I showed you earlier the opposite of this. This is where it gets rid of the air to make maximum flow for the air conditioner or for the radiator. Earlier, I showed the temperature valves that actually do the opposite, where they make half of the radiator empty. And by pushing the pressure back, they actually, reduce the amount of heat in the radiator in a good way. And of course, you can turn it back on as well. The valve itself, especially with hot water, if it's a hot water, this is a one pipe, so it's a steam system. You can clearly turn the system all the way off if you want, or halfway to reduce the steam. Of course, you're not doing any adjustment for the house, But in this case, obviously, this is a nice picture because this is a brand new radiator. So the building, the house is being very well maintained, at least at this one particular point. And I would say that's a great selling point for the house. This is a great example of more radiators on the left side, really cool design. That's actually a heating radiator, gorgeous. This is German though. On the right side, this is, again, I talk about understanding the past. The right side is an early 20th century diagram of the typical steam, the two-pipe steam system of it wasn't a code book, but it was a reference book for old buildings, for buildings at the time. Now, as we look at steam systems, and whether it be water or steam, actually that's steam. I say water in the headline, but going to water systems, you can get a lot more efficiency. This is a basic water baseboard, pretty basic. You guys know how these work. Same challenge, copper pipe, a little bit of a bleeder here to let the air out of the system when you turn the system on for the summer or for the winter. You know, a lot of people will completely drain the heat during the summer. For instance, if it's if you're away for the winter, you might drain all the liquid out of it to keep the pipe from bursting. Again, more water heating. This is a two-pipe system, probably almost definitely hot water, relatively thin copper pipe coming in. Beautiful fixtures, nice. Thin wall radiator, that's another sign it's probably hot water. In, out. It looks like it hasn't been around for a while. I don't see any sign of condensation or staining around the wood. Okay, on the right side, a very old pump for, again, you can see how the pump is driving the flow of the water. On the bottom, wow. Now, of course, that's a different kind of stove. We were debating as to what this was. The first impression was that it was a boiler, but in further review, we agreed that it's actually a stove where you open it up and put the stuff in it. But it does look like it has some kind of a loop. It may be a water heater the whole way, because you can see there was a debate whether this was gas or water coming in, and we believed it was water, but definitely an interesting image. Anyway, I'm gonna leave this. I gotta run back for 1 minute. I'll be right back. I was trying. Got a bunch of dried fruits. I thought I'd see if I could do something like that. Put some raki in them. Okay, everybody. As we go through, we think about excuse me. again, it's all about trace the pipes. Thinking about how the water comes in, gets filtered, gets boiled, gets some of the water becomes heating, some of the water becomes cooling, some of the water becomes potable and used, some of it goes out to sprinklers, some of it goes out to, I don't know, think of other uses. Big picture is, as we treat the hot water by definition, when you're heating the water, you are causing chemical reactions that cause tanks to die. And making sure that, keeping an eye out for corrosion is one of the keys as we look at these systems. 100 years ago, systems didn't have pumps. They had to do everything by water pressure. And that was actually quite a revolution, with the steam systems. You were essentially putting a train engine inside your house to power and heat your house. Today's systems are obviously a lot safer and more responsive and hopefully more efficient. Now, let's go off to air conditioning quickly. I think we've covered a lot of this along the way, but air conditioning, again, the major parts, the refrigerant, liquid itself, the evaporator coil, the compressor and condenser. We'll get to a diagram in a second. A refrigerant is any substance that produces a cooling effect by absorbing heat as it vaporizes. And again, refrigerant is super high pressure liquid, and as it turns from a high pressure, high temperature liquid actually creates cooling. And the reason why is that although it's hot, the energy of compression is even greater than the energy of heating. The most common old refrigerant, nobody uses this anymore. It's been out for about 10, 15 years, but you'll hear Freon a lot. Now, Freon is a refrigerant. The more common one today, of course, is things like R410A. And you will note, I suggest you note the refrigerant that's used in the air conditioning as you look at units. Because again, as a replacement cost, if you have a unit that's using Freon, it'll have to be swapped out for R410A. We'll get to that more. Major AC units, again, we think about the compressor, condenser. We'll go through these. Most systems, as I said, there are a lot of combination systems out there today. The split systems we talked about earlier, we'll go through that again one more time. Hopefully I can make sure you guys understand how to inspect a split system and understand how to observe them. Again, and of course, we hear today in the United States, all systems pretty much have a BTU rating. BTUs, of course, as I say, British thermal units, and that's all out there. The heat pumps themselves, now it used to be things were heat pumps only, where it would, an air conditioner would be used to compress energy into a building to create cooling. Today, we really have, like I said, split systems that are doing a great job providing, by reversing, they can create cooling or heat or heating. A quick look at air conditioning systems. These are many of the devices you're going to see out there, interior and exterior. Exterior, you're going to see the motors and compressors for split systems. As I showed you earlier today, large buildings, large apartment buildings are actually, they're not using a boiler anymore. I dealt with a 68-unit apartment building, and the entire building was using split systems the whole way. So no central boiler at all. And so that is becoming the normal today. Again, they're putting, the air conditioning is coming down from the roof, going into interior wall mount splits or bulkhead splits in the ceiling, or where you have drop ceilings, a cassette like this. And these units are, again, they're not doing combustion. They're taking electrical compression and transferring energy. Now, we talked about 80% efficiency for boilers, 95% efficiency for boilers. That's cool. Well, guess what? Split systems, because they compress and transfer energy from outside rather than just burning fuel, their rate isn't 80, it isn't 95, it is 300, it is 500%. For each watt of compression in energy outside in that compressor, you might be creating as much as 5 watts of heat or cooling inside of the building. That is a revolution. Okay, this is, again, use an electric heater, that's 50% efficiency. Use a split system, it's 500% efficiency. That's amazing. And there are actually some new, even better technologies coming out that are going to be even more efficient in the future. Now, these have not been popular. They really became popular about 5-10 years ago. People used them for small uses in the past. Now they're, as I said, they're using them for entire buildings. How do you test them? Well, again, this is a compression system. It's relying on turning on a compressor, usually outside the building, always outside the building. And then that compressor liquid goes through the pipes and is discharged at the consoles. Okay. And so what are you going to do? You're going to turn on the thermostat, and what are you going to feel? First thing you're going to do is you take a shot of your thermal camera, and when you start, it's 80 degrees. 5 minutes later, you don't really feel much. You only feel a tiny breeze coming out. Well, that tiny breeze is 90 degrees. And that's all you need. By just that slight differential in heat, over time, you're going to make up and you're going to heat the house. Yes, it's going to be slow. Yes, it's going to be hard to feel, but split systems can add a lot of value. And that's very different from, let's say, a window unit where you turn on the AC and bam, you can feel that cooling, 5 seconds. So let's talk quickly about how AC works. As you want to think about inspecting it, you think about the outside of the house and the typical box. You want to look to see if the compressor's in a good place, the condenser coils are not frozen up or anything, and in good shape. So what's going on? The compressor smashes the refrigerant, and as it smashes the refrigerant, the refrigerant goes from a high pressure gas and it goes down even further and condenses into a liquid. Now that liquid is now traveling through the system, first pass through a dryer to make sure it doesn't contaminate and really drop and maximize the pressure. Then you're going out into the inside of the house where it hits an expansion valve. At that expansion valve, that super hot liquid or suddenly expands. Maybe the liquid, remember I told you 1 ounce of water becomes 60 liters of steam? Same thing here. Huge amount of expansion. That a 50 amp 30 to 50 amp compressor smashed this gas. That baby is crushed. So when you get on the other end and it wants its freedom, whoosh, huge amount of gas expansion. The gas, as it expands, absorbs energy, which means it creates cooling. And suddenly the pipe gets really cool. And you know the rest on this. Of course, the cold air becomes out super cold, and then it works its way through, and it's, of course, is released and blown out into the house. That is the air conditioning process. The great thing about split systems is they have a reversing valve that can go backwards, and you're compressing. In this case, you basically switch direction, and instead of pumping cooling into the house, you're going to be out here. You're going to be pumping heating into the house. And voila, again, super efficient compression, 5 times the efficiency. And you're going to be able to, again, it's not fast, it's not exciting, but it heats the house. This is a typical apartment building where you have the compressors up on the roof. Again, as you see, 2 or 3 of these, or I think this was a 4-story building, I believe. So you see them batched, and they are going down chases down into the apartments, 2, 3, 4 stories down, and each one of them is individually built. Yay. And at least for the owner of the building or the co-op, or the condominium, they like it being individually built. And of course, when we talk about Freon and refrigerants, Freon has been mostly replaced by R410A, as I said. Freon has been accused of destroying the world's ozone layer. Some people say that's a crock of whatever, but the bottom line is it's the law. And again, your opinion doesn't matter. What matters is what's the law, because you have a license from the state to follow the law. So if you want to change it. But until then, you have to understand that if you have a Freon unit, you want to note it in your inspection. And again, you're not going to be replacing it, so you don't care. Let the HVAC techs deal with that. But Freon has been illegal because in the 90s, some scientists theorized that it would destroy the ozone layer. There is since been a heck of a lot of proof that that's not true. And in fact, the Chinese are creating so much Freon right now over a couple of cities in China that you can literally see the plume of Freon in certain satellite images, which I probably can't show you. I mean, long story short, air conditioning, Freon is illegal. You'll hear the name, just remind it. Think of Freon as refrigerant. Now, ironically, Freon is still the most efficient refrigerant, but it's illegal, so move on. What's going on out in the yard? Out in the yard, you have on a typical, hopefully on a nice concrete pad, you've got the evaporator. First of all, you got the pump. The pump is in there, and it is a huge pump. It is gonna take the, again, take that refrigerant, smash it, and then put it through all these outside pipes to cool it down a little bit, to send it in as a liquid. Once it gets inside the house, you see this little valve right here. It's called an expansion valve. And oh, maybe it's that one. Anyway, the liquid gets in here and it expands 100 times. And it creates the cooling. At that point, the air flows over evaporator, and it makes it work. Again, back out at the compressor, which is outside. It's loud. It can be loud. It's not necessarily loud anymore. But its job is, again, to compress the air, use the ambient temperature of the outside air. Now, it used to be these things really didn't work at low temperatures, and they didn't work at very high temperatures. But a lot of great new engineering and different kinds of pumps that these have a much bigger range. It used to be they'd only work at like minus or 25 degrees to 90 degrees. Now they are said to work from -4 to 104 degrees. So that's pretty much most of the temperature you'll ever run into in New York City. So this, it used to be not so popular here. Now, with these new units, it makes a lot of sense to go to compressed split systems. Again, totally revolutionizing how we do houses. This is one of the reasons why New York City made it illegal to use any other heating system other than electric. Obviously, there's a lot of politics involved with that, but new buildings are going to be electric only. And some would say that's risky and stupid, and some would say it's revolutionary and smart. And we'll see, and we hope for the best. Again, this, as we see these diagrams, compression smashes the liquid, sends it in, the energy is released at the heat exchanger, and then it just blows out into the room. There's another quick image of the pump itself, just to understand why that 30 or 40 amps is going. Is a powerful pump. So we got the suction line, that the insulated line is actually the low pressure line coming back, and it actually has to, they actually have to suck the gas to keep it moving, which is one of the reasons why it's insulated. So not Freon, but refrigerant gas comes back in like 50 degrees. It's like room temperature. It used to be like 10 degrees, and it's warmed back up to 50 as the energy was released. So it goes to 50, and then this monster smashing pump, the rotor smashes the Freon, starts its compression process, and smashes it again. And it's now gone from low temp, low pressure. Now it's high temp, high pressure gas. Okay. And then that goes out. And as you can imagine, this is a very expensive piece of equipment. So it is very common that you will see these stolen from houses. So when you do an inspection, make sure they're there. You will be surprised how often that either this entire unit or just the compressor got stolen. You probably noticed that there's a heck of a lot of copper in the condensing line outside. And so these things do have a lot of value. They're expensive and they are common theft items. I had a project in Brooklyn, or a friend of mine had a project in Brooklyn once, and she had they were just about to open 24 houses for sale in Mill Basin, Brooklyn. And that weekend, she had all 24 of the heat pumps of the buildings stolen right off their pads. So it definitely hurt them as a business very badly. Eventually they sold the properties, but you kind of had to, I don't know, put a sniper on the roof. Again, we think about that condenser line, as we said, at the outside of the building, there's that two line. There's the copper line, and then there is the low pressure insulated line. And again, the suction line is insulated because you want it to be able to come back. Now, as mentioned here, what are you doing outside inspection? Is the box itself in good shape? 1, 2, are the lines in good shape? Are they protected? Lawnmowers love these lines. Okay. Oops. I remember that when I was a kid, I hit one. The idea also, again, because of that copper on the outside and the big compression, you got 2 problems. 1, make sure it's mounted properly. You can see here on the left, it's nice and flat and even. The one on the right, they got lazy. They didn't pour a pad, and it's just kind of sitting there on an angle. Now that may not affect it too much, but it's just wrong. So, I would definitely, the manual would say that it's supposed to be plumb and flush. Again, reminding that the hot line, the Freon liquid going out is very hot. So that copper line should be hot to the touch or warm. And conversely, of course, the suction line should be cold. And you can feel like the right at the nut as it gets past the insulation, you should be able to feel it as cool, like 50-ish degrees. More types of condensers on the inside again. Larger systems, wall-mounted systems for the splits. You'll also look at ceiling-mounted systems for more advanced buildings. Larger houses might have these built in. A really large multifamily house or single-family house may have a small cooling tower attached. This is usually more for commercial, but you will see them in larger houses. If you inspect, there's a lot of 10,000, 20,000 square foot houses in the city, or well, not in the city, but out in the suburbs. And if you inspect them, understand that the concepts are the same, but the scale is different on the equipment. This is another type of split system I like, called VTACs. Because of New York City zoning laws, these actually save you a ton of space, even though it looks like they're taking up a lot of floor plate. They're also good for closets and stuff in things like hotel rooms. So you will see them, and small apartments and houses will have these. So these are more expensive, but they save you a lot of floor space. Again, back out to split systems. A typical split, you've got the condenser on the outside and the evaporator in the inside, which is this inside system. Again, don't forget to look for the remote. How do you mount these? Very simply, you're mounted on the outside of the house, nice and level, good air circulation around it. The pipes stub up, hopefully well protected. They go into the house, you screw it onto the house, and bam, you got air conditioning. Now, because as you can see here, this can be a DIY project, make sure it wasn't too DIY. Make sure it's mounted properly and it's not shaky. You can shake it a bit. Make sure the pipes are protected, that there's some kind of cover on them ideally. Make sure that the evaporators up on the wall are mounted properly and they're not moving around, although be careful it doesn't fall on your head. These are things you want to check. Outside, again, we think of that primary compressor outside, and things we want to look at is it usually has its own power supply. It's used to have its own breaker. In some cases, these can be not electric, but gas powered. So keep an eye out for those. Those are quite interesting. They're really good, actually, if you have a gas supply to your house. They can be incredibly efficient. So again, this outside box is translating the ambient atmosphere outside of the house and bringing it in through the refrigerant lines. And that is saving you a lot of money. So, as I said, what can go wrong? It can be damaged, vandalism, lawnmowers, whatever can cause damage you can imagine. Snow, which is one of the reasons why I never want to see these mounted. They should never be mounted on the ground, period. They should always be on a concrete pad. If it's not on a concrete pad, that's an objection. And remember, this is a multi-$1,000 device. It's got to be respected. And you got to think about how it's, how it is not too close to other things. In this case, you've got a lot of utilities all running in at once, but I guess it's kind of well maintained. The only wiring that's not protected is the low voltage wiring from like cables, so we don't care about that. Everything else, again, the breaker box here on the inside of the wall, you've got a proper junction box here going into the 40, 50 amp circuit that's powering this device. As we think about air conditioning broadly, as we go back inside, we think about, as you walk around the room in the house, what is the airflow that makes it work? Quickly, we look at the, in this case for cool air, we want to go from low to high as the air rises, of course. In this case, if it's primarily summer, you're going to grab the air here and bring it down. In the winter, you can reverse it and have the hot air coming out top and let it sink, and voila. Again, typical furnace systems we looked at earlier, the things to think about. The filter, we think about that heat pump on the outside, the two lines coming in. One more time, the copper line is hot, the insulated line is cool, and it's a suction line because it's low pressure, and you got to pull the refrigerant back out to the compressor to make it work. And most importantly, if there's been a lot of liquid drain and there isn't enough gas in the compressor, then you will start seeing the evaporators freezing up because the cold air doesn't get sucked out and back into the compressor. So do keep an eye out for icing up refrigerants. Again, different HVAC fails. This was a guy who wanted to create an extra ductwork. So yeah, he tried to use PVC pipe to redirect an air conditioning unit. Fail. Quick reminder of the BTUs, as I said, BTUs per area. We saw this chart a little bit earlier. 1 ton of air conditioning, 12,000 BTUs is, again, 12,000 BTUs, 1 ton is enough to melt 1 ton of ice in 24 hours. Yes, it's dumb, but they created it in the 17th century, 18th century. So it's actually pretty cool that they were trying to measure heat in the 18th century. Of course, BTUs are the standard today, so always think about 12,000. As I said, one of those rooftop systems called a split system, typically 2.5 to 3 tons. So 3 tons, let's say 2.5, that's 30,000 BTUs. And that has maximum capacity, 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. So that 2.5 ton unit is going to split out to maybe 4 different registers and cover, let's say, 1,000 square foot apartment. And it's probably a little oversized. You can get an idea how this works. One of the reasons why it's oversized, by the way, for cooling is that it's also being used for heating. And it actually is a much lower number for heating. So you have to kind of oversize the AC to get the heating right. Again, quick reminder on the heat pumps, as we say, we compress super hot air. It passes through the outer edge of the compressor. It releases a condenser, excuse me. It goes from super hot gas down to super hot liquid. Goes into the city, super hot liquid, boom, it hits the expansion. Super hot liquid again becomes super cold gas. And that super cold gas creates air conditioning inside. Geothermals, these are a really cool way of doing it. Same thing. The idea is you circulate a closed loop. The water goes out in the summertime. The water goes out at 80 degrees. It goes underground. It comes back at 55 degrees. Wow, that's a nice temperature drop. You use 50 gallons of water and drop it 25 degrees. That's a lot of energy savings. That's kind of almost an air conditioner. In the wintertime, surprise, surprise, you pump it out at you pump it out at 10 degrees outside. Well, hopefully it doesn't freeze. It's got some saline in it to not freeze. It goes through the ground, 50 degrees, comes back, it's 50. And you've just created a lot of heating. So again, geothermal in the extremes, hot and cold, has a lot of value. One of my architecture school friends, 35 years ago, he built a house in Delaware 35 years ago. And even today, I guess he built it 40 years ago. So 40 years, he basically has not paid a heating bill for his house. It's A-frame, and the A-frame that was completely run by geothermal. Pretty amazing. Smart guy. He ended up not being an architect, ironically. He was a printer with his father. So heat pumps, again, one more image, copper line hot in, suction line back out, compress, go through the valves to switch the valve backwards, and you can actually reverse the flow and pump heat in instead of cold in. Again, typical range, normal older units, 25 to 90, newer units, -4 to 104. What do the heat pumps look like inside? Again, readily accessible panels. These guys are in a school, but out in the field, you should be able to get some access to the inside to look inside, or just look through the cracks. What are you looking for? You're looking for signs of charring, damage, freezing, debris, things that might make it not work. And again, if you don't hear that compressor when you turn it on later, you might have an issue. Now, what is that? What happens on the inside of the house where the evaporator clogs up? Let's say the liquid's going in and it's not getting sucked out enough because you don't have enough liquid in the gas. The thing that will cause the cold to stay, and it will freeze up your evaporator. Ideally, the evaporator should have a lot of air flowing over it, so that it will disperse cool into the room. Converse, the opposite, of course, for heating is that in the wintertime, it's going to be out in the yard. And if it clogs up out there because of rain or whatever, you might have to defrost the system. What makes this happen? What the freezing? Usually it's from a lack of pressure, or as we saw it with a filter, if there's some kind of congestion in the system. At this point, you probably need a tech to come out and bleed the system. Now, this is an old one. You've got some little bit of rust on the outside. That's not going to kill you. The copper looks more or less intact. But again, the freezing's probably happening, one, because of either the expansion valve is damaged. You can see this, a lot of corrosion right there. That might be the problem. Or two, the again, not enough refrigerant in the line. And this, of course, what it looks like when it does freeze. And you know, when it freezes up like this, what do? All you can do is turn the system off and wait for it to defrost. Why does this happen? Again, as I just said, not enough system in the line usually. Water heaters. Let's take a look. We've gone through water heaters a lot already. A couple quick points. Vertical storage tank used for an insulated metal. They have been, up until the last couple of years, you know, ubiquitous in houses. They are now going away. Electric, gas, oil, what else do we have? Propane. These are different types of water tanks you might come across. Propane, not in New York City, obviously, but outside in rural areas. You know, again, propane is a very common thing. You know, 50 miles north of New York City, you're going to see it in the rest of the state. Again, with electric heaters, summer winter hookups, these are those systems we saw earlier, that the boiler is providing heat for both the water and the hot water for the house. And of course, they used to call them summer, winter. Now it's pretty much normal. Everybody's doing it now. A lot of the new systems will do that. Again, you'll inspect the tanks, for corrosion, for general structural damage. One of the things I do look for at the bottom of the tank, you would, as one of the good things you can do is put like a maintenance catalog together for the owner of the building, even the existing one, as well as the new one. And these are the things you should do. One of the things you should do is the water heater needs to be drained roughly once a year. And other things such as the again, a general plumbing checkup for the boiler and the water heater is not a bad thing for solving things like the anode that's coming down and checking the corrosion, the tank, the rust at the bottom of the tank. All these things show the overall length of the history of the building. To prevent scalding, water tanks should be set no higher than 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And I mentioned earlier, my friend had it at 110. The inspector complained, and I had to tell the inspector he didn't know what he was talking about. Gas and oil fired water heaters, of course, should be their combustion. So I want to have well ventilated areas. Great news is the electric ones don't need ventilation, but all of them need a drain. This is very important. These water heaters can, if they break, the pressure relief valve will pour a lot of water onto the floor. And so it's pretty important that any water heater room or washer dryer room have a floor drain to prevent damage. Gas, propane, and oil heaters have a flue pipe, again, extending from the heater to the chimney or out the side of the house or whatever. All gas equipment should be checked for gas leaks. Now, what are you going to do to check the gas leaks? Do you know? All you actually have to have is a little soapy water. Now, again, this is more of a plumber's job, but if you smell a little gas, smell a lot of gas, leave. If you smell a little gas and you think you might know where it's coming from, A, leave, or B, you could put soapy water on it. And if it's a teeny tiny leak, you'll see the bubbles and you'll know where it is. Now, at that point, again, gas leaks are a major thing. So you would suggest the owner to turn off the gas. If you have a gas leak, this is one of the few times as an inspector, you could probably get away with turning off the gas. Clearly, your best bet is to call the owner as quickly as possible and have them do it for you. If you're able to identify it quickly, fine. If not, just get out. Again, hi, I was unable to do the inspection. There was a gas leak in the house. I'm not dead. Okay, let's talk about water heaters. This is a great interior diagram. And we're going to show some rust inside later. Gas comes in. Gas, we got a flex line gas going to the burner. The burner has, again, most importantly, a thermostat to check to the temperature inside of the water. But the real gas, the gas then goes down to the burner. This is just like a burner on a stove, except again, in this round chamber, the air is going to come in the side, and then the combustion is going to go up the pipe. Hopefully this pipe, you might know, hopefully it's nice and textured, because that texturing allows for the maximum surface area to heat the water on the outside. Hot water at the bottom eventually rises. At that point, all during the time, of course, the heat's at the bottom. So the water coming in, the cold water, should be injected and diffused as far down into the water heater as possible. Sometimes they'll actually, the water line coming in will come in from the side at the bottom. In this case, you don't just put it in the top, you've got to inject it way down. Now there's another pole that goes way down inside of the water heater, obviously the chimney, and this is called an anode rod. As I said earlier, water corrodes metal over time. Well, an anode rod, certain water with different pHs will cause more corrosion than others. Obviously, the best thing you can do is filter the water before it gets to the water tank. But once it does, there is a certain amount of metals and corrosion will get through, and it will slowly eat away at the side of the stainless steel tank. Zinc, as we saw with zinc pipes and galvanized pipes, they eventually fail. Okay, same thing here. And to prevent that, water heaters usually will have an anode rod. That anode rod is going to pick up all the extra electrical charge, just like a battery, exactly like a battery, and absorb it, and it will corrode this sacrificial anode. I'm sure you guys know sacrificial anodes from a lot of other things, but the idea is that this will corrode, and that 5 pounds of aluminum or whatever it is that corrodes, probably not aluminum, that doesn't corrode very well, but 5 pounds of iron or nickel, or what did I saw one that was like a titanium mix. Point is, this is going to corrode and prevent the tank from corroding. Yay. And now these things may have to be replaced every 5 years. And they're often the junk at the bottom of the tank. So every once in a while, the owners should open the drain valve and try to flush, with the water heater off, and try to flush the system, because often rust can build up a lot down there. Again, quick reminder of the water heater. The water heater is here the water's coming in at the bottom, right? Electric heaters start cranking it up. And as that water came in, you took a shower, all the hot water left, the water rose, so it left. So now you got an all cold tank. Now, see there's no more water going out. So it's on a slow burn. It just slowly heats up, and the hot water rises. So it turns off the top, and the bottom keeps heating until the whole tank is hot. And so again, 2 thermostats at top and bottom. And the idea, of course, is, the hot water's coming out the top. So what's not to like? Quick reminder of the summer winter tanks. We said there's a bunch of variants on this. This is sometimes these are very small, and this is a true summer winter tank, a combination tank when they were used for very little. In this case, a hot water heater. You can see anytime you have a box like that, that's an electric water heater. Here you've got an impeller to make sure I believe this is an electric heater. The electric heater is heating the water, sending it down to the tank. And again, not very efficient, but it's good for, again, the summertime. The summertime out at the beach, that's why they call it a summer tank. And what is it doing? It's generating, it doesn't need a lot of hot water. So it provides what's needed. Again, as we said with water heater inspection, corrosion, this one is really bad. The tank perimeter is so badly corroded. And more importantly, you can see the water down below, which isn't coming from beside, it's actually coming from the tank. So this tank is completely corroded through and shot. It's dead. This is repair, replace. And, this is a picture that saves that buyer $2,000. On the right side, this is just stupid. Again, the gas is very badly at an angle, which I really am scared about. The hot water, again, deferring out, it's pumping out. There's no excuse for the gas to be the water heater to be not, perfectly mounted, and ideally on a base as well. One of the reasons why you want a base, and what I don't see here, is the temperature pressure relief valve. If the water overflows, I think that is a PEX line that's going to the floor to be used as a TPR. And that's not good. Again, water heater inspections. The handyman fits up, unexcusable. I don't like this mounted sideways. On the right side, they wanted to add some insulation, so they added 5 rolls of duct tape. Does it work? Technically, I don't care. But chances are there's something wrong underneath that tank. And that's probably why they did it. So I would snap a picture and I would say, the insulation in the design of a tank should be adequate, and repair or replace. I would tell them to get rid of this tank. And by the corrosion down below and what looks like the old age, I'd take rid of it. Okay, the water heaters. We talked about the heating elements. We talked about the sacrificial anode inside of a water tank. Very similar, the heating elements will also corrode. And their job, and the thermocouple also, their job is to detect the temperature inside and of course to provide heat. Now that's each one of these is like a 5 kilowatt heater, so it's going to be cranking out some heat. And as such, you can see the corrosion that's going to happen. The water heater inspection, again, there are many sizes of water heaters on the left. On the right side, this is a great image. Also, there's a guy on YouTube, it's called The Build Show. He's a Texas developer, and he just recently, he released a video on different types of water tanks and how crappy they can look inside. And this is a really good image of just how bad they can be inside. Again, you can see the white tube for the burner. You can see the anode is literally just broken and fallen off. You can see the central gas chimney, but look at all that garbage. Now, that garbage is sacrificial anode. It actually doesn't look like it's the liner of the tank, maybe the liner of the bottom of the tank, but all that garbage rust, actually the rust came from the water itself, and it builds up and consolidates and just has to be cleaned out every year. So again, this is a reminder of what makes tanks not last very long. We talk about sorting lines again. As I said, go to any place you see and try to figure out where everything's going. This one's kind of crazy. You know, somebody added, it looks like a boiler here, decided to go out the window. You know, he kind of redirected it out the window, and looks like he's got a dryer vent going out the window. And this is not good. And you can imagine this is just a nightmare for backdraft as well. You know, especially my biggest concern is that's a steam line. So that means that is a steam boiler to put out a lot of heat. And it's passing right over the dryer or the washing machine. So this is, it's like it's actually, the vent duct is actually looks like it's supported by the steel. Yeah, it's sloppy. It's not only sloppy, it's dangerous. Look at the wiring up above. You know, this is totally loose, chaotic wiring. Somebody's going to get hurt by this. So not accessible, not excusable. And even worse, actually, probably the worst thing of all is that very long dryer vent. That long dryer vent. If you take these more than 10 feet, the dust, especially when it turns down, the dust is going to build up in that drop area. So that's a nightmare. This is a fire ready to happen. Okay, back to water heaters, sorting the lines. What are you going to do for the water heater? First of all, you're going to look to see if it's on. You know, if it's not on, don't turn it on. Okay, the controls here are there. You may, if it's on, again, you shouldn't really play with the pilot. If you want to hear it on, if you do a tub clearing earlier upstairs, you know, 20 gallons into a tub is a good way to turn the hot water heater on. Or if you feel comfortable and you're the owner, you can maybe take the temperature if it's set. Oh, actually, this is very important. When the house is set to be mothballed, it may be, the water heater may be turned off, or it may be turned to 50 degrees, or, you know, or low temperature. That again, don't play with it if it's off. If it's set at a low temperature like 80, well, maybe you can turn it up to 90 or 100 just to hear if the pilot light clicks on, and then turn it back to 80. Most importantly, take a picture like this as to how you found it and how you left it. Okay. And that's going to protect you from being accused of leaving it on. On the right side, what do we got here? We got, it's very common to have water heaters in a garage, right? Because why not having that combustible? You know, it's going to be totally safe away from your house if it's out in the garage with a stinky car. In this case, this is, you know, this tank has a couple of interesting things. One, it's a very, very minor thing wrong here. First of all, the water heater is way up off the ground, 18 inches off the ground. That would be good, except what it doesn't have is hurricane straps or earthquake straps. And yes, that matters. In fact, I was just reading a note a minute ago in Texas today, a 5.3 earthquake in Texas. Now, this is actually because of fracking. That's another story, but you know, you can get earthquakes anywhere. We've had them here. A simple, you know, if this thing, let's look at what would happen if this thing got an earthquake or some kind of a bump by a car. you would have, you've got a live gas line. You don't want a live gas line falling over. So again, these are things to think about. Again, out in a garage. Now, the pan here, one, you don't have the strap. Two, it's 18 inches above, which is good for garage venting. We like that. But there is a pan down below for overflow. That's kind of good. But if you look really carefully, the temperature pressure relief valve goes almost to the floor, but it actually goes lower than the pan. And that's bad, because if the pan filled up, it would suck the water back up into the water heater and contaminate the water. Pretty nominal, but the big thing here is there's no straps and there's an 18-inch clearance for the garage. What's this over here? Of course, that's a washer dryer hookup, not in use currently, but these are the common things you might see in a cellar or a garage. This is actually probably in a cellar. Why they did 18 inches, maybe they're expecting a flood. Again, water heater inspection, you're going to check the label, you're going to check the water supply coming in. You know, what is the fuel, gas or oil water supply or electric? If it's electric, you can pretty easily, you know, hear the electric turning on by just turning up the heat a bit. But you do want to make sure that, you know, again, you might trip the breaker. So keep that in mind. The thermostats and pilot lights are all there. How it's, you know, are they working? Again, if you run, let's say, a shower upstairs, that it's got to replace 10 or 15 gallons of water, and that is going to be the best way for you to test it. Keeping 50 gallons of water hot all day is not considered very green anymore. So again, a lot of these tanks are looking to be replaced in the future. Although, again, high velocity, high use spaces, water tanks still make sense. If you've got like 10 kids, okay, it's probably smart to be able to take 10 showers at once. Bad example, but you get the idea. In fact, as I was at a trade show recently, and some of the combined water tanks would use like 12 inches of insulation, just really insane amounts. Again, water heater inspection, you don't do this. The owner might do this where they drain and check the water down below. If you feel comfortable and you feel it's appropriate part of your inspection, I'll let you decide. As we see here, this is the electric heaters going into the water heater. The water heater has been cut away, and you can see that the heating elements are just getting bombarded by sediment, and they've been pretty much destroyed. The water, this is probably the water pipe coming down for feed. It didn't corrode, but something else did, probably the sacrificial anode, and all that debris caused a lot of corrosion, and this electrical unit is shot. And what happens when it corrodes too much? It's not going to start a fire, but it's just going to not work. Another thing, the safety extension for the pressure relief valve, it probably shouldn't release right on top of the cleaner valve. Minor. Again, water heater inspector. One more time, we've got a nice base it's on, 18-inch base. In this case, he's got an overflow tank in case it overflows, and he's got a water leakage to take it down to the drain. It's pretty good. Hopefully he never has a problem with it. Again, I want to see a earthquake strap. On the right side, this is a furnace and the water heater outside. This guy has, don't do this. If there's a cover on your water heater, do not pull it away to look at the stuff. If it's already open, fine. Take a picture of the labels, and that's good. But do not tear apart their insulation. Again, it's out in a garage. It's on a 24-inch shelf. Nice. Bad news is that the air is coming into this filter and it's not sealed properly. Again, the water heater test. The plumber's going to do this more than you, but think about the idea very simply is, if you use 10 gallons of water, if it's a 50-gallon tank, you use 10 gallons of water upstairs in a tub, you would expect this thing to turn on usually about 2 or 3 gallons a minute. So it should recharge at, you know, you've used 20 gallons for a tub, you should hear this thing working for about 10 minutes. That's kind of the idea. Again, if the water heater is in good shape, you don't have any physical damage on the outside, you don't have any signs of corrosion at any of the edges like the anode and stuff, do not open it. Do not open the anode, but definitely inspect what you can. But the idea is that you should have a reasonable recovery time, and the tank shouldn't be gone on, off while you're working on it. Again, we talked about backdraft. This is a great example of backdraft in a water heater where, for whatever reason, the airflow or whatever, the air is blowing back down. And that is really scary. A lot of air has come back down this pipe, causing corrosion, etc. And it is, excuse me, that backdrafting means carbon monoxide potentially could be coming into the building, especially if this hot water heater is merging with a furnace in the chimney on the way out. So this water damage on the top, really unacceptable, big problem, repair or replace. Definitely would, on your inspection, say get a plumber to look at this. Now we talk about venting of rooms and boilers. Quickly, we think about different ways: the chimney, the side vent out, the power vent, or the direct vent going out, where, as we said earlier, your exhaust is surrounded by your intake. And again, these are direct vent are becoming more popular because it's so much more energy efficient. But of course, you got to make sure they're maintained properly and they're not too close to the building. This diagram has it, 2 or 3 feet below the building. I don't like that. Unless it's a high efficiency boiler, which means the air's not coming out very hot. Other than that, I don't like it that close. Quick reminder on a typical boiler, water heater here. Again, it's direct venting right outside the house, straight out, fresh air in. And this is, well, less of a direct vent than, I'm not sure it's intaking as well. It's intaking from the house, I believe. What do we got here? We got a gas line coming up. So this is a gas flue, hot, cold water, copper lines. Looks like you got a lot of corrosion here. I don't know why that's there, but it looks like a relatively new tank at the time. On the right side, again, what a direct vent would be. As you can see, hot in the center, cool on the outsides. Works pretty good. I had a client recently asked to get a direct vent for a kiln on a 30-story building, a ceramic kiln for a school. And I broke her heart because I told her, if this were a boiler or something, you could go straight out and spend $1,000. You wouldn't even need a permit. But because she was a 2,000-degree kiln, she would have to spend about $50,000 to vent it. Not what she wanted to hear, but again, it's a reminder of thinking about how hot that gas is as it exits. Water heater safety, again, as you're looking at them, this is a nightmare on the left. What do you got here? You've got a water heater chugging away, and either the connecting pipe fell off or it was never there, like some idiots. And of course, as this thing is working, it's pumping carbon monoxide into the house. So that's a killer right there. And ironically, if you keep the closet closed, chances are that most of the carbon monoxide will find its way up the pipe, but it's still going to kill you. On the right side, I don't know, no real problems on the right side. Proper vent. It looks like the vent might be too small. I would question the size of the vent, but it does have the flue. I mean, it does have a backdraft. So if there were a problem, it should balance. I don't think I can call that safe. I'd have to verify this. It's only like a 4-inch line. I really think it should be at least 6. Again, tankless checks. That's what I want to see with a tank. I want to see it properly strapped in. That's the right way to do it. Flexible gas line, check. And why would you use flex rather than steel? Well, answer is, like I said, even places you wouldn't expect can get an earthquake. Yes, even New York City. Believe it or not, there is an earthquake fault running from 100th Street on the east side to 130th Street on the west side. That's actually an earthquake fault. So yes, we do have earthquakes here too. The big picture is codes address flexibility, particularly with gas, because when the stuff hits the fan, it ain't pretty. To the city's credit, or to Con Ed's credit, they're actually redoing most of the gas lines in the city. They're taking out the cast iron and steel pipes and putting plastic pipes in to carry the gas so they can, and steam, so they can have safer flexibility. So again, this is as we see the gas tapes. White tape, I'm not sure if that is gas rated. I thought it was blue, but I'd remind you to make sure that assume that this is gas rated. Again, the gas is usually inspected by the utility, so I'm not usually questioning the plumbing of the gas unless the owner's doing it themselves, which they should not be doing. Same concept as always. Pipe comes in, you pressure regulators there to make sure it doesn't get too much pressure, and then it goes into the fixture. Again, we talked about another one of those beautiful boilers a little while ago. This is kind of again, a water heater. It's very interesting. Early, like 100+ year old thing. Obviously, all you can do is say repair or replace, but they were actually quite beautiful and artistic in their day. On the right side, a modern, simple. As far as I see, nothing wrong with it. I do have, my biggest problem is the extension. The TPR extension needs to be 6 inches off the ground. Other than that, it's looks like an old one. If I saw this one today, I'd say this one's probably 25 years old. So I put it on alert as to being a maintenance issue. She's a gas burner. So if the plate were to come off, I'd look in the plate to look for corrosion to see if there's any issues here. I might open the water to check it. Again, not part of the inspection, but with one this old, I'd probably just mark it as, I document, take the plate, find out that it's 30 years old, and say very simply, water heaters have an 8 to 12 year life. This is 30 years old. I think you got to replace it and extend that pipe and not use PVC. Back to our tankless water heaters. Let's talk about them again. Again, this is the future. This is what everybody's going to use. They suck in that they break down all the time. But if you keep the water filtered properly, then the future won't destroy you. Hot and cold water through PEX is good. You only heat when you need to heat, and that's a plus. Again, the downside is these natural gas ones are now illegal, even though they've been pushing them for 10 years. Now in New York City, they're illegal. So what do you have? You have cold in, gas in, big burner, right? The burner creates that same thing, a heat exchanger that gets really hot. The combustion air goes past and out. And this is usually, it ain't pretty. It's not efficient. It's not as efficient because its job is to get the heat out there fast. So it's not, it doesn't worry about capturing every nanogram of heat or a nanogram of water hot. So it's going to get, the idea is, again, it goes over the burner and it can produce 2 or 3 gallons of hot water per minute. It's triggered when a hot water faucet turns on, the pressure drops, the pipe detects the pressure drop and starts turning on the hot water. Again, we also see the ones that are under sinks, they're a little faster. I talked about a combination boiler earlier. This is a really nice combination tankless water heater. I don't want to sound like I'm an advertiser for Rinnai or anything, but again, what do we got? We got a big gas line coming in to each one, and these critters, what they will produce hot water out. Both the 2 hot waters will join on a common manifold with its pressure regulator, and then both of them crank it at the same time potentially, and the water goes up into the house. So if you want to take a really nice shower and you don't like tankless water heaters, make 2. So again, these 2 run in series, and as they run in series, they provide a lot of hot water. So if you don't like 2.5 gallons per minute, buy 2 and you get 5 gallons a minute. This might be for different zones of a house, but as we can see, the joint manifold here, the 2 hots come to this manifold here and then are up and into the house. Although if I were them, I'd add some insulation on it, but that's up to them. More tankless. This is more of a, one of the things I like about this picture is they did a really good job. Again, if you're going to have a tankless outfit, you really, really, really want to have water filtration. So important. The water line coming into here is, getting very heavily filtered, multiple filters before it gets into the tankless. Again, if you don't filter it, it builds up on the inside really fast, and you basically have to throw the unit away. After Sandy, the city put thousands of these out in houses very quickly to help people have heat and cold heat during the winter time. And they, with the minerals in the water, people would have their tankless water heaters jam up after 1 year. Again, you might come across this. This is a heating system, but this is for a pool, so you don't care. But the systems are essentially the same. Again, it's PVC because nobody cares. It's not potable water, but the concepts, again, usually when it's outside like this, it's a little warmer. You don't want this if you're in New York, you probably want to put this in a shed, at least to protect it from the snow. But in the wintertime, you can winterize it pretty easily. Same concept though, heating and cooling of the water. You know, you've got this isn't a heat. Well, it is. I guess it is a heat pump, and it's you got brine filters and then pumps that are pumping the water over to the pool. So again, not part of your inspection. Just a quick review in case you see one of these. You know, a lot of the things. Never forget, there's a lot of things you don't inspect. So narrowing down and, like I said, sorting the pipes is such an important thing. Okay, kitchens and baths. We kind of covered this already. Let's do it again. Plumbing fixture, of course, is an appliance requiring water and drain. When you go through these, we think at the cabinets and counters as well as the plumbing as it works through. Sinks and materials are many materials. Stainless steel, the mass enameled cast iron, glass, marble. One of my favorites is slate. I worked at an old farmhouse many years ago in England, and they had these incredible 20-foot natural local slate countertops that were just mind-blowing. Again, we talk about the plumbing and we'll inspect the sinks. Let's take a look. Oh, well, we went through the toilets already and making sure they are mounted properly. In the plumbing section, we think about, as we talked about, the water tank as part of the toilet. Is that working? Is it draining properly? Is it corroded, damaged? Does the flusher work? Minor things. Pressure, are you getting adequate pressure in the flush? Sometimes that's just adjusting a valve, but that's not for you. If you're not getting adequate pressure, you'll just say, you know, it's not flushing properly, and you know, adjust if you can. It may be because there's not enough water pumping in the system, or that the pipes coming to it are clogged. Again, newer toilets, of course, are using pressure, so they're only 1.6 gallons versus 3.5 for the old toilets. They are required today. In fact, plumbers will usually have their own stash of old style toilets hanging around. And they're not technically not allowed to use them unless you're a good client. Kitchens and baths, as I said, you're gonna go to each fixture in the kitchen and bath as you're walking around. You've again, each room you're going through, you're going to the interior of each room. You're checking the heating sources, the floors, the ceilings, the walls. You're going into a bathroom, you're checking the fixture. You're looking for water damage and how the water, warping, steam can affect the walls and stuff around it. In this case, this guy's got a nice, really fancy sink, very designed to be exposed and beautiful. And he's taking a look, making sure everything's solid and not shaky. Visually, it looks okay, and everything works okay there. On the right side, it's a quick reminder, as we saw before, of each fixture, you know, water coming into the house, into the primary shutoff, the filter, which you don't see in this picture. You may go straight to a water heater, or in this case, a water softener, and then to the water heater. Yay. This could be a tankless water heater. And again, this might go to a boiler as well these days, as we saw earlier. Hot and cold water distributed around the house and then used and then out the waistline. And if you're really smart, that hot water you pumped into that shower, you're going to catch that heat as it recycles going down the waistline. Kitchens and baths. This is a year zero. It's beautiful. Nothing wrong with it. Gorgeous. Not my style, but hey, it might be yours. But, and of course, being a style king is not really efficient in inspection because they don't care about style. They care about condition. So what do I care? In year 1, year 0, I don't care. Year 1, year 10, I start worrying, is the tub mounted properly? Are the cabinets nice and flush? Are the countertops cracked? Are the fixtures operating properly and flowing? Underneath, do I see any leaks, damage, water damage, etc. In the cabinetry? When we have these fancy things on the tub, are they damaged? Has somebody used it as a handle and pulled up and bent it or broken it? These are things that happen in year 10. Year 20, we think about moisture damage to the plaster or to the drywall. We think about electric outlets that might be damaged or broken or out of action. We think of tiles that are loose on the walls and the floors. These are things we want to look at. So again, when you look at a house, think about year 0, year 10, year 20, and for New York, year 100. Where is it going to fail? A typical old style bathroom. Again, this might have been something you found in 1920. If it was found in 1920, you'd say, okay, is the chromium rusted or corroded? That could be a problem. Is the toilet mounted properly? Is the tank flushing properly? You can tell there's a modern toilet, of course, because it's a very small tank. You might even have tanks mounted on the walls. Hot, cold water work, shutoffs. You're not going to operate the shutoffs, but is there any dripping of the sink, etc. Out to the kitchen, you're going to be inspecting cabinets as we've inspected the kitchen, the baths. Again, I went to a convention once in Vegas. It was 3 million square feet of kitchen and bath stuff. This is like 15, 20 years ago when I was doing a lot of work for hotels. And yeah, it was actually pretty amazing. All the different materials, types, designs, cheapness, expensiveness, all kinds of everything in between. And there's a lot to learn as you look at different houses. Again, be dumb, go to the design centers, look at the materials, understand, and look at each one and say, what's it going to look like in year 20? In this case, beautiful cabinets, gorgeous. Is any of the glass cracked? Are all the doors operating properly? Are the drawers sliding properly? This pedestal mount in the middle, is there water out there? No water, but there's electric. Is the electric working properly? Chandeliers, nice, cute. Are they working? Year 20, year 30, is there water damage at the drop lights? These drop lights are obsolete today. Nobody uses the old can lights. Now everybody uses LED lights. The vent, is it dirty? Is it sucking a lot of dirty air? Do I see a stove? I see a stove, but I don't see a vent. So that kitchen vent is the vent for the stove. Is it loaded with grease? Refrigerator, is there any signs of leaking underneath? On the right side, again, typical cabinets. This is one place you want to look a lot. This is above a kitchen hood. It's dumb, but very often in this area, there's a stray electrical line for an old fan. It's frequently up there, and very often it's not wired correctly. Also, it's a good place because of the humidity of cooking, you might see humidity damage. Again, cabinets, as you're working your way through the cabinets, little damage that can cost money. In this case, something as simple as a wicker and a spline being off. Well, that spline being off, you've got to probably replace the whole wicker. And if you replace the wicker here, you might have to do it in the whole room. So again, if you're really good, you can tuck that spline back in. So again, little material, water damage down here at the bottom of the cabinet on the right. Now, you're not going to be stupid like this and get up on the counter and check how firm the cabinets are mounted, but you can reach up and give it a good shake. Okay. And make sure you feel like it's not going anywhere. Well, shake it gently and then a little firmer. Remember that it might have 100 pounds of groceries up there. So again, is it mounted? Is it trimmed properly? Is there any sign of water damage? Any sign of bug damage? Any sign of damage? This is very common, of course. MDF material, laminate material will delam over time. This is a problem. And, you want to take a picture of this, and, the owner might, or the buyer may not care, but, this is a replacement. This is anywhere, might have to replace the whole cabinet or at least the drawers. Down here on the end, same problem. This may be a carpentry fix. It may be significant replacement cost. Reminding that cabinets are modular, usually we think about how the modules might be damaged, how they go together, how they might not go together anymore properly. Are they mounted evenly and flush, etc. Of course, in the kitchen and bath, we think about water damage over the decades of a house or the centuries of a house. Water takes its toll. Cleaning materials take their toll. Bleach destroys. A good bleach mop is wonderful for keeping things sanitary, but it knocks the crap out of millwork. Of course, whether it be mold or many layers of paint, all these are potential problems. The bottom of a cabinet that hasn't been looked at in a long time, that's kind of I believe that's a mold in there and a mildew. So maybe you could just give this a quick cleanup and it's no big deal. But this may actually be the decking of the wood might be damaged. So again, it's a cost to fix the drawers or things like that, or replace a door. Kitchen counters, we ask yourself, are you using materials that are hard to replace, hard to maintain? Actually, there's nothing wrong with this. This is actually beautiful. Well, if you like this design style, it shows a couple of different issues on this backsplash. One, again, a detailed tile pattern. Two, the intersection of the tile pattern with the granite countertop. The issue there is, again, it's very neatly caulked, beautiful, beautiful work. Again, year 0, this is fine. Year 2, year 10, year 20, here we've got these fixtures mounted in the walls, through the tile, cut through the tile. They may have issues over time. Of course, all of these are going to be GFCI because they're on the countertop. You do need lots of outlets in the countertop for all the blenders and God knows what devices for cooking. And therefore, obviously GFCI, the light switches, very nice. But again, think about how all these material transitions get damaged over time. And pay attention to that because it costs a lot of money. If that granite countertop's got a split in it, that's money. Back to kitchen counters as you're inspecting. Again, people spend a fortune on granite these days. Why? I do not know, but they do. Brokers seem to think it's necessary to sell properties. Bottom line is that granite is a material that needs to be maintained. And this is true of many stones. And if there's damage, this can cause chips in the corner or stuff like that, minor things like that. You want to keep a full inspection, go all the way around, make sure it's solidly based, firmly attached. The drawers are all opening, closing nicely. The trim's not a mess. They call it a baseboard for a reason, because down at the ground level, it's really going to get punished by mopping and sweeping and stuff, and nicks and cuts and scuffs over the years. Again, here we've got on an island, we've got a range in the middle of the island. So these are, is this vent working properly? Is it mounted properly? Is it loose? Are the burners all, level? I mean, there's a gas connection into here. Where's it coming from? These are the many types of questions you'll ask. Obviously, this has got a double range. You've got all kinds of gadgets along the edge. I don't care about the gadgets. I barely care about the range. What I do care about is, again, are the cabinets mounted properly? Are the doors set? I want to look at the permanent stuff. Another view, again, of a nice kitchen, year 0. What goes on in year 20? I guarantee these handles are going to break, especially these ones in the corner. The washing machine may have been replaced by year 20. The range may have been replaced, and they may have had to cut away the marble countertop. The wine cooler, again, same thing. Did anything get damaged while they replaced it? It's not year 0, it's year 30, year 40 that we think about. Now, many would say, hey, year 40, we're going to rip the kitchen out anyway. Well, as real estate prices go down a lot, this whole remodeling thing is going to go straight to hell. A lot of people are, from a home inspector's perspective, they want you to tell them what's there is good, because they don't want to spend money. And buyers right now are actually at the least affordable in history. High interest rates and high prices. And the prices haven't come down yet. Interest rates have come down a little, but we just got a 0.5 point raise on Thursday. So prices will continue going up, or Friday. Again, think about this in year 30. Think about all the places that might fail as you walk around. Again, you're doing a 10-second walk around, checking the cabinets, checking loose, looking for damage, and you're in and out of the room in a minute or two. You know, you got a vent up here. Is this fresh air, or actually there might be an AC vent? Point is everything in shape? Are the tiles loose? These are things you're checking. More damage on the cabinets. Again, why is this damage? Because somebody did dishes 10,000 times at this sink. Well, they did dishes 10,000, but this cheap laminate's dead. Now, you may actually be able to kind of match this, but clearly, now remind you, the buyer's going to see this. This is an obvious visual thing, but you do want to put it in your report as a reminder of expense. Because not only, if you look carefully, not only is the laminate off, but the door hinge looks like it needs adjusting as well. Even the most beautiful stuff can break. And, you know, that door hinge down there, that might cost you a lot of money to repair. Alternatively, look for the hidden stuff. Look in the backs of the cabinets, leaking water damage, condensation damage on exterior walls. You might have some pretty nasty stuff that you don't know about behind the walls. If they find this later, they might ask you, hey, why didn't you find this? Well, I opened the drawers, but I didn't go all the way back. Another example why you want to open the drawers is you open the door and of course it fell off. If it does fall off, take a picture of it. As you can see, the hinge is broken entirely up here. These are, you know, things people, you know, sometimes it's crazy, but people will just not care about problems. Yeah, it broke 5 years ago. I just don't use that cabinet anymore. And that's what users do. They adapt to the conditions they have. What are they called? Normalcy bias or something? And then, of course, there's bad design. Oops, dude, I can't open the drawer. Not so smart. This happens a lot when people think there's cool in their remodeling. And of course, they put handles where there previously weren't handles, and bam, you get stupid. A quick reminder of materials for cabinets: hardboard, MDF, plywood, particle board, you know, the rear board here. These are all good materials until they get wet. You know, plywood, the waterproof plywood, and exterior plywood is more expensive. It's got a lot more treatment, so it's going to take a little more water. MDF, again, all these materials are okay until they get wet. They're often the materials for kitchens. I guess they expect that a kitchen's going to be thrown away in 20 years. And they're probably right. Now let's think again, as we talked in the plumbing section, we think about the traps and remind ourselves, how does the water flow? Whether, you know, as you're doing that kitchen inspection and the bath inspection, do you have adequate drainage? You can see the vent stacks here. Again, an old image from the 1920s. Those big round ones are actually tub. No, wait, they're sinks. So, you know, again, each sink, you got a trap and a vent, toilet. The toilet is the trap, so there's the vent. And the tub, you got the drain and, again, the vent for each one. And then it goes into the main waistline and down. And as you can see, even in the old days, they knew that you had to enter at a 45-degree angle to keep the flow happening. And of course, you had to go around the trap and then out of the house. Why did you have a trap? Because you don't want the flow going this way. Because if you have a rainstorm or something, that flow coming back into your house can make a holy hell of a mess. Remind quickly again on the sink traps, it's common that today they're using AAV traps where they're just trapping there. The goal is don't have the trap running uphill. And that can often happen as you move around other items. In this case, on the left, the plumbing, again, the black ABS plumbing, which is perfectly okay, not in New York City. I think you can use it for 1 and 2 family houses only in New York City. Got to verify, but most of the state, it's okay. ABS is a very reliable material. In fact, my 3D printer uses ABS. I can print my own pipes. The goal is to have, again, in this, without seeing a sink, it's probably a single sink, and it's going down, passing through the trap and out. On the right side, We have what looks like an improper drain for the, well, the main thing about the pipe isn't as much the drain. Obviously, you can see the sloppy wiring, and clearly there's some kind of a water damage happening down here. This may be a slightly loose pipe or connection somewhere, but water is accumulating either by condensation. Actually, it's probably by condensation, and you've got some damage on the bottom sheet. On the right side, as we look at special rooms, things like the laundry area, we ask ourselves, what can go wrong? Where's the water going to leak? Now, a washing machine is a very powerful device, and it uses a lot, potentially uses a lot of water, although the new ones use a lot less water. And, again, when it pulls water in, it puts a lot of pressure on the pipe. And so you do want a water hammer arrestor. And as the water goes out, you also have the thing to make sure it drains properly. Because usually it's on the lowest floor, so it's not as much of a problem. But today, more and more, it is common to put the it's become more common to put the laundry room upstairs off the master bedroom. Off the master bedroom area is interesting, but it puts the laundry up into the building. So you've got lower water pressure, and even worse, you've got potential for water damage. So please keep in mind, now in your inspection of the laundry area, you only inspect the connections. You inspect, how is the building connect? Is there any water damage, leakage around it? These are appliances. A washer and dryer are appliances, not parts of the house. So, excuse me. Whew. Sorry about that. A little bit of a sneeze. Again, we talked about this in the plumbing section as well. Again, kitchen and bath, we think about different materials. Each one has its different maintenance issues. Stainless steel, cool, but what if it's really scratched up? You can brush out some of the damage in stainless, but if it's really scratched, it might need to be replaced. Old ceramic. I love this old picture. This is from like the 1920s. And this was, anybody want to guess what these three sinks are? Sink number one was the washing machine. Sink number two was the regular sink with disposal. This was really advanced stuff for its time. This probably cost a fortune when it was bought. And number three was a dishwasher. So you actually, back in the day, you would, again, consolidate your plumbing, and you would, see something like this. I have never seen one of these in the wild. I'm sure they're still out there somewhere, but it's a great little image and a reminder of how plumbing has changed over time. And your question isn't whether it's beautiful or somewhat even whether it's functional. Your question is whether it's going to fall apart or not. 100 years of ceramics, good chance that ceramic's all scratched up and damaged. And you probably won't have to say much here. That if any of these devices still work, they probably have been replaced many times. Again, we think about the materials in kitchens and baths and how they will get impacted by water, steam, heat, scratching, solvents, etc. Today we have so many synthetics that you're not really sure what's real. And again, even real stuff, you can add so many additives that it can be pretty durable. Corian is one of the many types of artificial stones out there, and it is got some plastics in it and stone, I think, and chips. And it's actually pretty healable if it does damage. You can kind of scrub damage out. On the right side, another type of really battle-torn stuff. This is a slate sink. I know a slate sink a friend of mine has. It's 100 years old, and it's got a few chips, but it's still functional. Again, they do take some punishment, and there's a lot of value in it. As we talk about kitchen and bath, we talk about, I mentioned pressure as you turn sinks or washers and dryers on and off. As we showed earlier in the plumbing section, it's very important to have a water hammer arrestor inside the wall. So when the water goes up, you're absorbing the pressure so the pipe doesn't take damage. These simple diaphragms are a great device out there today. Kitchen plumbing, of course, the idea of having that trap. In this case, the sink comes down and traps out. What problem here is it looks like it's running uphill after that, which means it's not going to work. And even worse, clearly there's some kind of a leak going on here because they got the buckets underneath. And you can imagine, obviously, if you're doing an inspection, you see buckets down there, that's probably not a good sign. So that's going to be a repair or replace. Here again, the right side, or the left side is kind of an optical illusion. Generally no problem, electrical, everything's stubbed up nicely. Although it's probably an optical illusion, it looks like the left side is a little higher than the right side. And that actually would be a problem because it's very important that the waistline would run down in and then through the trap. If it had to run back uphill, then the debris would build up here. On the right side, again, a little messy in an old stone sink. The AAV is off to the side on the right. I'm not sure it's working properly. It looks like it's at a really weird angle, and it looks like it's PVC as well. I would take a picture of this and say repair or replace. As I said, there's many new technologies out there. Touchless sinks are becoming the norm. Does it work? Does it function properly? These sensors may run out of battery or solar or whatever and may not run forever. So do be aware, yeah, that's a cool sink, but it's $7,000, but it doesn't work. Again, does it? You must check the function and operation of all faucets. Again, you don't operate all the plumbing, but everything that a normal human would operate, a normal user would operate, you want to check. This is the back side of the sink. Where is it mounted properly? Here we got a plywood, a 2x4 holding up the back of the sink. That's probably okay, but it looks like there's some extra holes here, and I'd be a little worried about that. Again, kitchen inspection, a basic farm kitchen, nothing fancy. It's might be a 50-year-old kitchen, old cabinetry. All I care about is, does it open and close? People may love this style. If this is original wood, yeah, I'd love it too. I think it'd be gorgeous because making this stuff by hand was hard and expensive. Do the hinges work? Are the handles all intact? Do the drawers move in and out? A couple of handles look like they're a little off there. And is it in good shape? I see a baby lock here. Again, it can be 50 years old and it can be functional, and that's perfectly fine. Let them decide on the style because they may not care. They might want to rip it out, or they might love the old style. Again, leaking faucets, left side. This is a pretty common one where, again, the pipes will corrode from the inside. It's certain, especially the chemistry of certain water. On the right side, we have the in-sinkerator, again, a double sink, running in, trap out, trap out. I don't like the way that trap is merging, but I think it's okay. It does have a trap, and if the water junk went out there, hopefully it wouldn't flow back up that sink. So okay, I'll say that's okay. Again, more sinks. This is a neat design, a copper pounded countertop. This is really pretty. Again, I don't care whether it's pretty or not. I care about whether it's fastened solid or not. This is a nice fancy piping. Is it there solid? Is the sink, solid? Are the handles solid? This is what you're checking. Again, 5-10 minute pass. You're not spending a lot of time. You're just making sure everything's solid, hard, no water damage, or take pictures where it is. The water's flowing properly downhill. The waistlines work. Hot and cold water where it should be. If you got a squirter, that the squirter works properly. But underneath sinks and in the back of cabinets, this is where you can see some real mess. Again, it was frequent that you would have a light or a vent above a stove, even though it wasn't required by code. So people would often have the wiring go there for a future microwave or something like that. And in this case, fine, you got the wiring, but put it in a junction box, okay? It's no excuse having it just sitting out like this. Yeah, it's not near anything. I don't care. I want it properly junctioned away. On the right side, same problem. Hey, got a GFCI outlet. Yeah, but it's not mounted in the wall, you idiot. So again, not acceptable, potential water damage. Yes, it's GFCI, but yes, you could have a fire with the exposed wire behind. One of the ones I see many, many times is the wiring that might be up in the kitchen. It's not used anymore. Here again, they tapped it off and used it somewhere else, but they left the wiring open. Yes, the primaries, the hot and neutrals are twisted off and the grounds are exposed. I don't want anything exposed. I want that in a junction box. Swinging back to plumbing as we're going through the kitchen. Again, is that tailpiece maximum 30 inches between sinks? Is it flowing uphill? No, it better flow downhill. Okay, 1/4 inch per foot. Again, in this case, they're both flowing into a single trap. The trap goes down, just four inches here or 24 inches here. Goes around the trap. The AAV picks up the exhaust, and then the line goes down. And as the line goes down, there's a clean out, so you can make sure it works. On the right side, another good image. A couple problems I have here. Number one, I don't like the holes through the deck. I want them sealed. That's a rodent problem. Two, I don't like that the water heater is not accessible. It's behind the incinerator. I'd want that moved over a little better. Three, let's see how the water's flowing down. Water down, trap. I think there should be a trap. No, you can go straight out. Older codes, you can go straight out into the water and then down the trap. The other one, you saw 2 different traps. Same thing here. Up until this year, you could combine sinks. As of this year, for commercial at least, you have to have 2 separate traps. You have to have a trap for each sink. That just changed last month for New York City. And I think the national codes as well. So again, trace the lines, the water goes out, the waste line goes out, and AAV balances the temp, picks up the wastewater from the washing machine, and then they both disappear into the waistline. Again, challenges here. It looks like the water supply going to the washing machine, that little copper line. I want to see it protected. I don't like it exposed like that. Again, I'm a little worried about going from this small water line to a 1.5 inch pipe and the potential for backflow here. This bugs me. So a couple issues there. Back to this next one. Okay, here is some different types of piping. Plastic is, I want to say it's just a silver PVC, but let's go through it. Again, it's screw-on stuff, so it's easy adapt plastic. And there's nothing really wrong with that. Again, a hot and cold water coming in under the sink and then going with PEX, from PEX up into the fixtures. You do have the nice copper stub coming in. Looks like there's I think that's the AAV, and that's probably coming off of the washing machine. That's coming off of the main and then through the trap and out. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the washing machine out. Again, I'm a little worried about backflow here. I'd have to see whether that's legit. One of the things you can basically test is smell. As we look underneath that, the dishwasher thing, is everything connected properly? Are there any leaks? Is it, is everything solidly connected? If this isn't solidly connected, when these things turn on, they shake and rattle and roll, and they will break off in a second. So if you see it not being perfectly strong mount, it'll actually potentially will break the sink. So it's really important to make sure the incinerator is mounted right. We talked about tankless water heaters earlier. Along with that, it's very common to have boosters for a sink along the way. Sometimes your kitchen, but actually in bathrooms, a lot of people like to have hot water at the temperature they want. And you can actually set these to be at exact temperature. And I want my sink water in my shower, in my bathtub, my bathroom, to be 112 degrees, because that is what won't burn my face. So you can set a small amount of water and have the heater just boost just to that amount. These are electric, they're small, they're a couple amps. They're not a big deal, but you don't want to check them for leaking and make sure they are connected properly. As you can see, they are connecting off of, in this case, it looks like, I'm confused why it's off the hot and cold. It may be a pressure booster off the hot and cold. But for a heater, maybe it's just heating one side. I don't know. I'd have to find out what this gadget is. Point is, gadget underneath here, this sensor is, I don't know what that sensor is, but it does look like it's hardwired. So it's probably, I don't know. Underneath the sink, we've got an outlet with no GFCI. That's because it is powering a specific device. Of course, when we deal with bathrooms, we think about that AAV, the scooter valve, and its job is to prevent the air hammer by letting, when the water goes down the sink, to replace the water, to replace the air that the water is replacing by letting air in, but no water out. And these are okay, but if they get damaged or broken, how will you know? You're going to smell toilet. So most of the time, these are okay. They're becoming more popular. And in most cases, the plumbers, for 1 or 2 family houses, they're a lot more lenient on using this. Again, water filters we mentioned. I think we talked about this last time as well. Very much more common coming in. They are special items. They're not part of your inspection unless you want to do additional services. That's up to you. What you do want to check, though, is that it's mounted properly. Again, this thing is going to be taken off and disconnected and reconnected every 3 months. So this can take punishment. So is it damaged? Is it weak? Is it flexible? Is it properly anchored? If it's not, if it's damaged in some way, you do want to put that in your report. Again, bigger water filtration has, in some parts of the state, we have water as bad as Florida, especially in Western New York. So you do want to be aware of, seeing a lot more of this. Another line that I find problematic and not a plumbing line is the kitchen refrigerator line. It is, and you'll see also this in condenser lines. I talked about air conditioners earlier. Another one that can happen is off of air conditioners, there is a drip line that takes condensate water away from an interior air conditioner. Hold on for a second. I'll get back to that in a minute. So again, this is another potential leak. Can copper bend like this? Yes. Depending on your grade of copper, if you remember, we talked to MLK, the 3 different grades of copper. The soft, flexible copper really is okay for this. Obviously, they sell it. And why would you stay with old copper? Why don't you use one of the new plastic lines? Well, again, copper is something very important. It's abiotic. The copper is fantastic at keeping germs out of the water. It's a naturally electrically occurring. The electric naturally zaps bugs in the pipe. They've known it for 500 years empirically. They finally proved it about 2 years ago, where they literally saw the bacteria dying as it touched the copper inside of copper pipes. Like a little shock. So copper is great, but this flexible, again, it can get pinched and crushed as washing, a refrigerator moves in and out. So be aware of that. Look for small stains that might indicate a bigger water damage behind the fridge. Are you going to remove the fridge? No, that's not your gig. If you can see it, fine. If not, you'll say water staining near refrigerator suggests, having a plumber take a look at it. Baths and showers. We talked about this last time, more or less. Again, quick reminder of toilets and how a toilet works. a typical old style tank toilet, 3.5 gallons. Pull the thing, the float ball goes down, the water drains, flushes the toilet. The water charges back up, the float valve comes up, and when it gets to the right height, it turns off the water. Pretty simple. They've worked for about 100 years. What works is inside the toilet, where you don't see, is a trap, and that trap prevents the waste from coming up and back in. Again, this is a floor mount where the drain is to the bottom. Sometimes the drain is to the rear, and each of them has their values. Again, a quick review of last week. Typical old style toilet, water comes up to the overflow stops, the ball cock comes up, turns off the water flow. What could be a problem? This is nice and clean. This is not clean. Now, is water staining a problem? Not too much. It's kind of common that, especially in an older tank, you're going to see iron staining. That's just the nature of the beast. You do want to put in your report. What you really care about is the plunger working? Is everything, flushing like it should? All the time, these things are broken all the time. And, it's, again, are you doing their repairs? No. Just be aware that, just simply say, oh, it's not working, get it repaired. Pressure toilets, again, the newer kind, they are going to be, again, the water comes in, pressurizes, shoots through, and flushes with a lot less water. We know this gig, it's an air water. It's actually called a water hammer, I think. It's the water pressure becomes air pressure. The air pressure is then used to flush the toilet. I'm not going to go into this. Big picture is the tank attached properly? Is the toilet attached to the floor? Is it flushing? Is it, does it look like there is proper, does it smell like there's proper seal? These are all parts of the gig. Again, as we saw, lots of dumb stuff you'll see out there. In the case of cellar toilet that hadn't been used for years, it's got termites coming up the side. On the right side, kind of a DIY, they added a toilet somewhere and oops, they forgot that they had to open the door. So yes, you got it right. They actually cut the door away here. Yeah. You can imagine getting in there would be a lot of fun. Other problems with toilets, of course, there's a lot of stupido out there. This is not the best place for a fresh air. Actually, maybe it's okay for a fresh air inlet, but not so good for a venting. Clearly, the venting's got two problems. One, it's half blocked by the molding, and two, it ain't the best location. Again, toilets need to be securely fastened to the floor. This is unacceptable and going to cause a problem over time. This is where somebody put a shim in, and this frequently happens because the floor around bathrooms and kitchens will sink from water damage to the joists. So again, you'll see somebody put a shim in just to make it work and get by. Remember, the biggest problem is the seller often did lots and lots of little things just to keep the place working, and now he's selling. He might have made it perfect before he sells, but more often than not, the seller is just saying, hey, I'm gone, I'm out of here, see ya. And you'll see crazy stuff like this spork holding up the thing. Now, a lot of new technology, yes, even new technology in toilets. Believe it or not, the United Nations has a World Toilet Day. No, I'm not kidding. Look it up. World Toilet Day was, I think, last month. Well, toilets can be many types. This is a 27-button Japanese $5,000 toilet with matching black toilet paper. Go figure. Crazy? Bluetooth. Do you want your Bluetooth toilet? Bidet? Whatever? Yeah, it's out there. How do you inspect this? Well, the answer is you want to have very limited. I mean, if you have an owner that shows you that it's working, fine. If not, you're limited to the basics. Is it attached to the floor? Does it flush? Can you figure out what button is needed to make it flush? I don't know. Does it self-clean? Who knows? Now, another type of toilet out there is, I think Al Gore got this approved recently, upstate. And actually a lot of people, somebody got this approved in Park Slope, Brooklyn, even in the middle of New York City. This is a composting toilet. This is the way it was done 150 years ago, modernized. And of course, what we have here is a toilet with a composting tank down below and a vent, yummy, yummy, and hopefully smell neutralizing and occasional clean out. And these are becoming common, obviously in external, in exurbs in the rural, super rural areas. This is a good idea. You have a civilized toilet, it works, you clean it out once every couple months and you're fine. It's basically a modern outhouse. They are trying to get these approved for urban living, although I really don't want to smell my neighbors. It does have some odor issues, I would think. Anyway, the big picture is there's lots of technology that is coming down the pike. And again, you're going to be constantly learning all the different things to change. But you have to ask the fundamental question: does it work? Is it solid? Does it require repair? Will it cause future maintenance for the current owner? As we think to the future, we think to the past. Think about, again, what is yet another one of those ancient pictures of what a bathroom looked like in 1910. I think this is 1910. Again, tile bathrooms, nice and sanitary, bidet, toilet, big tub, sink. Again, you probably won't come across this anytime soon, but you never know. Actually, I say that I have seen, there are a lot of buildings in the city that just have not been renovated for 100 years. So you really might come across stuff like this. And this is very, very high fashion. I saw one of these in Bed-Stuy once where it was absolutely beautiful, 1910, and except it was 2010. And, the place it actually was holding up. The tiles were in place. Looked like the plumbing kind of still worked, needed some maintenance. But you always ask, again, year 10, year 20, year 30, year 100, what's it going to look like? Is it assumed that the bathroom is going to be renovated every 5 years or 10 years? In which so you think about the damage that might cause to the building. And of course, if you're in Britain, old school, you might come across something like this, a gravity flush tank. Yes, this is the way it was done back in the old days. And go figure. Again, what do you do here? Same thing. Is it attached to the floor? Is the pipe broken? Is there any water damage? Does it flush? Etc. Keep it simple. Toilet floor attachment. Is it attached properly down? This one it's pulled up off its beeswax seal, maybe to be replaced, etc. Tanks, toilets have to be put in properly, and crazy stuff can happen. Rats and snakes coming up through the line, kind of gross. But it's a reminder, again, cold water connection, the flex connection, the waistline going out on a beeswax or synthetic seal. Concept again with the toilet, again, the idea is to create that trap, and with the more modern ones, create the trap to allow suction to pull the water through. I know, really exciting stuff. Different sizes, large to small. Is it maintained properly? Is it connected? Especially with these separate tank modern ones, is the tank going to move on you? Is it damaged? If it's moving around a bit, that's a problem. It needs to be fixed. Same thing, different parts. Is that gasket in place? Is it connected? This is a wall mount unit. Is there any sign of leakage, etc.? Does it flush properly? Back to the inside of the tank again. Corrosion is not necessarily going to kill you. This is an older tank, obviously, but again, does it work? The brass chain looks like it's intact, so it's probably okay. Couple quick visits on the bathroom again. What's one of the challenges for the bathroom sink? One of the big things is this: the drain lever breaks all the time, so keep an eye out for that. Is it leaking? Is it connecting to the wall properly? Do you have hot and cold water on demand? Do they leak when you turn it on? Does this stopper stop? And does it come down properly? Again, that one does break a lot. Older houses, One of the most common, as we talk with tubs, we think about the water damage from moisture inside a tub area, and it gets through the tile into the wall, and it rots the building, rots the bathroom walls from behind. As you can see here, this is condensation from the pipe leaking, and this whole area had to be replaced. And that's an expensive fix. You find one tile missing, that is a symptom of perhaps many other tiles to be coming off. So, you know, as you're doing the bathrooms, kind of tap around the edges, you know, here for loose tiles. Try to, of course, your biggest fear is you tap it and it falls off. But again, this is where your body camera will help you to prove that you didn't put a lot of force into it. Test the bathroom, fill it up with 10, 20 gallons of water. Hopefully that'll be your chance to check the water heater downstairs. Is the water brown? Well, it might come out brown because it hasn't been used for a while. So rusty water is not uncommon if the house is vacant. Either way, you want to record the rust, but you are looking for, again, signs of leakage, etc. You're not required to do a shower pan, but you are, you know, you should do a tub. The shower pans can be dangerous because they can leak. Again, the area around the bathtub is one of the areas with the biggest leakage problem. As you guys have all seen this, a lot of stayed water from humidity, showers, tub moisture, etc. And this area takes a lot of abuse. So these tiles are very commonly out there to break. Again, a beautiful shower on the right. Everything's wonderful in year 0, but year 10, you know, are these tiles falling off? Is the towel rack loose? The tiles damaged? Is the caulking bad? Is the countertop fixed well? These are the questions you kind of walk through. You got 10, 15 seconds, 20 seconds in the room. Walk, test everything, check for water, maybe turn on the shower to make sure it runs. Don't test the shower pan and fill it up, because if you make a mistake, it can, it might have some damage. Shower pans are not required to be filled, but tubs are. Again, thing you're not required to do, you can add some water to a hot tub, but you're not going to certify the jets, etc. You might turn them on and operate them and say, okay, the jets are working, but you would put a note saying, please have a plumbing, a hot tub expert take a look at the valves and the hoses underneath to certify that they're all working. Again, beautiful plumbing can be a pain. Year 0, no problem. Year 50, breakage, damage, leakage, etc. Corrosion. I love chrome, but chrome in year 30 is chrome rust. So these are things to think about. And if it's all rusty, that's something I'd want to put on the thing, because you might be able to clean it off, but you might not. Again, underneath, I talked about the very common fail, which is the stopper. Keep that in mind, this little metal tab here. A reminder of how the sinks can work. There are many different kinds. This is an adjustable one, again, with a ball valve inside. The water flows coming up into it. A lot of things can fail. If anything you feel loose, just say, look, plumbing's not working, or maybe it's leaking a little bit. It might be something like this cartridge valve. Yes, it's a 5-minute fix, but no, you're not the one fixing it. In this case, retrofit over the years, PVC or brass. This is a PVC fix here. I'm a little worried about the length of that stub, but it does look like it'll work. On the right side, of course, when we deal with pressure, with the water coming in, the air hammer, this is an air hammer arrestor. As we go around the sinks, we look for signs of water coming out the wrong place. Like in this case, this is the aerator where the water's coming back out this way. That's not good. On the right side we look at, underneath the sink. You're not there to adjust everything, but if you feel it and it's loose, those are things you might want to pay attention to. On the right side, this may be caused by pipes being clogged up. I once saw a sink, a faucet that was so corroded inside that there was barely any water flowing out, any tunnel for the water. So what it did is, of course, it broke the bottom of the faucet and went out the outside. We talked about this already. Reminder of every time you're looking at a sink, whether it's in a kitchen or a bathroom, there's a kitchen one, is the water attached properly? Is it draining properly? Does it have a proper trap? And does it appear to be venting properly to the roof? Of course, we think about that air vent again. We think about once you got past the trap, you want a positive slope downward. PVC, is that okay for drains? Yeah, not in New York City. The AAV is there. Again, that may, depending on the code of your area, may be a problem. You're not a code enforcement official in home inspection. So your question is, does it work? When you flush the toilet, you should hear the air coming into this. You can put your hand over it and feel it. When you put water down the sink, same thing. And that shows you it's working properly. Again, the AAV works by allowing the air in to replace the water that didn't happen. Year 0, year 30. Year 0, beautiful tile work, heavy tile work, looks gorgeous. I worry like anything about this in year 20. The tile work, big heavy tiles like this tend to settle if they're not absolutely perfectly mounted on their substrate. And over time, that settling lets water in, you don't notice it, and then all of a sudden the tiles come up, you pull up the tiles and the subfloor is completely rotten. Usually you might be able to see this from down below. Again, reminding when you test the tub, especially, if the house has been empty for a week, you're gonna see the rust. That's acceptable. But it's still this rust is really pretty bad, especially because this rust is going through a hot tub, and that jacuzzi, you can see the hot tub jets on the left. That jacuzzi is really going to get screwed up by that much rust in the water. So put 5 or 10 gallons in, or maybe 20 gallons in the tub, and hopefully the water will run clear after a few minutes. Again, if it's been vacant for a couple of weeks, you're going to have a little rust. But if it's current, I'd be a little worried about this. That's that much rust. I'd say there's a problem. And even worse, think of the staining it's going to put on all this beautiful tile work. So you got this gorgeous bathroom, nice renovated bathroom, and the water's crap. So clearly you've got a filter issue. And if it's not a problem with the filter, then it's a problem with the pipes. Then you've got to start ripping out walls. So these are things that you really want to identify. Like for instance, if you have, again, if you have a water filter on this house, you should see all the rust coming into the house rather than already in the house. Again, tub fails, DIY products, you will very commonly come across stuff that's halfway, and all you can do is take a picture of it and say, tub is not mounted properly, unable to inspect, suggest getting a plumber in to fix it properly. As I said, these are specialized systems. So when you deal with hot tubs and jacuzzis, you'll put a note saying the water tested and flowed, but you got to have somebody inspect the jets. Underneath, we talked about traps before. These are old lead traps, drum traps. They're not allowed today. They kind of work. They got to get cleaned out once in a while, which you probably have never cleaned them out. And they do take punishment. And if you see them, you want to note them as, lead waste lines, traps, may need maintenance and or review, repair or replace. Floor drains, again, floor drains are all over. This is, I talked about a laundry room upstairs before. This is a laundry closet, and you got the hookup for the washer dryer, and you've got the floor drain. Because again, if that washer overflows, you got that floor drain picking it up. As I said, with the kitchen and bath, think about that. What happens if you find that the water has gotten behind the tiles? This is the never one roach problem. If you have a little bit of tile problem, it's probably a lot worse than you think. So this, again, is a great example of a really big expense for the buyer. On the left, again, more damage. Is that surface or underneath? Well, that's underneath. You can see the cracks here. Obviously, the most common damage area is the wet wall. But if this area, if the caulking is gone and damaged, you got problems. You can see rust damage in the water here. So you got a rust challenge with pipes. There's probably some real issues with the plumbing here. On the right side, this is actually perfect. There's nothing wrong with this. But I do remind that these fixtures are it's very frequent people will hold on to them by accident or by intention, and they will get damaged over time. So definitely when you're looking at these extended fixtures like this, make sure that they are anchored very solidly to the wall. Otherwise they can really make a mess when they break. If this breaks, you got to go and, turn off the shower wall because the water's just going to be gushing out and you can't stop it. Again, older showers, the inspection says you're not supposed to fill the pan to test it because they can leak. A lot of people, sometimes you may have a shower that they haven't used in a while. It's often a reason. It might be leaking. So don't put water in it. Again, you can see here discoloration from maybe cleaning supplies have just bleached the crap out of the stone. I don't know what that is. But the idea though, the real fear of a custom shower like this is that the water is penetrating. Now, usually a custom built shower has many layers. It has a lead or vinyl pan down below. It's again, the lath for the concrete, for a mortar bed down below in that, and then you'll have the tile on it. If the water breaks, hopefully it'll only go down to the pan and the pan will pick it up. But over time, water does what water does and makes a mess. If it does penetrate, it'll slowly rip the tiles up around. So do look for damage, look for loose floor. If you're moving around and you can feel the floor creaking a bit, that's a problem. On the walls, you might just be, again, a cement board with tile on top. This also, if something goes wrong, hopefully in a modern house, you'll have cement board behind it. Older houses, it might just be regular drywall. And in which case, it might be shot behind there. Again, whirlpools we talked about earlier. This is a quick reminder of all the mechanics that might be in a whirlpool, inside or outside. And this is why this is a specialized item. Sinks we talked about. Sprinklers, again with sprinklers. Houses, a one-family house, believe it or not, I just got a call from a client the other day, 2-family house, the city's making them add sprinklers. If you do more than 50% of the value of the house, they're actually going to force you to add sprinklers in a building. And so this is becoming more and more common. Now, this is a specialized system. You're not required to inspect it. They are definitely a challenge. And again, they are the fire suppression contractor. This is a very specialized plumber, and you really can't touch this stuff. But again, if you see leaks, if you see signs of the head going off, if you see the mercury insert that's broken, well, those are problems. Those you want to point out. Again, sprinklers, the goal of sprinklers, of course, is to have, a coverage that if within like a 10-foot area or 10 or 15-foot radius, the water is going to come down if it detects heat. Of course, all of these sprinklers don't go off at once. You have to melt the metal in each sprinkler. The mercury has to be exposed. And when that happens, that's when that one sprinkler will go ahead. We saw that last time. Again, standpipes may or may not be in 1 to 4 family. You may see a green, which is a sprinkler head, in 1 to 4 family. Large. I have seen some 4 families that have standpipes. Just be aware, a standpipe is a vertical place for fire department to bring their hoses. The sprinkler is a location where the fire department plugs in to give your sprinkler system extra water to kill the fire. Again, dryer vents we talked about as danger. Pressure boosters. We talked about different tanks earlier in the plumbing section. These are there to keep the pressure up so that you have good water flow in your house. Again, you might have to pump a long distance horizontally or vertically. So there may be a booster to get to pump it up into the house. Sometimes it's just a pressure tank that you will push the water through. Otherwise, you may have, this may be part of a well, but most of the time, it looks like pressure's going here, meeting there, overflow tank. This looks like it is, again, just pressurizing the water for the house. We talked about gas utilities again. Quick reminder, 99% of the time you don't touch this unless you see damage or leaking. One of my students had she literally found a fire underneath the ground in a house, and she called the owner to tell her there was, that literally the soil was burning next to her house. And the owner threatened her, saying that she was the criminal. Luckily, she had lots of video and pictures, and she called the fire department, and they actually cut the gas off the street for the house. Gas equipment, again, this is burning yellow. It's not acceptable. Something's wrong here. It may just be they turned it on. It may be the fixture's bad. You're not responsible for the stove, but it doesn't hurt to understand the flow. Use it as a device for checking the flow of the gas. Again, gas meters, you're not, again, not responsible for them, but you do want to make sure they're anchored properly. They're not damaged. And, you know, again, if this pipe's busted or something, I get a real problem. So make sure there's nothing threatening it, no electric lines close to it or anything like that. Outside gas, again, simple attachment fixtures outside. I think we covered a lot of stuff today. The different types of gas terms. Hopefully, between the plumbing section and this, you can go through the Chapter 8 key terms and get everything. I'm not going to go through it right now. Let's go through back to plumbing. We start at the very basics. We think about with plumbing. The first question is, what's the main service line? What's the condition of the pipe? Is it leaky, rusted? Is it lead? You know, the first stop, there's going to be a house shutoff valve and a water meter, and maybe a pressure reducing valve as well, so that the water doesn't come in too fast. If you have a septic system, as we went through last week, if in suburban houses, the key thing to septic systems is the septic systems have to be at least 100 feet away from other sources of pollution, like another well in a neighboring house. So because of that radius of 100 feet, it is very common that you need maybe half an acre to an acre per house to still be able to use well water. Again, there are different types of wells, the piston pumps, the old hand pump, the jet pump, which will shoot water up and push it out, a submersible pump which drops down into the aquifer and pumps the water up. Once the water's pumped up, it's put into a potable water storage tank. It may be filtered, then pressurized. If it gets too pressurized, those pressure cells will keep the water from overflowing. Sometimes there's a gravity tank where the water will pump up to the top of the house and you'll feed downwards. That's the classic water tanks of New York City buildings. New York City buildings actually do it for sprinklers purposes, because they have to have a 30-minute reserve for sprinklers. Water reservoirs, you know, again, different tanks. Of course, reservoirs might be where your water comes from. As you're walking around the house, again, if you've emptied the tank long enough, you should hear, if you've run 20 gallons into the tub, for instance, or into a slop sink down in the basement, you should hear the water pump kick on if you have a well pump. You're not going out to inspect the well, but you do want to hear that it's going to turn on once you've used some water in the pressure tank. You know, again, the goal is maybe 5 or 10 gallons, and then it turns back on to fill the tank back up again. Quick reminder on jet pumps. These are pumps that'll, again, shoot the pressure down in and create the Venturi effect to suck water up into the house, pump it in and into the tank. The idea is, again, once, you know, this primes the flow by pushing water down, and then as it starts pushing, it gets sucked back up, it's sucking the water from the bottom of the well. If you have shallow wells, less than 22 feet, you can do, you know, very simple jet pump will just, or very simple pump will just suck the water directly up from the foot valve. Or if you have a deep well, you will have this direct pressure to come back up. Residential piping systems we went through, again, 4 items: hot and cold water, waste line, and then the vent stack. And then at each fixture, we think about the traps to make sure that the air goes down the vent stack and the waste goes down the waste line, and it balances, but the waste never comes back up into the fixture. At the house, you have the same challenge. You have a house trap. And more importantly, today, you have a backflow preventer system. The backflow preventers are also all through the plumbing system these days, not in the waste lines, but in the water supply lines, because you never want the water to go backwards and contaminate. As a typical cast iron waste line, again, today we'll have PVC. These are called hubbed plumbing. These are very common in older houses up until maybe the last 10, 20 years. They can last for 100 years if they're maintained, but if they rust, they can rust through, and that can make a mess. The typical septic system, again, we look at if you're dealing with wells. Again, a lot of this doesn't apply to New York City, but it is common in the rest of New York State. A well pumps up, the water goes down, settles in the septic tank, distributes out into the ground, percolates down into the ground, and then probably comes back into water again. Different types of pipes. There's a lot of valves involved. The gate valve is a hard shut valve. The temperature pressure relief valve, that's a valve that'll open when there's too much pressure. It's a safety valve. PRV, pressure regulator valve, this is there to focus just on pressure. This is usually in things like the fresh water supply. A float valve is a type of valve that measures the level of liquid in a tank, like an oil tank or a water tank, or inside of a boiler. Another valve is that water hammer arrestor, which is, it's not really a valve per se, but it's a device in the water system that keeps the water from pushing too hard. It's a shock absorber. Again, PRVs and backflow preventers are other types of valves, as well as ball valves, which are the most common valves today. Again, types of traps. The idea is, do you create a seal that air is going to pressurize from? The U-trap is there to stop the water flow entirely. Drum traps are the old style. They usually had a lot of waste buildup in them, but they were common years ago. Notice the opening to the drum trap here is at the top. When you saw earlier in the picture was at the bottom. Again, the S-trap, one of the challenges here, does it have adequate flow to keep a gap in place? It has to come up quite a bit. Inspecting pipes, we think about insulation. Where would you put insulation? The best place is on cold pipes and hot pipes to keep them hot, to deliver hot water. Cold pipes, you may want to put insulation to prevent condensation. Again, you're looking for pipes for rust and corrosion. One of the big fears is the insulation. The insulation usually protects the pipes from damage, but sometimes you might have damage underneath. So keep an eye out for that. As you're walking around the house and testing the pipes, do you have loud, knocking, noisy pipes? Noise is a problem and a challenge. Types of heating systems: hot, forced hot waters, forced warm air, electrical resistance, and steam. And I would add a fifth heating system now, brand new, which is the electrical split system heat pumps that have become much more common in the last 5 years. Again, fuels: electric, oil, gas, propane, pellets, all kinds of crazy stuff, solar, all different types of source that might be driving your house. Typical steam pumps, this is a bad image, but the idea, of course, is you should know it by now. The steam is created, the steam goes up through the house, goes through the radiators, or in this case, this is a water pump system. The pump pushes the water up through, it passes through the radiators, releasing heat, and eventually coming back, getting heated again, and going back out. Two pipe systems are better at, when you have 10 or 12, when you have a whole bunch of radiators, you want to make sure the last one in line actually gets some heat. So it's important to push and pull the water through the system to spread the heat out more evenly. Steam system, same thing. The steam gets up in the boiler, it goes up, gets used in each fixture. The steam slowly becomes water again, it releases its energy. The water drips back, heats again, and back up into the game. Furnaces, as we saw a lot of furnace diagrams, hot air is heated in the furnace. It's sent out around the house. for hot air, at least, it's probably best to put it, depending on your layout, you might want to release it from the top of the room or the bottom of the room, depending on how you're setting it up. The idea, though, is the air is going to come in hot, energy is going to be released into the room, then it's going to suck back and go back and heat it again. The challenge is the advantage of warm air. Again, it's inexpensive, it's easy to work with, and doesn't require plumbers all the time. Downside is it can be very dry, and you got to keep it clean. You might have disease problems. Oil furnaces, you might have a tank outside the house, brings the oil in, shoots it into a burner, heats the water and steam outwards. As you inspect the furnace, we think about, first of all, the overall system of the house. Each room should have a convector and a radiator, heat source, a ventilator, some way of creating heat in the room. Is it old? Are you looking at a 100-year-old furnace? Is it in good condition? Maybe that 100-year-old furnace is okay. I don't know. But does it have a safety switch? Is it in good shape? Does each room have ventilation? Does the boiler have ventilation? Does it have an adequate ventilation source? Quick things to think about. Again, when you have an oil tank, you want to note the location of the tank, above ground or underground. Is there any, the risk is underground leakage to the soil. Above ground, of course, it can leak and rust, but hey, at least you'll see it, so you can replace it. And today, people replace a lot with fiberglass tanks. Gas furnace, as you're going through the inspection, you're looking at the pilot light or the igniter. Burners, the gas burners inside the heat exchanger are, are they burning properly at a low, one of the old style 60% boilers, you can see the heat. The new 95% boilers, you can't even see inside. The gas coming to the boiler, the furnace, should be black iron pipe, except for the last 5 or 6 feet where it can be flex pipe. The shutoff valve, again, for the pipe, it's both gas and water need shutoff valves all the way through. And when it is gas, you make sure there's a drip leg so that no water goes into the gas supply. Going through hot water systems, we think about turn on the thermostat to get some heat in the system. Is it working? You feel heat coming through. You get a little bit of, again, you don't have to heat up the whole house, but know that the system's working. Feel a little heat. After that, make sure to turn it off and absolutely make sure it shuts down, because you've got to leave it the way you found it. Okay. It's especially important, of course, if the house is vacant. As you're walking around for hot air systems, you're going to turn on a thermostat. Hopefully you can hear the click of the motor turning on immediately. You're going to listen for those blowers. Once you've heard the blowers and there's some heat coming out, maybe you can shut it down, and absolutely make sure you shut it down back to the way you found it. Again, remove and check the air filter. It's a good sign of the overall condition of the ducts. Air conditioners, we think about the refrigerant, the evaporator inside the house that takes the energy from the liquid as it becomes gas and loses energy. You look at the compressor, which is that powerful pump outside the house that smashes the refrigerant. The condenser is then taking that smashed refrigerant, turning it into liquid, sending it into the house, where it then gets re-evaporated and releases air conditioning in a house. Air conditioning can be water or air cooled. Most typical air conditioners, as we know, like a heat pump, those are air cooled. There may be water cooled systems as well, where cold water is pumped through a house or through a building. Again, ground source heat pumps are common. This is, as we saw, I mentioned it as geothermal. This is where they're actually picking up energy from outside the house and pumping it in. It may be obviously a heat pump from outside the house, or it may be circulating water underground that is using the heat of the ground and the cooling of the ground to help balance your house. Types of water heaters: gas, electric, summer water hookup. Again, we see these combinations for newer systems where tankless water heaters are providing often both the furnace and the gas water heater at the same time. As houses become more super insulated, there's actually less of a demand for heat. So that balance of the gas water heater is becoming more common. Again, inspection points at that water heater. Are you getting is the PRV valve working? Does it have that pipe extension to 6 inches of the floor? You put 10 gallons of water into a sink or a tub, and how, does that water heater turn back on, keep running for an hour, or does it run for 5 or 10 minutes and stop recharging? Never set it more than 120 if it's not there already. If it's set at 50, then turn it down. If it's off, and you don't touch it, and you'll just have to say that. If you're with the owner, ask them to turn it on, then that's good. Usually if they're there, they probably, it's the heat is on. But again, remember, don't operate stuff like these unless it's already on. The flue pipes are necessary for combustible materials, gas, propane, and oil heaters. And of course, if you smell gas leaks, carbon monoxide or fuel gas, that can be a problem. We think about kitchens, again, check that they're solid, they're not water damaged, that the plumbing under the sink's in good shape, all the electrical connections are good, the drain's running downhill, there's no smell, the aerators or vent stacks are in place, you're in good shape. Inspecting that sink, again, you check the water flow, the drainage, the leakage. Do you have the proper traps? Are they working? Connection to the dishwasher, is it good shape? Is it damaged? Is the counter passing to the wall properly? That sounds dumb, but they can break over time, or the mountings can break. And when we look at the faucet, again, does it shut off? Are there any stains? Hot and cold water flow through the proper side? Sounds dumb, but do you want your hot on your left or the right? I've seen a lot of crazy stuff there. Secure, again, is it securely fastened to the countertop? Missing handles, rust, corrosion, cracks. We went through a lot of these. Typical sinks, again, water goes down, is a trap to prevent the water. Somewhere inside the house is a clean out, but you'll probably never deal with that. And that was kind of the speed run through the last part of the chapter. So now I am back to slide 1. This is where we started today, and this is where we end. We've covered a lot of material. It is 5:55, so I'm right at 6 o'clock. And as always, my email, you guys should have it already. Hopefully I've answered all your questions. If you have any questions anytime, now or a year from now, feel free to send me an email. I'll try to help you out. The study material, again, well, that's the old schedule, but today, again, we covered these items as well as a little retrofit through the rest of the plumbing section. The last hour, I kind of went really fast through last week's material. I will post these lectures on YouTube. Today I had a nice clean lecture because I ran on my desktop instead of my laptops. So I should be able to have a good recording of this. So if you want to hear it, or what I tell people is take the audio version and play it back at double speed. Maybe you'll catch something. Again, do's and don'ts. This is the most important thing to think about. You understand what the minimum SOP requirement is. It's right here on the state requirements list. Okay. Again, if you didn't download this PDF, I'll send it out to you for a later reference. The do's and the don'ts. Understand what they are. They're listed at page 271 in the book, the front of the chapter. And again, at the New York State Home Inspector Licensing section, which I suggest you download and become acquainted with, because you got to figure out how to take your test, register for your test, pay your money, make sure all your qualifications are in place, get your tests done, get your inspections done, and make it happen. Again, with the AC systems, do's and don'ts, same thing. You're not an HVAC tech. You are observing and operating the basic stuff that a normal person would operate. I talk about, and I showed you pictures of what the inside of a water heater is. Don't go there. The do's and don'ts, very important on the don'ts here. again, because you're not a technician. Minimum readily accessible access to devices and materials. That's your goal. So that's chapter 8, and it is coming on 6. So I got to throw it out to you guys. Questions? I'm wrapping it up.
No, no questions, but just a comment that all the examples were very, very helpful. I think seeing all these different scenarios really kind of puts you into the inspections and really helps figuring out what you should be observing and what not to observe.
I hope so. And that's the goal. And I tried to show good and bad. So that's what's out there. So definitely good luck. And I'll send these presentations if you haven't been able to download them. I got to work again on getting you a better access so you can download everything in one chunk.
Yeah,
one
please.
file. So let me do that today, because I did add a bunch of stuff this week. So I'll repackage this stuff for you. Okay.
Okay, so it'll be in your iCloud.
I'll
Dropbox?
send you an email on it, but yeah, it should be in it'll be in the iCloud. Actually, I have to set up a separate link. I'll set it to a separate directory and zip it as one big zip file. And that way you can take it that way. It'll
Okay.
probably be, like a 2 or 3 gigabyte zip file.
All right, great.
And I hope it helps you most of all. Again, I sent out, one of the things I sent out to you guys the other day was a PowerPoint with 300 test questions. Did anybody see that? I hope you look at that email I sent you. I hope that's a pretty useful study guide. Obviously, you've got the book and the questions in the book, which is a great starting point. But that test is another good thing to look at. There will be a lot of things in that book that might throw you a little bit. And again, you're going to always be learning in this. You're always going to be picking up new things all the time. And like I said, I'm actually, last year I went to Vegas just for this chapter, just to look at all the crazy mechanical systems. The reason why for me is because New York State is revising their energy codes massively. And these heating and HVAC systems, which may not be so sexy for architects, is the deal breaker for designing houses from now on. They have made it so expensive to build houses that, you can only build for the rich people. Again, I believe that for the politics, that's for somebody else. But the challenge is this complexity. Hey, I guess as an architect, I love it because I get to inspect all this stuff, or I get to build this stuff. You as inspectors, you've got to know and understand all of the new technologies. I mean, make it clear, make it perfectly clear. Housing is one of the largest markets in the world. It's also a very high technology market. And as such, there's a lot of innovation, a lot of change. No, it's not software and the $1 trillion Facebook crap, but there is a lot of profit to be made in the, $500 billion per year housing market. So on that note, I'm out of here. As you guys know, I occasionally teach the home inspection. The real estate classes as well. You're more than welcome to log into mine or any of the Ivy real estate classes as a parallel to, doing the class itself. Again, the goal here was to cover these 2 sections and hopefully covered them a lot. And I think I repeated myself a couple times, so I hope that was reinforcing. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Really appreciate it.
Okay, everybody, I'm out of here.
All right, have a good night.
Take care.
Thank you.